Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores Day 56 stream, and of course, Happy New Year everyone, or New Year's Eve. It is almost 2025, or depending on time zone, happy 2025, and probably during the stream as well. Good to be getting quite a few of them rolling in. So, game plan for today, for the final stream of the year, is we're still trying to get Gather up. We also need to make money, but I think we're going to be saving that for a different day's issue as far as what we're going to prioritize. So let's go into our main account. He should be mining right now. I believe he's already used up all his boost potions though, but he was using some. And we are almost at 220. We are getting there. Not quite all the way there yet. I was doing a little bit AFK raid dens off stream, so we were able to go get all of our XP and everything else for that as well. So I've been working that up. Of course, one of the main priorities we have right now is to keep working up Gather. Our goal for today for Gather is probably either 130 or 135. 135 is when we hit the sickle wall, where we're actually going to need to go and upgrade our sickle. And 130 is when we get to our next bone. So we're bare minimum going to be doing at least that. And if we have the time, we'll probably be going for the dock leaf. We are going to be ending a little bit later today. I also, of course, started a little bit later as well. I mean, we're going to be ending a little bit earlier, and starting a little bit later. I was out with some family. We were getting actually a Taco Tuesday. You know what Taco Bell actually has right now? Which actually wasn't that bad. Oddly enough, they have like a chicken nugget thing, and you would think, oh, this is like pretty basic. But they taste pretty much like those KFC tenders, which is actually pretty good. I saw they had that as an option, and we were already there. It's like, oh yeah, might as well. But yeah, we're kind of separated now since I won't be able to see everyone directly for New Year's, as some of them are going to be busy working other things. So we kind of celebrated a little bit earlier this morning to some degree. But anyways, beyond that, I do need to get off like a few hours before midnight, just because I need to call a bunch of people, text a bunch of people, stuff like that. So yeah, we'll probably be going for, how long? Like 6, 7-ish hours, maybe 8? Like probably like 6 or 7-ish, somewhere around there is our game plan. So however far we can push Gather, maybe get a little bit of bone right, maybe some other small grind. We do really need money. We are like dirt poor right now. And the second we hit 135 Gather, we need 17 more gold, which we currently have 5. And if I get even more XP pots, actually I think I have a bunch banked. So actually I don't need to spend money on that, at least for a little while, at least for the next week or so. However, yeah, we still got to scrap together like 12 gold somehow. Obviously not all today. Honestly, I'm not sure if we're going to get any gold today. But that's a day for when we go do like merchant leatherwork or something. Now I need to start doing leatherwork or like off stream or something. I was waiting for queuable actions and hoping those would work on them. Because of course that's something we're getting next year at some point. Ideally early rather than not. But anyways, hello everyone! Hello Mark! Hello Kaidak! Hello Sir Valian! Let's see. Have I been enjoying this game more than Gems of War? Well, after 10 years, I've just been a little bit burnt out on Gems of War. We're still doing it. We're doing it every single Monday so far. It's just been a lot newer, made by a dev that I have a lot of trust in. Now I don't for Gems of War, of course, obviously. I have a lot of trust in Surian as well, in the direction of where Gems of War will be going. But this dev in particular made like the game of my childhood, Andrew Gower. So, I don't know. I have a lot of confidence what this game will go in the future. So, we've just been messing around, just doing it every single day. Obviously, we are not done doing Gems of War. We still will keep continuing it. I mentioned that earlier in the Gems of War thing. Even though it's been 10 years, we're going for another 10 years. You know, as long as the servers are going, everything. And I pretty much feel the same way about Brighter Shores. Obviously, we're eventually at some point going to be slowing down on Brighter Shores. Obviously, right now, since it's a bit newer and getting a lot of updates and, you know, stuff like that, it's not even like released yet. So it's getting a ton of changes and everything. So once it starts slowing down a little bit, you know, we aren't going to be doing like a 10-hour, 12-hour stream like every single day this year. That's for sure. Not like we have been to, you know, like the last like 56 days or so. You know, eventually it's going to slow down a little bit. We'll probably still be doing it every single day, but it's not going to be like all day, every day, pretty much, like we kind of have been. Or, you know, not literally all day, but, you know, a lot of the day. Also, my yes. Hello. Let's see. Happy and hope the... There we go. Anyways, let's go do things though. Let's just wait for him to get this last little one, and yeah, let's go start gathering. Just head over there, bank all this, and let's go there immediately. Don't think there's any other little small side grind we need to go do. Oh yeah, speaking of which, one thing I did last night before I went to bed. Actually, I think they're all cleaned. Oh, I gotta go show something. We finally did it. We finally did the thing. We finally did the thing. Like the thing of things. You know when we were dunking like 1 billion bones the other day, like 7,000 bones in bars and everything? We have, hey, Mad Hatter's here. We have finally done, also thanks again, Mad Hatter, if you happen to be here, by the way, for all the help yesterday with the hats. But we have finally cleaned our bank. Look at this. Look, there's it's just all bars. And of course the AFK material. This is for our current AFK. This is for our next AFK. But look at that. It's all bars. No ores at all. And the best part is we did it for all three. We got to go through the whole gauntlet now. We can't just stop at one. We got to go through all three real quick. Wait. Oh, that's not the right road. But yeah, look. All of our ore is now cleaned. All of our stone is now cleaned. And all of our bones until we go gather some more today. But ignore those. But all of our bones are also cleaned. But look at this. All of our stones. Nice and clean. Alright, now we gotta go show the bones. The bone bank is currently clean, but obviously we're about to do gather. So the second I touch even a single bone, it'll be uncleaned. But let's go look at it now that's currently clean. Until we go ruin it in about like 5 minutes from now. Alright, let's see. Go ahead over here. Take all the correct corner cuts. Gotta save those tiles. Gotta save that 5 tiles. Save like a second and a half. Alright, let's go check our bone bank. For no other reason than to check how clean it is. But we finally did it. This was the whole reason why last, what was it, Saturday? Friday? We ended up spending like all day just cleaning like a billion bones and stones and everything else. And all the ore. But it was all for this. Look at it. Every single bank cleaned and every single material that we could do up to. The tier 1's looking a little rough on those other two though. But we mostly just need these two, so it doesn't really matter that the other ones are so low because we're just using femurs and bone spikes for the most part. At least for most of the products there. But anyways, let's go put some bones into this bank then. We're going to be getting some bone spike and a little bit of femur. But let's go head over there. Let me go get my XP pots. Double check there's like any good bounty over there. Go from there. You're broke too now? You had 12 gold an hour ago. Visit the Enchantress. Yeah, the Enchantress consumes so much gold. It's definitely the biggest gold sink in the entire game at the moment. By quite a margin. You need a break from your 500 fishing grind? Oh gosh. Any ideas on what you should do? Maybe some cooking? Or forager to go along with your fisher once you get it up. Like either forager or gather. So when you're done with fisher, you'll be able to go crazy on cooking. Or just go to cooking now. Because aside from one ingredient for forager and gather, you can do most of it off of just fisher. Fisher covers quite a bit for cooking. Between the cooking naturally covers and then all the fish. Because it saves you from having to go to the fish bank over and over again. Are we going to boost gather with our thing? Or am I boosting bone right now? I think it's bone right. We're going to be wasting a little bit of XP, but it's fine. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, all XP boosts will be going towards bone right, I do believe. We'll grab 30. It should be more than enough. Let's just double check our cooking contracts and everything. What are we at right now? Oh yeah, we got to go do dailies too before I forget. Yeah, forager can give you a lot of knowledge. It's like the second best knowledge rate in the game, depending on what route you're running. Alright, that is free, as free gets. Century. Oh no! It's such good EXP, but it's gonna cost me an arm and a leg because I make like negative 20 silver for like barely any XP. Is that still worth it? That's so bad. You can't even do it in one inventory. I don't think I take this. I'm gonna take this instead. This is that's like the best turn-in point with a great amount of XP. But we lose like 20, 30 silver because I don't have the leaks yet. I need 153 forager to get them for free, which we don't have at the moment. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. Plus, it takes up too much inventory. Oh no, but I already have a sentry task though. I'll hold it, and if I want to delete it, we'll delete it later. There's some other ones here that could potentially get deleted too. So you know what? We'll take this one for now, but we could always abandon it. Taking it doesn't mean we're committed to have to do it. It just means we can do it, but it doesn't mean we should do it. Oh no, we'll see. If we're desperate enough for a little bit of cooking XP, we'll do it. But that is pure money loss right there. Alright, let's go get our bones. Gonna be doing a lot of boning today. As goal is bare minimum 130, ideally 135. 130 gets us to the next bone, 135 gets us to 2 next bones. Or sorry, not to 2 next bones, but to the next bone and to when we need the sickle. When we end up hitting the sickle wall. Because at the sickle wall we'll need 17 more gold than what we have now. So, or sorry, 12 more gold than what we have now. So, 70 gold total. So yeah, we'll need to earn that at some point. Maybe that'll be tomorrow's goal for New Year's. Go money making. Which would be quite a bit of merchant and leatherworker. Unless we just want to do a chill leatherworker stream the whole day. I still kind of want to wait for queuable actions before we go too crazy on leatherworker though. So I might just go a little bit merchant heavy. But whatever we do, we got to scrap together like 12 gold somehow. Doesn't have to all be on one day, but you know, the quicker the better. Alright. Well, let's get to it. Drink the boost. Throw it into bone right, of course. All XP boosts today will be going towards bone right. As we're kind of on the final bone right push at this point. I know we're still 80 levels away, but honestly, we're not that far. Especially with Gatherer getting up and everything. which of course supports Bone Right directly with bones. But yeah, I definitely advise giving Brighter Shores a shot. It's a little bit stagnant right now until the lead developer gets back from break. Once he does, there is so much he has planned for this game. He's doing it basically just as a passion project kind of thing. Like, obviously the game needs to stay afloat monetarily, but he doesn't really need it to profit to really keep doing it. He's doing it more so for the fun of it. Because the lead developer is already loaded, cash-wise. He does not need the money. Obviously, he still needs to keep the servers up and to be able to hire more people and stuff like that. Because he's doing most of the work himself. Like, I would say it's like 80, 90%. Somewhere around there. Some absurdly high percentage number. Which is kind of insane for an MMO. Like, you know, for like an indie game or something else like that, that's a different story. But to run a full MMO with like a team size of a single digit is kind of crazy. But it's getting there. I think the biggest thing that he's doing next year, really early on, is combat rework, trading, and queuable actions. So you'll be able to queue like every action up in a single room. Should be pretty good for gathering. Like, we just click on every single tree and bone in this room and just wait. Click on all of them, then wait like a minute. His pathing might be unoptimal, but gosh, would it be AFK. Oh yeah, we saw some interesting bone tech the other day. Where you can actually path northwards from a bone. Or from anything on the ground. Before I thought it was only ever south. But if your pathing is already queued up for the next direction, you can actually path in, I believe, any direction, or at least north. I've just been using it for north because that works better there. But yeah, I saw the rank 3 gatherer doing it the other day, so we've kind of just been doing it as well. He did say it saves ticks for when you do a walk under on a resource. But, oh no, it seems about the same to me. It's just like speeding up the animation or something. Maybe it speeds up the animation of your walk or the animation of the gather. It's not sure which. I don't know, rank 3 said is better. But we saw it the other day, so it's like, I might as well. Because I was using southern priority, but I didn't realize you could also north path it. And there's a whole east-west priority thing, which is why we don't click on this bone directly. Otherwise, we'd be forced one tile behind. It's like a little small optimizations, but, you know, they help over time. I'm not sure if this one really helps much at all or not, though. I think it's just making your movement a little quicker for the next thing, I think is, like, the whole thing with it. I don't think it's actually speeding up your animation. I think it's speeding up your movement, potentially. I think it mostly just looks quicker, though. Because I'm not sure if we're actually saving a tick. Because the game would have to be running by the tick thingy. So if it is saving time, it's saving, what, 0.375 seconds each time? Which is like a third of a second, basically. So it's not a lot, but if it is, then, you know, that's more than nothing. And same as whenever we walk to the other tile. Because I can show it in our next rotation. If we go click on it, it will actually drag us to the west tile. Rather than the south. As I'll always prioritize east-west when you click on something. If you're the same distance from both, it'll bring you east or west rather than north or south. Even if north or south is better at a given time. Yes, this one right here. It'll path us this tile right there if we click on it. But that sets us one back because we have to walk on this tile anyways. So we get to skip an entire tile. Which I just realized. Wait, is that tile neutral? I just realized that's actually not saving a tile. Wait. I think I just realized that that's actually tile neutral. Not because that normally doesn't work. Or, you know, that does work. But, because of the weird angle we have to go around the tree, we're actually using a whole extra tile. So we're not actually saving a tile there. Wait. Is that really tile neutral? I did go double check that next cycle. I'm just going to start clicking on it then. In most situations that would gain a tile, But because of where the tree is and you have to path around it, it actually doesn't save a tile. That's funny. Wait. Let me go double check. Because it's kind of funny if so, because it's a lot more chill just to click on it directly. Rather than have to like pre-path it. Yeah, let me go check. Oh, so this place is so ominous without the music. I really wish it was. Also, hello, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, nice. We got the hat. Still getting those. Not sure when he's ending the event, but apparently soon. All right, let me go test something. Yeah, look at this. 1, 2. And the other way is... Yeah. They're both tile neutral. That's funny. It's because of that tree, though. Because you can't path diagonally through a solid object. But, oh, that's kind of funny. But yeah, that one tile is actually tile neutral. Normally it would save a tile, but because of the weird angle around the tree, it's actually the same amount both ways. Oh no, he reached the second biggest hurdle to his way to 500 merchant. Oh no. Oh yeah, there's something else I was doing off stream when I was AFKing last night. I was getting a bunch of knowledge for all the activities we need. Like getting our combat one and stuff like that. And one thing I actually had some excess points to do it on, that I might do a little bit more later, is the merchant one. Because I know we're going to be doing the merchant grind soon, maybe even tomorrow. But because of that, I want to get to the 211 AFK. And use that to get to 216 a little bit easier. I've been considering it. It also gives us post 200 leatherworker AFK. Which, while that skill does print money, you know, getting it up a little bit quicker to print even more money is even better. But yeah, I'm not sure if that actually saves tiles then. Like that weird animation thing. I know, it's hard to tell. Because that one manual click in that one particular situation actually doesn't either. Which is something I didn't realize until just now. Even though I've been doing it for at least like 10 hours here and all the bone spikes we probably ever gathered. It's one of the few situations where pre-walking is actually neutral on tile. Even though it seems like it's bringing you closer, it's the weird tree pathing makes it the same. Monocle to Cyclops? Ooh. Oh, is that what you do with the monocle? I knew about the monocle shop. I never had it yet, though, because it's such a high level. But yeah, main goal is definitely 130 gather. If we have time for 135, we'll definitely go for it, though. But then we hit the sickle wall. And at the sickle wall, I guess it's merchant tomorrow. I think I have to do merchant tomorrow. Regardless if I feel like it or not. We just need the money. It'll also get us closer to one of our short-term goals. Or, I'm not sure if you even call it short-term. But I want to get 222 merchant so we can get 210 leatherworker. They'll set up with enough cash to almost finish out every level 25 tool. It's one of the reasons I want to do it. Not necessarily because we need those exact levels. Well, we do for a couple things. For a leather discount and everything. But mostly because the amount of money we'd have by then, I believe is roughly enough, depending on how much I spend on potions and stuff in between. But it should be roughly enough for every level 25 tool that we currently don't have at 25 that's actually useful. Which is pretty big. And definitely something we'd want to have. Oh yeah, I didn't mention the poll yet. So, of course, we do have a poll. The final poll of the year. Which 2025 Brighter Shores feature are you looking forward to most? Not too many votes in yet, since we just kind of started stream and at a little bit of a weirder time than we normally do. However, what's currently here, we have a 43% into bosses, special attacks, and combat rework. We have 14% into trading and economy. We have another 43%, so the same as the other one that's winning, into new chapter, skills, and quests. And then we have 0% into other and things not announced yet. I didn't bother doing that one, or, you know, I wanted to have, like, another option there just for, like, the catch-all for anything else. but currently has not gotten a single vote yet. But that's where the poll's currently at right now. I don't know, which one would I would say is the one I'm looking forward to most? I'm not sure. Boss specs and combat rework seem interesting to me for sure. But I don't know. If it was up to me, I'd rather have like infinite new chapters and quests, because those set more of an immediate goal compared to kill a boss like several thousand times. The special attacks are gonna be so much fun. I'm curious to see what he does with bossing though. I just feel like new areas have so much more to do though, just generally speaking, compared to like a new boss. Like I'd rather have one new area than like 3 new bosses personally. Though the first few bosses will be pretty hyped since we're going from like none to some. But beyond that, I'd rather have a new chapter than like 3 to 5 new bosses. The first few are going to be pretty hyped though. So I think I'm just going to be clicking on these bone spikes. Just for our sanity. We're going to go the lazy route today. It's the last day of the year. Let's just relax and just click on some bones. I'm not going to do any weird pathing or anything. We're just going to click on bone and wherever it brings us, it brings us. And I am grabbing 4 trees every cycle. Well, you know, 2 per cycle, 4 per inventory. These are trees you need in order to support the bone spike. And doing just only 2 of them per every 8 bone spike actually gives you more than enough than you'll ever need. Which is kind of interesting. In the sense that, yeah, you only need 2 to support your 8. And even that is excess. Because it's a 1 to 3 ratio. Like you need 1, or 1 to 4 if you make the other one. But you only need 1 Suavi log per 3 bones. And you get 2 per Suavi. Oh wait, so I guess if you're doing it that way, never mind. Only if you're doing the 4-1 does it break even. I don't know, because you're getting, yeah, never mind. Because you're getting 4 per 2 compared to your 8. So yeah, never mind, yeah. You're getting more than you need. Because every cycle you're getting 2 logs, which is 4 rods, while getting 8 spikes. So basically you're getting 4 rods and 8 spikes per inventory. But the ratio is 1 to 3. So you'd have to be getting 12 bones to keep up with your 4, shafts. Because every 2 logs is making 4 shafts. So basically for it to be even, you'd have to be doing 12 bones to 2 log, essentially. If you wanted to break even. But we're actually getting slightly more shafts than we need. Just by simply taking the few. We're still going to be though. But it gives us way more than enough that we're ever going to need, so that's nice. Does episode 3 and 4 will be free when the game will be out from early access? No. I don't think they're ever going to make Chapter 4 free to play. Chapter 3, I think the main thing that they're concerned about making it free to play for is bots getting absurdly high crafting. As you can make all the weapons in the game with that skill. Or, you know, what the skills are in Chapter 3. And I think they have a concern that, you know, botters and stuff like that would just get like a crazy high production level. And then start like breaking the economy with it. Because if they could farm it in free to play all the way to max or close to max and then, you know, come to members and like sell out everything. But no, it seems like they're only going to be keeping Chapter 1 and 2. Maybe way down the line they'll make Chapter 3 free to play. I don't think they're ever going to make Chapter 4 free to play just because it has trading in it. Because that's when you start to enable trading. If they ever did enable Chapter 4, they would probably do it, but without the ability to trade still. I say just give in and eventually get free to play trading. I don't think they will. But no, when the game launches, free to play will still only be Chapter 1 and 2. There's a chance they might eventually give more chapters in the future, but it's almost guaranteed only going to be 1 and 2 at launch. And at least for a while. Of course, we're actually doing a Chapter 2 activity right now. It's one of the main reasons I want to farm like Chapter 3 and 4 stuff as well. It's why when we go check our ranks, they're like the 2 highest by far. Like, you know, we're rank 16 in Mines of Matubin, 37 in Chronopolis. I've kind of been ignoring the other 2 for the most part. Obviously, we're doing a few things in them, like Gatherer right now, like woodcutting, smithing, carpentry down the line. We're gonna obviously need alchemy down the line. But, I know a lot of things I just haven't been doing in the earlier chapters. And the main reason for that is just because, you know, all the bots and everything are going to have an effect on the economy and everything in that regard. Like, they're definitely going to be doing some amount of something. So because of that, yeah, it's better to prioritize all the member ones. Since bots with no charge at all can just power grind all the other ones and just, you know, sell out when trading comes out. So I am prioritizing the further 2 chapters as much as we can. The only real reason we're doing something like Gathering right now is obviously we need to get Bone right up. And since we're going to have to get a 200 Gather eventually anyways, I'm like, might as well. Well, we're mostly focusing on the member chapters, though. There are a few things in the other ones that will be useful, especially if cooking never gets buffed. Otherwise, the main ones are going to be Alchemy, Gather that we're doing right now, Woodcutting, and the dreaded Carpentry. I'm not sure how I feel about getting Carpentry up. Well, obviously bad, but, you know, like if we should or shouldn't in the near future or not. Because to be able to support the Bone Spike after this one, I need 170 Woodcutting and Carpentry. And if we're already getting 170, we must as well go to 200. If we're going that far, I might as well go 30 more levels all the way. If we're bothering to go for 170. But yeah, to be able to make tier 4 weapons and shields out of carpentry supplies, we need 170. Actually, I think shield might have actually been a little bit higher. So to be able to make a weapon out of it, you need 170 out of these bone spikes. I think it was like 182 for the other thing. So yeah, again, might as well just go to 200. Which is the current game plan. Well, of course, Gather or Bone Right being the main 2 at the moment. And once we get 200 Gather, we're going to do Mind Fighter to 200. Not just for the alchemy supplies, but because I need more Bone Right XP. And during that entire time, we'd be dumping everything into Bone Right. That is the game plan. And then we pretty much have base 200 Mines of Matubin as well. And by then, I'll probably finish out the base 200 for Chronopolis. Because the only thing we're missing is Leatherworker. Only problem with that is if I want to do it with maximum profit, I do need to get Merchant to level 222. You can do it at 205 like we are now. A level 196 to 200 is not optimal rate if you do. It's still good, and most people do end up doing that. But, you know, we could be getting better. So we'll see what we do by that point. So one of the reasons why I kind of want to start putting the AFK knowledge thingies into Merchant. So when we do get to 211, we can get to 216. And then 216 to 222 should be pretty free. It's actually easier than to get from 205 to 211. Even though they're both 6 levels, the other 6 levels have a way better XP rate. Because we'll have access to not only a good turn-in, a new good turn-in, but also all of our XP rates get boosted once we unlock that new activity. So it's actually quicker to go for those 5 levels than it will be for our current 5 levels. Like right now, our current 5, or technically our current 6. Or sorry, it would be easier to go for those 6 levels than this current 6. Because even though they're both 6, the other 6 is way harder than the 6 we have to do now. As far as like how much time it would take. I think it takes like almost 20% more time. 10-20%, definitely at least 10%. At least 10% more time to do these current 6 levels that we need to go do. Compared to the 6 afterwards. When we go use the AFK for a couple days. The only problem with that is that does hold up my AFK activity for like 4 days or so. Like 4 or 5, depending on how much I use it. It's the only big downside of it. Because I could be 5 levels for something like, you know, mining or smithing. But I'm probably putting into merchant. I don't know, we'll see. We might just manually train through it. It's like a small dead zone, but it's not that dead of a dead zone. But if we really want to get merchant up, it'll be nice just to kind of expedite it a little bit. Also, all the material I get from that particular AFK is used for, what do you call it? For Bone Right, not Bone Right, for Leatherworker AFK. So whenever we do post 200 Leatherworker, I believe this is used for, I wish there was an easy way to tell. But I'm pretty sure it's used for a water skin at 200. Or for, yeah, I think the water skin at 200. I wish there was a way to check. Let me see. Is there a way to look at it and tell exactly? I think it's used for the 200 water skin. Buffalo leather offcuts. Alright, which one of these looks like it uses buffalo leather then? Buffalo leather offcuts. I know we got a soccer ball. We got a survival water skin. Oh, he did add water skins to this game. That's kind of funny. Even though there's no desert or anything. They're technically here. Indirectly. That's kind of funny. He still had to add it. He just had to do it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's for the 200 or 230. It's hard to tell. I wish it would tell you what material just for clicking on it or something. It'll tell me where to do it. It doesn't tell me what material or anything it needs, though. Yeah, one of the two. Whatever it is, it's for 200 AFK, so it works out regardless. What passive activity do you usually do when you're offline? These days, mining and smithing are the biggest two, normally. The main reason for mining and smithing is because trying to get 500 smithing. Because my other two alts will be AFKing, you know, 500 bone rate and 500 stonemason over time. So obviously we need to get 500 smithing on this one. And the good part about mining is it also gives you a ton of stuff for stonemason. So it covers 2 of the 3. And you just got to worry about the dreaded bone rate, which of course requires gather, woodcutter, carpentry, all that. But mining already covers like 3 of them then. Or, you know, 2 of them. You know, itself and the other 2. But yeah, we're almost always doing the mining or smithing AFK. Right now we're doing mining until we get to 223. Then we're doing smithing until 226, and then at 226, we can actually use the material we've been getting from the current mining activity. We'll still have to buy more than what we have in the banked, but we'll have, like, probably, like, 50 to 100 hours banked or something, maybe even more than that. Like, quite a lot. Let's see. So hello, Tomasco, as well as Sir Valiant. Welcome, welcome. He did a 20-hour push and got Mind Freighter from 24 to 49, Bone Right from 28 to 33, Smithing from 0 to 21, and Stonemason from 29 to 39. Wow, that is amazingly good. Huge congrats. They're almost there. At that rate, by pretty much tomorrow, you should be good to go. But yeah, Lost and Found is so good to have done. My alts aren't going to have it done until, like, early February. Like, the first week of February. Just because they're 100% AFK and everything beyond level 20. So it kind of takes them forever. Oops, why am I doing this now? Should have waited till we had more. Oops. It's already bad enough that we're not, like, doing a weird drop thing in order to get a better inventory cycle, but doing just 20 is fine. But doing just 10, no, we shouldn't be doing that. Gotta wait till at least 20. Alright, we're getting some woodcutting XP while doing this, too. I still haven't upgraded my woodcutting thingy. We got to level 10, but I haven't, like, upgraded it. I do plan to at some point, but that's the whole reason why we need to do Merchant Leatherworker. It might be time to almost do that, like the full pivot into it. The only problem with that is that does mean we have to do like a full-blown Leatherworker stream someday. But I guess it won't be too big a deal because we'll probably do it around the time when we can actually push for 200. Maybe just Thursday or something, there's not an update by then. Because if we're going to do a whole Leatherworker stream, I want to do the 200 push. Like, we're not ending the Leatherworker stream without 200 Leatherworker. If we're doing the Leatherworker push. But the problem with that is I kind of want 222 Merchant. But we're not going to have 222 Merchant until like a week from now. And that's if we focus on it. It could be even longer than that if we don't. Because if you manually trained the whole way, it would take about 17 hours a Merchant, roughly. Like 15 to 17 hours. If we do the AFK, we can lower that by 5 hours, but it would cost us like 4 nights of AFK. And what does that bring us down to? That brings us down to, like 13-ish hours? Give or take like an hour or two. So yeah, if we did a whole stream of just Merchant, and then AFK'd the rest over the next like few days, several days, like 4 days or so. Yeah, that would technically get us there. I'm just not sure I want to do like 11 hours straight of Merchant or something. Or just so much Merchant. My brain would be fried after like 4 hours. That's the only problem with doing it. We gotta spread up the grind a little bit. Definitely can't be doing like 10 hours in a row. Otherwise our efficiency is gonna dip so much. Hey, Mad Hatter's here. Doing some together grind. Well, he is going for bone right, so Get some of those manual bones. Also, those tier 1 bone spikes are really, really good, by the way. Because tier 1 bone spike is used for most of your weapon crafting for anything that isn't a guardian. Also, even if you are a guardian, it makes your best 2-hand weapon right now. The quick attacking green weapon. Yeah, we're almost there. One more level and that brings us to 120. We could technically do one inventory of whatever thing it is. We combine that with the apple in order to make 6% pots if we want. I'm just going to do it for one inventory because they're not particularly useful. You know, 5% compared to 6% is pretty comparable. So I will be skipping them, favoring bone spikes. But I will do one inventory probably. Oh, excuse me. Bitter fruit is a skip. At most we take it for first time bonus. And then we get to the good one of femur. Into the next good one of dockleaf. Then ignore the tangle fruit for sage. I'm only going to do one inventory of sage though. I don't plan to farm sage. I'll probably just stick to dockleaf. The banking cycle for it's way quicker. And I don't plan to just drop them or anything. I actually want to bank them. Sage are like what, 4.5 silver each. Same as sage, but the sage is like a mile and a half from a bank. Which is definitely not ideal. Because yeah, after we finish out the femur shard and everything, we're going to be stuck on the sickle grind all the way from 135 until 148. And even at 148, we don't plan to do too much of that one horn. Like the second we can go to leek, we are. And then we're staying at leek all the way until ram horn. Which should give us a lot of cooking supplies. Especially for this level range. Which, how much longer do we have to deal with that leek pie thing? 1, 2... Oh gosh, we still got it for a while. That's good, actually. Because we're right at the point where we're about to get 1 billion of these leeks. And we still have to do them until, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4... We have to do it until 106 cooking. How many of them we'll ultimately use? I have no clue. Also, does anyone know, is there a secondary dish that ever uses leek? Like how there's a second one that uses potato? Because I didn't realize that earlier when we had the potato situation. I don't think there is. But oddly enough, potato actually ends up getting a second dish that ends up utilizing it. I don't think leeks do. So you're not going to need like a huge amount, but it's still nice to have a lot of them. Because you save 5 silver every single leek. Which is not a small amount of cash, especially for how close the bank is. Mad Hatter's just watching us menacingly. He's guarding the bones. He's guarding the bone zone. Honestly, this has become one of my favorite skilling areas in the game. I still hate that there's no music that plays here, though. But, yeah, I really like the actual activity of it, though. Gosh, there's that one really high-level guy. There's 2 Cryo Knights that are hidden. That are both, like, high-level 2,900-ish. They've been really on that power grind. Yeah, what have we been doing lately? Apparently we're 18th somehow. Though we're a mile behind the next place up. We're like 100 behind, over 100 behind. It's still kind of crazy how quickly some people go up. I think it's mostly just a playtime thing, though, for the most part. I don't feel like we've been that inefficient when it comes to most things. Other than, like, picking up every single, like, low-tier resource and banking them. But aside from that... I think the main thing that makes the difference is we've focused so little on combat so far. Mostly because I kind of want to wait for combat rework, special attacks, stuff like that. I preemptively do the boost. We'll be ready the second it comes on. Second it's operational. Yep, almost another bone rate level. I forget what bone rate level we need for our next bone. If I forget, I mean, I don't think I've ever known. But, I don't know, we'll find out when we get 130 gathering, I guess. Better check the wiki. I know, should we bother checking the wiki right now? I guess we will. I need to know what the tier 3, what the tier 3 femur shard does. I'll go check real quick. I forgot because the other game is all the way over there. That's funny. Because the amount of screen we have to hide is different. Alright, femur shard, femur shard. Not the skill node. No, that's not what I wanted. I just want a femur shard. Tier 3. Up 126. Alright, that's our goal as well today. Let's go get 126 bone rate. Doesn't matter if we don't get all the way there, but, yeah, we need that for the 130 femurs. We need 126 bone rate. Will we get all the way there off this knowledge? Probably not. But combine that with the bones and just do some off-stream, like AFK, you know, Chronopolis kind of thing. We should be able to easily have it by tomorrow's stream. Just might not have it by the end of this stream. I hate when a level's like all the way like that though. It's just teasing us that any second now you could get the level. Actually, almost every single thing in Mines of Batubin right now is like an inch away. Like the other one is just like, you know, a few hours of AFKing away. The smithing, pretty similar. Stonemason, I kind of ran out of stones. I think the biggest issue with Stonemason is the thing we did for 200 mining did not give us a 200 stonemason AFK. It didn't even give the 206 either. It just gave us nothing. It was used for like a 195, which is pointless. I actually ended up just selling it to the shop. Shouldn't have even done the mining AFK. I think we only did it for like 30 hours though. Which is like 3 nights of AFK. So we didn't waste too much. We've wasted it on worse before. At least now our mining AFK is actually directly giving us smithing, as well as post 200 material. It's just the 201 is really weird because it's a post 200 for mining, but not a post 200 for stonemason. Oh no, the high level guy's just standing there. I always find it funny when I see a high level player just standing, doing nothing. Like a really, really high level one. Like all the XP waste that they're accumulating. I'm still kind of curious. If the leaderboard had like next to everyone's name, the amount of hours played, I'm curious what that would look like. Like the efficient hours played ratio. Because this game doesn't have a tracker for that. Mine would not be particularly high either. But I am kind of interested with like the top 20 players EHP is. It's something that Old School RuneScape tracks in third-party things. But yeah, this game doesn't have an equivalence of that. Like an efficient hour played kind of thing. It's kind of hard to until the game gets out of beta though. As methods just keep changing and everything. Not necessarily methods, but you know, there's just so many XP ranges you have to deal with. They're about to start? Nice. Yeah, I've really been enjoying the skilling cycle. It just covers so much value. It's definitely one of my top 5 skilling cycles in the game. Definitely the lower end of the top 5, but I do enjoy it. It feels like it gets so much stuff done. And the main thing I know, but the main reason why this is probably so enjoyable too, it's why I like mining smithing so much too, given that we're a Cryo Knight. I would still probably like it regardless, but why I like it extra is because it's actually useful. And these that we're gathering right now are actually insanely useful. This is what we use whenever we want a 4-star weapon. Whenever you have to go through the super annoying bone rate process, these are the only 2 material we need. We can't make a shield out of it, but for every single weapon we ever need, every special attack weapon ever, this is the material. It's one of the reasons I want to get it so much right now too. If you're wondering why we went like so hard onto the Gatherer pivot, and why we'll probably ultimately do the Woodcutting Carpentry pivot, is because, yeah, what we're doing right now makes us 4-star weapons, which of course we need for special attacks. It's like the whole reason why we're doing this. Because this basically solves bone rate just by doing this cycle. You don't need anything else, just this. This allows you to upgrade every weapon in the game. It doesn't work on shields, but it works on every weapon, which is like all the relevant stuff. Like there's like 12 different weapons. There's likely 3 different shields, but realistically in the current state of the game, there's only like 1 different shield. So it's either 12 special attack weapons or 1 shield, so might as well just get this to cover the 12 weapons and we're good to go. Like, yeah, we do need a few other things for the other stuff, but it's only for shield. This gives us all the material we ever need for the thing that matters. But it does mean we do have to do, at some point, 170 woodcutting, 170 carpentry, which is a nightmare and a half. But that's a later issue. At least we're getting some woodcutting this stream. I'll probably get like a woodcutting level or 2. It's not a lot, but it's more than what we had. So one nice byproduct of this as well. Both the trees are basically 0 time. Not necessarily 0 time, but one of them is 0 tile, the other one is 1 tile. So they're pretty free, which is why I'm grabbing them. Even though there's like a billion trees around us, so I'm only grabbing the 2 that are really, really good. The 0 tile tree and the 1 tile tree. And neither of them require any jump too, which is nice. Well, technically the other one does, but you're already there for the bone, so relative to going from bone to tree, you don't need to do a jump. And this one's a 1 tile one. Every other one's like way further away. Like that one's like 2 jumps up and down and it's like in the middle of nowhere. Like 3 tiles away. It's one of the reasons, even when I need more Suave logs, I'm probably only going to be doing it with Bone Spike. I'd probably never be collecting Suave on its own. Only Suave Bone Spike. Especially because even just doing this, we're already getting more Suave than we're ever going to need. Not to mention, if I actually bank whenever we do Bramble Suave, every 23 cycles of Bramble Suave, you get 23 Suave logs as well, while getting 0 bone spikes, which is done in the room to the south of us. I think we're far away from getting the next Bramble, though. Actually, not that far. 94? Like, it's far, but it's not that far. Actually, what is our woodcutting path after this? Yew Tree's a skip, so we're still stuck on Suave. We're stuck on Suave all the way until Ash. Well, we're stuck here until 71. I might actually have to go and, I think I'm going to need to put knowledge on the woodcutting. I think I have to knowledge woodcutting to like 71. Because we're in a bit of a dead area right now. Because I can't do use. Even if we had a partner for it, it's just not worth doing. And that makes our next viable log an ash log. Which I believe is tier 3 ash. So we're still in the bad section of woodcutting right now. So what we're trying to get out of for Gatherer. Because I'm trying to get out the tier 3 section so we can get to the golden age of tier 4. But we're not quite there yet. Also, the first tier 4 bone is not good, though. The rib bone for the sheep thing or whatever it is. But every tier 4 after that can make 199s, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the brambles down below are pretty nice. Normally if I'm doing those brambles, I'm doing just the bramble, though. Like 8 bramble, 1 Suave. You just camp that room over and over again. It's where the people who got 500 woodcutting did it, so it can't be that inefficient. The first person who got 500 woodcutting did it. The only big downside of it is you bank very low carpentry XP. But the upside of it is it's the quickest woodcutting XP in the entire game at certain level ranges. I'll only be doing it if it's if we don't have a better carpentry tree though. What's the reason for skipping U's? U's are pretty bad overall XP if you're well, for one, they're really clunky to do co-op. And to be able to get proper XP from them, you kind of have to do a co-op. But they're really clunky to the up-down and how you have to be at different sides and everything. Co-op fishing works a lot better. As far as how you cycle it and everything. But the problem with U trees is just the positioning with it. And all of the up-downs make it way, way, way more annoying to get into position compared to co-op fishing. They're both pretty clunky, but doing U trees is just too clunky to bother with. But no, I guess you could do just them. I think the biggest issue is you need another tool. I wouldn't want to upgrade a third tool just for U. Maybe post 200 we hit a wall where we're just going to have to. What are U logs even used for anyways? Are they used only for bone right? Does anyone know? What are U logs used for? Because if the answer is bone right, then we super don't need them. Unless you're a guardian. But does anyone know? I'm pretty sure they're for does Hammer Mage and Stonemason stuff use that at all? I mean, does Cryo Knight and Stonemason, I mean? Yeah, if you're going to be doing U's, you should be using the leak area. Potentially even doing them with leaks. I actually get one for U tree every time we do a leak cycle. Like when we go to 153 Gatherer, I'll be grabbing one U tree every cycle. As there's enough downtime to grab a free U tree. Yeah, let me go double check. What is everything that U is used for? Oh, 2. I meant U. It is used for stonemason, smithing, and bonerite. Really? For what? Okay, it looks like all the slow weapons use it. I think. Like every, like 5 or 6 tick a sack speed weapon. Interesting. But yeah, most of those aren't that good, unless you're a hammer mage. Because we don't care too much about our battle axe. Not that we don't care about it at all, but just for the use, it's not that good. I guess we'd still grab a few, but at least until... And this special attack is good. In the current state of the game, it's not really a weapon you have to use. It's our slowest attack speed weapon. It's kind of clunky. And I already have a 4-star for the final chapter right now. For Hammer Mage, it's probably the most useful because I believe the Great Hammer is their best weapon. And I don't believe the Poleaxe is any good for Bone Rate. So really, the only people who care about it are Hammer Mages then. Because for Cryo Knights and Guardians, the weapon you make from it is pretty bad. At least currently. Until special attacks come out. But for Hammer Mage, it's like one of your best weapons in the entire game. Uses the U-log thing, or U-pole. But yeah, it'd still grab some. I just wouldn't grab like a huge amount. And we're currently at like the dead tiers right now of tier 2 and 3. Once we get to 4 and higher, a U would matter a lot more. Like tier 4 plus U's are going to be pretty nice. But you know, tier 2 and tier 3 is just pretty much drop on ground tier. And we'll keep like a few of them, but They're not particularly good. Oh, hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. As well as Jesus Green. Welcome, welcome. I don't know, are the yew trees that good? I haven't really like, camped them for a while. My experience of it was at a really low level range, so we haven't gotten to do, you know, tier 2 or higher yet. I don't know, we'll try it at 63 and see. I'm not sure if we're even hitting 63 woodcutting today, though. And even if we do, I'd be using it with a 0% tool. So at most, I'd probably just bank like 1 inventory. Because I'd rather just knowledge the rest of the way. We're at way too low of a woodcutting tier. It's not a high priority at the moment, but we'll get around to it. That Mad Hatter started on the cycle. Alright, there we go. 121 bone right. We're getting there. 79 levels to go. Oh, where am I going? I will eventually click the right things. That was so many misclicks. Brain shut off for a second there. But after our 130, 135 gather grind today, I think tomorrow is definitely the merchant leatherworker grind. Mostly merchant though. I want to try this weekend, I think, for the 200 leatherworker push. For the base 200 Chronopolis, because we're getting pretty close, oddly enough, to 200 Mines of Matubin. And I definitely want to have Chronopolis done first before we get there. Plus, I need it for the money. It's mostly for the money. Honestly, any reason we do anything in Chronopolis right now is because we could just AFK forever, or because we need money. That's the only reason we're returning to Chronopolis. Because our raid dens are nice and solidly AFK now. 100% consistently. You know what I was actually doing last night, which was really funny? I was AFKing the raid dens in Brighter Shores, while AFKing the fight caves in Old School RuneScape Leagues. Because in Old School RuneScape Leagues, you generally have enough tankiness to just literally full AFK the fight cave. Where you just start the fight cave and then come back like 25 minutes later and it's done. That's what I was doing. I was resetting the Brighter Shores like every 3 minutes. And I was just stepping foot into the middle of the fight cave and just wiping it out in like 2 clicks. It was pretty funny. I was doing in full Guthans with the melee relic thing. Which has like a infinite life steal pretty much. The only thing you do have to maintain is make sure your prayer doesn't go down though. Last league you actually had prayer regeneration, but this time you don't. So you actually have to drink prayer pots every now and then. But it's about on the same reset time as Brighter Shores, so it works out perfectly. Just take a sip of a prayer pot every time we reset Brighter Shores. Worked out pretty nicely. Yeah, I still didn't finish out leagues. I mentioned it yesterday, but of course we had a little bit less people since we were doing it at a weirder time. But I'm not going for dragon rank anymore. We were getting way too dry on some items, and it was just really discouraging. Like, I think right now I'm like 5.5 times over drop rate for full Derek's. Which is like a set effect that when you're at 1 HP makes you do like a ton of damage. But, yeah, we just got too dry on too many things. That my goal is just to get rune rank. Which I think we only need like 8,000 more for. So if I simply just max in leagues and do a few other objectives AFK, we should be good to go. Right now I'm just woodcutting in the main game though. We're just kind of fading bees, we're also doing that in Brighter Shores. I'm not sure if we're going to do one more wrap-up stream of it. I probably will. It'll be while we're doing Brighter Shores though. It'd probably make for a good Monday video since the Mondays tend to be shorter anyways. One of the Monday videos we'll do the final wrap-up for Old School RuneScape League. We did 6 streams where we did it all day when we did the first 6 days. But yeah, I barely played it since. Other than just like AFKing a bunch of stuff. So yeah, I'm just going to go for rune rank rather than dragon. I did the math on it earlier, and to get dragon rank on it, I would have to play about 80 to 120 hours, depending on luck, between now and the 22nd. And it just doesn't seem worth it. It's just so much time to bother. I already got pretty much everything done that I wanted to get done. Even by day 6, we were pretty much done with everything we wanted to do. I still want to at least get rune rank, though. I can't end on adamant. Gotta at least get rune, if we're not gonna go for dragon. Have I done any Tombs of Theater Blood? No. I've actually done 0 Theater Blood. The only thing I did was 1 solo normal mode. But it seemed too slow to bother without doing it with other people. I just haven't had the time to go and group up with people. So I haven't even touched Theater of Blood in a group yet. I did 1 solo, but I haven't done it like group. I probably should, though. It's like 3,000 free points, I'm pretty sure, pretty quick. If I can get a group running for like several hours and just run hard mode TOB with like a trio. Because that alone nearly covers the rest of the points I need. But yeah, I actually quit around the time when Theater Blood first came out. Because I stopped playing in 2018, which is also when Theater Blood came out, like pretty much a month after. And I didn't come back until last year. Oh, I clicked drop all. I hate that. You can't deposit that. I do that so often. Someone said they actually despawned all their potions that way on accident, which sounds absurdly rough. Because they clicked drop all instead of deposit all. And then their potions despawned. I have done that with resources, but not with a whole potion stack. That'd be so bad if it was like 1,000 potion stack or something, or several hundred. Also, Mad Hatter, you might be behind on the stream, by the way. All your replies seem to be from like 5 minutes ago. Even the one earlier. But yeah, any of you ever watching on YouTube, always make sure next to the live button, there's like a live thing. Make sure the button is red and not gray. Because whenever it's gray, that means it's looking back at the previous part of the stream. Because it has rollback in that you can, you know, see further back. Or any part that you may have missed or stuff like that. But it also makes it so you might accidentally be watching, you know, like an hour ago. Or in the case of Mad Hatter, about 10-ish minutes ago. So hello, Greybeard. Welcome, welcome. Hope the grind's been going well. I know you see me. Yeah, I see you're also on the grind. Oh, so is that the 200 Forager cape? You can't tell from this angle. Sure looks like it. That's the 200 Forager cape. Nice. That means he's doing tier 4 or tier 5 right now. Makes sense. He's a guardian. Though Cryo Knights need it quite a bit as well. Even though Guardians get both of their boost pots from doing the Gather skill, Cryo Knight gets their stronger one from it. The weaker one is in Forager, but the stronger one that we actually care about is in Gatherer. So in that regard, we actually need Gathering pretty much as a Guardian does. The only one that doesn't need it as much is Hammer Mage. Whereas they care far more about Forager than they do Gatherer. Not that they don't need it at all, but they need it less compared to Hammer Mage and Guardian. I mean, compared to Crown Knight and Guardian, I mean. Whereas Guardian needs it the most, Crown Knight needs it the second most, and Hammer Mage needs it the least. Not that they don't need it, but they just need it as a lesser priority. It's because both the 2 boost potions for Hammer Mage are both on Foraging, not on Gather. Whereas both Crown Knight and Guardian get their best boost potion for combat from Gatherer. You what, 300 tonight? Nice. 300 Gatherer's huge milestone. I don't even have a single 300 yet. Actually, what is my high skill? My high skill is only 230. We're actually kind of slacking when it comes to high skill. It feels like almost 10% of the game have like a 300 plus at this point, if not more. And here we are at like 230 is our high skill. You're a hammer mage going for 200 all hope fours? Nice. It's still good to go for. Like every account's gonna need it eventually. Which is every account, every class just has a different priority list as far as which ones it needs more immediately. But eventually, you know, every account's gonna have 200 all and stuff like that. Eventually. Even if you never plan to, it, like, you know, you'll eventually kind of have to do that grind if you're gonna be playing for like a super long amount of time. I guess technically when trading comes out, there's a lot more you can ignore though. Because at that point, the only skills you'd probably need are the combats, and that's it. Guess a few other utilities there, like 83 detective and a few other small things like that. There's going to be one kind of funny thing when trading does eventually get enabled. Because there are a lot of pretty ignorable skills in the game. You could almost just go for just whatever bare minimum all quest requirements are. And just focus on combat, eventual bossing, stuff like that. But right now you have to do a lot from scratch. That's what plate body is that? I think that's hammer mage. Oh yeah, duh, it is a hammer mage. I was gonna say, I think that's a hammer mage plate body, duh. They have a hammer mage symbol above their head. Because I haven't seen that too often. But I recall seeing it somewhere, and it's like, yeah, it's one of the hammer mage ones. I much prefer that over the one that looks like it has the other stone thing on it. I like the more padded one. I think it looks a little bit more samurai-like at a super high level range as well. It's actually probably one of the cooler looking armor sets at a higher level range. Because I believe that's one that has like this slight samurai aesthetic when fully maxed out. Like a tier 5, tier 6. Like samurai but stone. Oh, so it looks like on the poll, bosses, special attacks, and combat rework is over 50% now. That's kind of crazy. That makes sense, though. I'm definitely really looking forward to it as well. I've heard that he's supposed to be doing the combat rework pretty early next year as well. Like, part of it, I think, is going to be heading in, like, the first week that he gets back. It's probably not going to be the full implementation, obviously. But, you know, some part of the combat rework looks like it'll be as early as, like, 1 or 2 weeks into the month. Or, you know, into the new year. It's definitely not going to be everything, though. Like, he's not going to drop special attacks, the full combat overhaul, and everything all in one day. It'll definitely be a gradual process, probably over the course of a month or so. But you should be seeing some parts of it starting, like, pretty much within the first week or so. But it probably won't be finished until sometime in February. Like every change he probably wants to get in. Yeah, I know, that's what I heard it from. That one manager guy in Unbi's stream ended up mentioning it's coming the first week. It likely won't be much, though. There's no way he's doing, like, the whole thing. Unless he's been working the whole holiday. I highly doubt it. It's probably just a small tweak and then, you know, tweaking it more later. And I'll have to wait and see. I just hope whenever he does go through all the combat rework and everything before Chapter 5, I really hope he fixes the RNG on armor situation. So you can actually see all the invisible stats on it. As well as be able to fine-tune it so they're not, like, horrible. Because every armor piece has 6 invisible rolls on it that you can't currently see. And it's going to be really annoying if that's not resolved by the time Armor Maker comes out in Chapter 5. I assume it would be. Like, right now it doesn't matter too much because the only thing that you get is shields. Or I guess armor if you're doing combat. But, you know, as far as actually producing something, you can only make shields at the moment. But if it's not fixed by the time Armor Maker comes out, that is going to be so annoying. Because you have to run, like, almost 6 1 in 20 chances to get a perfect piece. Whereas a perfect weapon is like a 1 in 20 if you're doing, like, a, you know, perfect elemental weapon. And for an armor piece, it's like 1 in 20, 6 times over. Which is so absurdly rare. I forget what decimal it is, but it is a very small number. And the worst part is you can't even see what you get. Like, you don't even know if you have a max roll or, like, a midway roll or what your roll is. Nor can you improve your roll. Like, you can't turn, like, a +10 into a +20 or something. There might be a way to do so in the future, though. Also, I just assume they go from 0 to 20. I'm not actually sure if they do. Mostly because the game doesn't tell you. Like, it has, like, no, like, information feedback on it. It's something that's definitely noticeable over time. But the game itself doesn't say, like, anything about it. No, last I heard, they're not deleting any skills. The main speculation on why you would do combat now is it might be quicker to do now compared to after. There's a lot of details about it we just don't know, though. So I just realized we're easily going to be able to go hit 135. That'll be our goal then. Because I wasn't sure if we would today, but we're definitely going to have enough time. Even with this slightly shorter stream today. Not that today's going to be short. I'm still going to be going for about another, like, 6 hours or so. And at the current rate, I think we're getting about 3 an hour, roughly. Yeah, about 3 per hour that comes out. Well, we are going to go a little bit slower once we get to a higher range, though. Well, I guess not so much, because at 130 we get the femurs, so not so much. Which means about 3 hours we get femurs, then we have to do the femurs for about 2 hours then. And whatever spare time we have, maybe we'll go dunk some bones. I can't dunk the femurs, but I can dunk all these bone spikes we've been getting over the next few hours. Hey, did we ever establish what the other level we needed was? I think we did, but I got past it. Where's femur? There it is. 126 is what we need for them. Oh, that's not bad. We're almost there. Oh yeah, that's why we said we needed 126. I remember now. I remember we were trying to go for 126 for something, and I kind of completely forgot, but yeah, that makes sense. 126 is when we can do tier 3 femur, which is the final of the tier 3s. We're almost out of the bad zone. We only have one more bad bone after femur, and it is whatever the first tier 4 is. I forget what it is. It's either like goat or sheep or whatever it's called. But after that first tier 4, everything else is used for 199 or better. So this will be the last bad bone. Is goat horn at 148. After that, we're in the clear for good bones only. We only have to do that for 5 levels to get up to leak, and then do leaks for free money, or free money saving. So yeah, we'll probably do them for the full 5 levels. Banking them is a little bit annoying, but it's only 5 levels, and I'll probably boost gather as we're doing it, just to get it, just so we don't have to do it as much, and stop boosting it once we get the leaks. The only big issue, I guess, is banking ram horns. I don't really need a lot of them. Same as the goat horn, I just don't need a lot. Luckily, it's only 5 levels, and if we just boost it while we're doing it, we should get a perfect amount. It's a couple hundred. So that'll probably be the game plan. Because both of the bones I'll do, but as I'm doing it, I'll be boosting Gatherer the whole time. With, you know, our knowledge and everything. So we'd still be training it, but we wouldn't have to do it for as long. And I'd still be banking it, but we wouldn't have to bank as many. And then we get back to the good ones. Like, the golden age is 166. Honestly, we could do 166 bone spike all the way to 200 if we wanted to. I almost feel like doing so. Even when we get femur shard, I'll probably do a few hundred. But aside from that, I think I'm doing it almost all the way. I'll probably do goat horn a little bit at that level range because, you know, for 3 levels, it's going to be fine. But, yeah, I think I'm doing 166 bone spike almost to 200. But the only exception being a few hundred of the 2 bones that could pop up within that range. But the second we get to tier 4, and the main reason for that is 199s. As that will be able to upgrade every weapon up to our full bone rate level. And I don't plan to get it above 200 anytime soon. Obviously eventually, but no time even remotely soon. Do I plan to get over 200 bone rate. And that gatherer level gets us to the golden age of bone rate if you're not a guardian. That's pretty much as high as you need it for quite a while. Especially when trading comes out and you just get other components from other people. Now, the only issue with that, though, is I do need 170 woodcutting and carpentry to support that, though. Which is a nightmare and a half to go do. But we do need to go do it. Because Suavi's at 170. And carpentry Suavi is, oddly enough, also at 170. Which, oddly enough, you actually need a lower gather level than you need woodcutting carpentry. I didn't realize that. It's not that much lower, but it is lower. Oh, so I do want to dunk all these bones, even if we don't finish them all tonight, or, you know, on stream, which we definitely won't. But if I have some time off stream, I do want to try dunking all, if not most of them. Because now that we finally cleaned our bank, I want to keep them that way. I want to keep those banks nice and pristine for the rest of the time if we can. Every single ore, stone, and bone completely processed. Or, you know, not into its final form, but, you know, like all the bones dunked, all of the bar smithed, and all the stones etched. I don't want to keep them in their rawest state. I want them to at least be in the ready-to-be crafted state. For whenever we do need them. And also to claim the XP from them. Because the quicker we claim the bone rate XP, the more knowledge XP we get into them. Because if we have something like 125 bone rate instead of 121, every knowledge point we do will be more. So you generally want to use the bones as early as possible. Or any material for that matter. Before we end up dumping more knowledge onto it. Just so the knowledge itself will give more points. It's not a big difference, but it adds up. Yeah, gosh, I love this place. This is probably the biggest benefit of not being a guardian. Is this area right here. Because if you're a guardian, you actually do have to do to some degree the other bones and everything. If you're a non-guardian, this is like the only material you ever need. What we're doing right now gives you just infinite 4 stars for guardian pieces. You don't even need to touch any other resource other than this. Unless you want a shield. In which case you only have to touch one other one. In which case we would normally go for femur. It's kind of weird. Even though femur is the most expensive of the 4 bone right bones, it is actually the second easiest one to bank in the current state of the game. Which is one thing I always found kind of weird. It's the most valuable out of any of them, but it's the second easiest to bank, only behind these bone spikes. Which are pretty much entirely free to bank. It's like a 1-tile movement. It's about as free as it gets. So we're not getting that bad woodcutting XP per thing. So it was like 300 each. If we were fully upgraded, we would be over 300. It's not too bad for that level range. I would sure hope so. It's the best tree we could do at the moment. It's one of the reasons why we're doing them. Just a little bit more knowledge per hour. I'm actually not sure what the knowledge rate of this cycle is. I want to say it's almost 4, but I haven't been keeping track of it exactly. It's definitely slightly above average, but not perfect. It's definitely on the better end, but not like the best end of knowledge per hour. But I'm very sure it's like somewhere around 4, maybe slightly under. Who knows, maybe even slightly over. Oy. Was that no creamy in game? I think that was him. I just noticed that one guy's name who just teleported. He was here in chat earlier. Though I haven't added, oddly enough. No, it's kind of hard. We've still been doing the adding shuffle. We're still at that max 200. Let's see who is trying to get in. I still need to go through this. I keep putting it off because there's just so much like going through names and everything. I've been meaning to do it for like ages now and keep putting it off. The whole friendless shuffle. It'll matter more once bossing and everything else comes out. Or, you know, any amount of group content. I'm really curious to see what the next minigame, or the first minigame will be in this game. How on earth that would even end up working. I wonder in all the combat reworks if he's ever going to add multi-combat to the game. Because RuneScape Classic also didn't have multi-combat. But then he added multi-combat. I feel like this game will probably be similar. It's kind of weird that you currently don't have multi-combat. There's some things that would definitely have to be rebalanced a little bit if you did, though. Most notably raid dense. Just having 5 enemies attacking you at once would be very detrimental with the current amount of damage they do. Though there is actually a mechanic like that in old school RuneScape that was added back in... actually, it was before my time. I want to say 2015, 16? But in Zaya, they added organized crime. And basically there was a crime leader and a bunch of people around them. And they were all in multi-combat zones. And while you could fight them one at a time because they don't aggro you until you fight them, you could take them all at once. If you want to like burst them down or use AoE on them. And you could have as many as like 8 like crime members trying to attack you at once. It's pretty much the same mechanic that Brighter Shores has. And it actually has the same main reward as well. Well, there was a few other rewards in that game. The main reward was XP. In that game, you literally got XP tomes. Almost like little mini knowledge points. That you could just dump into various skills. I think it was mostly combat, though. It's actually how you would train on defense peers as well. Because defense peers could kill them out somewhat decently, especially with venom and everything. And it was actually good defense XP per hour, or HP XP per hour. For an average account, it was pretty underwhelming, though. But for certain account builds, it was actually really absurdly strong. But I never really thought about that. It's basically the same mechanic, though. Except old school RuneScapes takes place in multi-combat, whereas obviously everything in this game is single combat currently. Oh gosh, another blue elf. I think blue elf is winning, sadly. He's probably going to win the race at this point. Well, does anyone know, has he announced an official date yet for the final day of the hat collecting? Because disappointingly, we are currently in the lead with 70 blue elf. But at least it's the cool one. If there was any of the elves that was going to be in the lead, blue or green would have been my favorite one to be in the lead. Obviously, green is so far behind that that's never happening. But blue, I guess, is the next best bet. Hey, we're at 70 blue. It was at 69 earlier, the funny number. Not anymore, though. Oh, I forgot. I never did do that one plant at 120. We can go do that real quick if we really want. So I don't need one inventory, though. I guess it doesn't really matter when we take it. As long as we take it before 130. Or, you know, 130 is in the level, not the time. It would be cool if you used the chopper system to have areas that are AoE farming and stuff, and still have lower combats be good for where they are now. That would be kind of cool. Like adding multi-combats but having like chapters related to it. Oh, someone's asking where the Witchwood tree was. I didn't even see their comment. There's one thing that's a little bit annoying about the chat system right now. It's hard to know if someone's all the way in the other side of a big room, if someone's actually chatted or not. Unless you're like staring at the chat box. Whenever you're in like a really wide room, or like a really massive one, like this one, like if someone says something over here, while you're over here, you're not going to see it. Unless you're looking at the chat box, you're not going to see what they say at all. Current chat system's a little clunky in really, really wide or long rooms. You missed a bunch of messages from someone in your room the other day just because you always have chat minimized. Yeah. Oh yeah, I always keep it minimized. I did the same thing in old school RuneScape too. I never open it. Even the game notifications that the other game has, I never get to see. Because I always keep the tab closed. Just because it takes up so much screen real estate. It takes up a lot of room. Luckily in Brighter Shores you can resize it though. But even if you do, it still takes up quite a bit of room. Even if you resize it to be like really, really small. Also, I can't move my camera when we were doing that either. The arrow key stopped working. Same as WASD. Though I'm normally moving with arrow keys though. But you can't show arrow keys on a keyboard when you're doing that. But you can show WASD. But yeah, camera movement doesn't work when you are in there. Not even the non-letter related camera movement. That's how I always move my camera. You can still move your camera through mouse, but I normally prefer doing arrow key. Like anytime you ever see the camera move is almost always arrow key. Like 99% of the time. Accidentally typing in the bar when you mean to be using sense? Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, I normally just keep it closed. It just has weird interaction with everything else when you have it open. I also try to keep the other tab closed unless we need it for something that needs all 4 tabs. Just to try to keep the space as much game as possible. I'd even play without this, but I feel like too many people always ask what our level is. As well as it makes it way easier to use your knowledge point and see where your inventory's at. These tend to be our go-to. I don't know, this might be our poll too. What are your go-to top 2 panels to have on the side? Do you guys also do profession plus inventory? Or you do like a different set, like map plus inventory or something else? Because this is always my setup. Is profession at the top, inventory at the bottom. And just keep everything else collapsed like the map and just bring it up whenever we need it. Or bring up the teleports when we need it. Or bring up the tab with both of them on it when we need it. And the only time I don't really have the profession thing is up is if I'm doing... Oh, I forgot to do the dailies earlier. Whoops. I knew I forgot something. I'm gonna go do that. But unless I need it for the bounties. It's like the only time I'll have it like not up. Just to check what our current bounties are and everything. Which is only relevant for cooking contracts and... well, I guess detective too. But detective, cooking, and particularly merchant. Both sidebars open and stretched wide. It looks ugly as hell. Let's you zoom out further for some reason. Does it really? It's funny. Yeah, you can go for the mobile version of this game. It's not out on mobile yet, but you can play the mobile version. By, let's see. We'll get the mobile version running real quick. Let's see. Wait, we got this. Wait. Wait. Oh, I will get the balance on this. Oops, I'm moving the whole thing. Wait. Gosh, it's hard to balance. Wait. I got this. There we go, the mobile version. Gosh, that's so small. There we go. Hey, what was the one that lets you expand it a bit more? Let me see. Yeah, right there. Because for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, the left tab can actually be made smaller than the right one. The default size on the left one's actually slightly smaller. You actually have to extend it out a little bit to be the same size. Okay, let me go do the dailies real quick. I even mentioned them earlier, but then proceeded to not do them. And while I'm here, I can go do the one-time bonus for the 120. I just need 1 inventory of them. Actually, I say that. I actually need 2 inventories of them. Because I ended up getting extra earlier. Let's go take out our dailies real quick. I still don't have a post 200 daily yet. We get the mining one at 231, and we get the detective one at 287. Both are a good ways away. The mining one's getting somewhat close, though, especially since I'm doing the mining AFK every night. That guy's just sitting there chilling. I think he's waiting to go find a person there. That's what we were doing the other day when we were getting the quest done. Looks like he's around that point right now as well. Alright, one down. Let me go take out the other one real quick. And then we'll go grab 2 full inventories of the berry thingy. Which, hey, we finally get to use the other teleport again for once. Oh no! We're off cycle. We just walked under them. Oh yeah, we got 100 Mind Fighter yesterday, by the way. Not sure if I mentioned that at all this stream. We didn't finish it on Sunday, but I did finish it on the variety stream yesterday. Well, not variety stream, what do we call that? The alt stream. The alt check-in, I think is what we called it. But on the alt check-in, I did actually finish the last 2 levels we needed for 100 Mind Fighter. I don't think I mentioned that at any point in this stream, but yeah, we did finish that earlier. So now we have base 100. And now we're going for base 200. Except getting 200 Gatherer first so we can go get a bunch of bones for it. It's not required, but I do want to offset it if we're going to have to do it anyways. Learned yesterday that the 300 plus merchant daily gives 2 million XP. That is a lot of XP. Yeah, there's a big gap between being able to do them. But I really want to start getting my post 200 ventures rolling. The mining will be our first one. Detective has a ways to go, but if I keep AFKing it a little bit every night, we'll get like a level or 2 a day. Which will get us to 287 in like 2 months. But better late than never. Alright, let me go do the other thingy real quick. Where even is the other thingy? Isn't it in the really weird area? Let me go double check. Is this the one all the way north or is this in the middle? Blue Howberries. I'm pretty sure it's just one room south from me. Which I can just walk there and find out. Are you a Howberry? Aha! I found the blue Howberries. Alright, this is where I thought they were. Found them. Yeah, I just need 2 inventories of these. These make the 6% pots. And I'm pretty sure I banked 46 apples, so I need 46 of these. Where's the other Howberry? There it is. I wonder if these are perfect cycle. If not, I need to grab 1 oak tree. Which is probably this oak tree. I know that guy died. Oh, so Tree Trunks is here. Yeah, there's time for enough 1 oak. Honestly, almost enough time for 2 oaks. Gosh, spawn please. Spawn please. Alright, there's enough time for 2 oak. That's a lot of downtime. I'm not sure where I get my second oak from though. There's definitely 2 oaks of downtime there. I guess we grab that other oak over there. And we still have enough time to make it back. But yeah, the rotation would be there, 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 there. You would start at that one. And just grab double oak every cycle. Except your last cycle. Where you'd only grab, Actually, could you still double oak the final cycle? No. You could single oak the final cycle, though. Because you run out of inventory if you try for double. Because if you could try for another one right here, you'd have no inventory left. So that's not completely true. If we're waiting on the spawn, we could drop and then cut. Then drop. Yeah, you can still go for double. You just have to double drop. Alright, that's not too bad of a cycle. Could be worse. I think we'll just go to Central, right? It's the closest bank. I could walk over there, actually. It might just be better to walk to the other one nearby, rather than telly. I'll probably just walk there. Well, for the other thing, I could just walk back to where we need to go, because we're not camping these. I'm just doing them for 2 inventories to match the apples we had. Because these things are really expensive to go buy. They're like 5-6 gold each, or silver, I mean. Not sure why 6% pots are so expensive, but they are. It feels like every single 6% pot material is like $1 billion. They are so overly priced for how mediocre they are. Alright, so we're going to start the cycle over here, now that we know what we're doing. So we're going to pluck this one, pluck this one, pluck that one, pluck that one, pluck the other one, pluck the other one, take an oak tree, pluck one, take another oak tree, pluck the other one, drop both the oak logs, repeat. And it should be a pretty good cycle overall. Though we're not camping these though. This is the last inventory we'll go for. This will make us 46% pots with what we grabbed earlier. Hey, 61 wood cutting as well. And then we drop right here. And then we repeat the cycle. And we still have to wait. Even after all that, we still gotta wait for the spawn. Oh, did I accidentally miss one of them? Oh, did I miss a spawn? I think I may have. We should have gotten 8, and I think we only got 7. I think I missed a spawn all the way over there. No. Oh no, we got them all. I think it's the one random potion that's throwing me off. That's kind of weird. Is there like a third tree you could throw in or something? Because even with double tree, there's still like 2 seconds of downtime. Like 2 or 3 seconds right at the end. I guess it's enough to drink a 5% pot if you want to keep boosting it the whole time. Oh, wrong tree. Or wrong thing. Oh, is that the one I forgot one of the cycles? It may have been. I may have forgotten to get the far right bush. That we're out here. Actually, I can just walk to where I need to go to. Oh no, how am I supposed to skip that? That's not allowed. There we go. But that works. There we go. Thank you, guy. Thank you, random guy who just hit the... Alright, back to our bones. This is a quick detour for our 6% pots since we already banked the other half earlier. And it should be 46% whenever we get the alchemy for it, way down the line. Well, not way down the line, just somewhat close, I think. We can start making them at... Wrong 6%, where's the other one? We start making them at 110. Which is a little ways away, but not as far as you'd think. But at 110 we can start making all of them. It's only 46, but you know, we'll get the first time bonus and a few extra XP. They're not that good, but they're better than nothing. 1% less carpentry we need to do. We have to already gather some anyway, so might as well. I just didn't want to go crazy on them. Now the 7% and 10%, that's a different story. But the 5% were, you know, we didn't need that many. There we go, 122 bone right. 4 more and we can do our next bone. So then about 16 more knowledge. Plus we also have all the bones that we're gathering right now. Because we can do these at 116, which we are of course above right now. So whenever we go dunk all these, we will be good to go. Because between the knowledge and that should get us over to the 126 we need. By the time we hit 130. And we just got 7.5 more gather levels to do. After that, we'll probably still push for 5 more. Even though we reached a new bone tier, I'm going to push a little bit higher. Just over right at the sickle wall. And then we'll need to get the money for the sickle wall starting tomorrow. Likely with merchant. Maybe a little bit of leather worker. Honestly, it could be anything, but those are probably the main two we prioritize. Is merchant, leather worker. Because leather worker, we can currently do all the way up to 196 right now with our current merchant level. Like, it's nearly max. Like, we can do 20 levels without it being interfered. We're not going to be doing that all in one stream, but he's not yet. If we're going to be doing a leatherworker only stream, or almost only, it's going to be a 200 grind. Which I need 222 merchant for if we really want to go all out on it. So we're not doing that quite yet then. Which means we should really be prioritizing merchant. I think tomorrow's goal is to get to 11 merchant. And just take a break in between. Like, do merchant at the beginning, then take a break, then do merchant again. But the only exception being if he drops a patch tomorrow. Because whatever day he's dropping a patch, we are dropping every plan to do whatever the patch is. Especially with some of the bigger ones that are right around the corner. There's some pretty hefty patches that we're going to go pivot like everything that we're going to do for the entire day based on. I just realized our bone rate and gather is finally caught up with each other. And by the end of it, they will be as well. Because they only plan to 200 them. In our slow grind towards 200 all. It's kind of crazy because I think like 3 people already have 200 all or something. I know for sure rank 1 does, of course. Let me go check. Has anyone other than... Has Meadow gotten 200 all yet? Because I know they're hidden over there. I don't... has Yips? Yips should be pretty close if not there. They're pretty much there. Looks like they'll hit it today. They're going to be having their 200 all party in like an hour from now. Assuming they're even having one. But... Oh, no, leather worker. Never mind. They're more than an hour away. They're more like 4 or 5 hours away. Never mind. Didn't see the leather worker. But Forger will be there in the next hour. Leather worker's a good 3-ish. Maybe almost 4 hours? Probably 3 because he's probably getting knowledge at some or something. Who knows? Maybe we'll even get some merchant grind first. Because he needs 205 merchant to be able to do 196. And he needs 222 merchant to go do 200 if he wants to do the max rate. He's one of those people that just stopped at 190. And the reason for that is at 200 that's the highest you can go. Oh, where am I going? Go back. You're kind of regretting the fact that you grabbed 200 scouts first rather than Mindfighter because all of those mats. Yeah, Mindfighter gives so much material. You get a little bit in chapter 1 and 2, but it's not a lot compared to chapter 3. Chapter 4 is kind of lame though because you mostly just get hides, which you just get from merchant discount anyways. Like chapter 4 has probably the worst loot table when it comes to extra drops, like the secondary drop table. But chapter 3 is the best secondary drop table of any chapter by far. As you're basically getting all the normal drops you'd be getting from, you know, a combat skill. While on top of that, being able to get all the drops that you would get from like Forager or Gather or something. Just mixed on top of the skill. You get a little bit for doing Guard and Scout. And even somewhat Chronopolis. I mean, Watch Person. But it's very minimal compared to how much you get from Mindfighter. Where like every single thing you pretty much fight will end up dropping it. Or depending on what you want to fight, every single thing, period, will end up dropping it. The only two that don't is something that's weak to green and something that's weak to... actually, what is the second one? Yeah, the only two that don't drop a material is something weak to green and something weak to yellow. So if you're a Cryo Knight, every single thing you will ever kill that is weak to your elements or, you know, neutral will give you supplies. It's only the other two classes that might want to have to do one that isn't. Because Guardians would want to do the Skeleton, which doesn't drop any secondaries. And Cryo Knights might want to do the Rafts, which don't drop any secondary. Yeah, this place really favors Cryo Knight. Not to mention the final thing you have to fight, if you get 500 Mindfighter, is a blue weak enemy. It's annoying to kill blue weak enemy, but it is a blue weak enemy. That's right next to a bank, and pretty close to a teleport if you want to go sell everything. Which is another pretty big factor to consider with them. It's only a few rooms away from a sell location. In all fairness, I guess all of them are pretty fair for sell location. I think it's one of the closest in the game as far as how far it is from a sell location for the final one. I think the furthest is chapter 1 with the plants, because there's no teleport over to that area. But I'm pretty sure the closest is either chapter 2 or 3. I'm pretty sure it's chapter 3. Especially if you account for the fact that there's a storage rift right there. Whereas the other ones don't account for a storage rift. Whereas chapter 3 has a storage rift for the slime that it drops. As well as, it's not that far away if you go and teleport away to go sell all your junk. So yeah, it's probably the best location in the game, but the enemy itself is not stationary like in chapter 1 or 4. Chapter 2 probably has the overall worst. But this thing, locationally and everything, is really, really good. But it benefits Cryo Knight the most, and Guardian the least, as it is immune to green and weak to blue. Yeah, Cryo Knights definitely have the best deal here overall. Especially from an alchemy supply perspective. But you can definitely do it without it, though. Kind of like how we can do a 500 watch person without being a hammer mage. Like, hammer mage gives the biggest benefit from it. But, you know, you can still do it as non-hammer mage. Because the final enemy you have to fight is immune to blue. Which is not ideal, but it's not immune to damage, so... it still works. Might be immune to blue, but it's not immune to damage. Just gotta whack it slightly more. I was even curious what color is going to be best in Chapter 5. It's going to be either green or yellow. And the main reason I say that is there's already 2 blue weak chapters as far as the final enemy. And just so they don't do two chapters in a row, it's probably going to be green. Otherwise, both chapter 4 and 5 would be weak to yellow. And by weak to yellow, I mean the final enemy is weak to yellow. Because a class can still be good in a chapter, but the final enemy might not be optimal for them. Like, I would say Cryo Knight's really, really good for chapter 4. Even though the last enemy is immune to blue, you get a really, really good double kill in the sewer, where you have two blue weak enemies right next to each other. It also has the best banking route, where you go past a potion storage, and a cell location, and a storage rift, all within like a few room area. And the only other one that can access that is Guardian. Guardian gets 1, Cryo Knight gets 2, and Hammer Mage gets 0. It has none on that path. So they kind of balanced it out that way. Where like the best repeatable enemy in all of Chronopolis is most optimal for blue and second most optimal for green. But the final enemy is most optimal for Hammer Mage's yellow. So even though they got a good final enemy, some of the grind along the way isn't as good. Because I believe the first person who actually got 500 in Watch Person actually was Cryo Knight as well. Because a lot of that middle range is set up really, really well for Cryo Knight. Also, the spike balls that are stationary are kind of already weak to begin with. So making them extra weak to yellow doesn't help too much, because they're already a really easy enemy. If anything, Guardian actually has a big benefit in that regard, because the most annoying enemy in Chronopolis is weak to green. Which is really annoying for Cryo Knight, because we have no green melee weapon. So one of the reasons I kind of just want to completely avoid the Hag. Not only is it like the most annoying unit in the entire game, but it's the most annoying unit in the entire game that we can't do good damage against. So that's a really bad combination. And before it's weak to fire or necromancy, that is true. There's currently no final unit in any area weak to fire or necromancy. I assume they would want to do 2 of each before they would go and backtrack like that though. Because right now there's 2 for Cryo Knight, 1 for Guardian, and 1 for Hammer Mage. So you'd probably want to do 2-2-2 before they start doing, you know, Fire and Necro. Because Chapter 1 is blue, Chapter 2 is green, Chapter 3 is blue again, and Chapter 4 is yellow. And none of them are weak to Fire or Necromay currently. As far as the final unit. I just realized this corrupted vines kind of looks like the tier 3 bramble. We were looking at the bramble earlier and this kind of looks like it. I never really paid much attention to it. But I guess the bramble looks a lot more like those vines over time. They don't at a low level range, but at a higher level range I guess they look more like it. And at some level ranges even exactly like it. I didn't notice that till just now. All those like pinkish looking vines. But that's what the bramble will look like at least one of its level ranges. Actually, let me go check. What does final tier bramble look like? Does it have all those extra spikes and crystals on it or something? Let me see. What does the final tier bramble look like? Because that's the one you're going to be seeing forever. Ooh, it looks kind of bluish. I actually like that. There's the only problem with some resources in this game is whatever the final tier is what's going to look like forever. Once you get to like ultra high level, but that actually looks really cool. Almost looks like magic vines. I wonder if they timed it for New Year's. Oh gosh, yeah, they might have. Yeah, Yips might get 200 all for New Year's because they easily could. Depending on what their time zone is. Because if they were in my time zone, they got like 8 hours. And they're only like 4 hours away from maxing. Like 5 at most. But our goal for this year was to get to 2025. Before 2025. And we kind of smashed that as we're going to have like level 2,300 pretty much by the end of the stream. If not higher. But yeah, we were trying to get 2025 by 2025. And overshot it by probably like 80 levels. But hey, we got our goal. I guess the other one was pseudo to get like 2277. Since that's max level in the other RuneScape. Or one of the other RuneScapes. But, yeah, we already smashed that as well. So every, like, level milestone we wanted to go for, yeah, we kind of already got them. There's no way we're going to go for 200 all, though. That was never the plan. Obviously, eventually we are. We're doing too much post-200 grinds to really have tried to do it before then. Whereas most of the people that got 200 all, you know, they didn't do, like, any 200 grind prior. And also probably had way more time to play. We've been playing a lot, but not as much as some people. Some people have been playing like next level a lot. Like how many have we still been doing a week? I think it's like 80 hours a week. Let me go check. Yeah, we're doing about 80 hours a week right now. During the holidays and everything. Yeah, we're currently at 80 hours a week. Which is, what is that per day? What is that per day? 160 divided by 14. That's not a calculator. 160 divided by 14. It looks like we're doing about 11.5 hours a day. Even during the holidays and everything. But you know, that's a lot, but it's not as much as you could be doing. Could be doing 20 hours a day. But yeah, we're at a current average of 11.5. I think since launch day, we've been on an average of about 14 hours a day. But we've slowed down. Oh no. Our hours just slowed down by 2.5 a day. It's mostly because our grind is getting longer. And of course the holidays. The last 2 weeks. Including now. It's New Year's Eve. And because of New Year's Eve, I will be ending a little bit earlier today. But we're still going for a while. We're still going for like another 4 or 5 hours. Our main goal is to get 130 Gatherer. If we could push for it, try to go for 135. And if we could really, really push for it, try to go for 135 Gatherer and 126 Bone Rate. That'd be like our furthest stretch goal. But if we got that, we're like done. This is like every goal we want to get done. If we can get 135 Gatherer and 126 Bone Rate. So 135 and 126 then. It is the goal. I just realized I only had top chat on. I just switched over to live chat. Hopefully I didn't ignore anyone comment. I don't think I did. But I fixed it now. It has been fixed. That's one thing that's really annoying with YouTube. For whatever reason they have a live chat and a top chat. Why it always defaults to top chat with no way to change it, I have no clue. But some messages get like hidden when you have top chat on. Or as live chat shows every message regardless. But sometimes I forget to enable it. Pretty sure most of the time it doesn't delete people's messages. It's mostly to be helpful for the people that have like 1,000 messages per second. Which even when we had like 200 something Brighter Shores viewers wasn't even that big of an issue. It's more so the people that have like 1,000 plus viewers at a given time. Just to make sure that the chat moves a bit slower. There's also slow mode on YouTube as well. I never need to enable it though. I think there's been a single stream where I needed to have enabled it. I think I did before just to mess around with the feature. But, yeah, there's never been a stream where chat moved so quick that that we actually needed it. That's the only reason I could think of why you would use top chat, though. Hey, that was another thing that almost happened this year too. We didn't really try pushing for it or anything. I don't think I've mentioned in a single video up to this point. We're almost at 16,000 subscribers. I think we're only like a few dozen away or something. So I got a decimal right now, and I normally only see the bigger number. So I'm not sure how short we are right now. But yeah, we're nearly hit 16K this year. Like 90% of which were from Brighter Shores. So thank you everyone in Brighter Shores community. Because we had almost 1,000 subscribers just from Brighter Shores alone. Not counting anything else we've ever done on the channel last like 8 years. I keep forgetting, we do get woodcutting XP from this, don't we? We've gained 1 and a fourth of a level so far. Our next milestone is until, what, 63? I don't know, maybe we'll be able to do one inventory of you. Because we still gotta do this for 7 levels. We started at, what, 115. So yeah, there's a chance. We'll definitely get to 62, that's for sure. 63 is gonna be like 2 knowledge points away, but, you know, it's something easy to knowledge for down the line. We're in a pretty dead zone for woodcutting right now, so honestly a lot of it's probably going to get knowledge. There isn't really a single tier 2 log I even need, other than maybe Suave, which we're getting right now. So, none. I'm getting the only useful one I need in tier 2. Same as tier 3, all we're going to need is Suave. It's only tier 4 where we start kind of needing all of them again. By tier 2 and 3, these Suaves are all we need. I might have to knowledge Carpentry a little bit harder. But we were already going to do that anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We were already going to knowledge it pretty hard. Having to knowledge it slightly harder isn't that big a deal. Because we're already going to knowledge it like 80% of the way. I just realized I haven't seen Isabel pop in today. I wonder if she's sleeping. She's probably going to be up all night for New Year's. I heard she's celebrating it now with people already. Oh, she's the same time as me, so... Here she is, she's celebrating early. This place is so quiet. There's one thing that always throws me off in this area. It's just like the lack of music. I also need to go get some background noise. Also, why is that person just sitting there ominously? You're standing in the middle of nowhere. There's not even a resource node over there. You would have no reason to ever go there ever for any reason. Storyline doesn't bring you there. A resource node doesn't bring you there. They just chose to stand there. In the forest of corruption. Ooh, boss rework is down to 50%. So on the poll we have, how many votes are in? 24 votes are in. Which 2025 Brighter Shores feature are you looking forward to most? In first place, we got the very bloated one, though it makes sense, of bosses, special attacks, and combat rework at 50%. Trading and economy, which is also probably coming next month or soonish, being 17%. New chapter, skills, and quests being 25%, which honestly is probably mine as well. I think bosses and special attacks and combat rework will definitely be pretty cool. Particularly the first few bosses, and obviously just special attacks in general. But I feel like bosses beyond that won't be as exciting. Like, you know, by the time we get our 5th boss, like, it'll be fun, but, you know, it's not quite the same as, like, the first one or the first few. Whereas every new chapter is going to be amazing, regardless of how many chapters we have. If we have, like, 10 chapters, if we're getting 11th, it's still just as good as, like, the 5th one or 6th one. Whereas, you know, if we have, like, a lot of bosses and we get, like, another boss, it's like, yeah, another one for the pile. Whereas I feel like chapters don't really feel like that. The initial bosses will definitely be pretty hyped, though. Especially going from 0 to some. And then the lowest one is other and things not announced yet. Also, anyone who has voted for other, what are you thinking of as well? I think it's only like 1 or 2 votes based on that percent, though. I mostly put that there as a catch-all. I definitely would love to see mini-games, which was one thing I was going to put in the other category, but I didn't put it by name. I just don't feel like we're going to get mini-games next year, and he hasn't confirmed that we are. Like, he's confirmed that they are going to be coming, but he didn't confirm that they're coming next year. I sure hope we get one next year, but, we might not. Like, they're confirmed that they're coming, but they're not confirmed that they're next year. Ugh. So one thing I'm really looking forward to with New Year's is I'm gonna sleep so well tomorrow. I'm gonna like mega crash going into tomorrow. Oh, so tomorrow's stream's starting whenever. It's gonna be probably a pretty late start time. Because I plan to just ultra crash after tomorrow night. Like, I'll go to bed and probably won't wake up till like 3 p.m. Because I'm probably not going to bed till like 5 or 6 a.m. Good, you need to catch up. Our guy will be mining the whole time. Actually, I'll probably get 221 mining tomorrow. Or, you know, going into tomorrow. which means 1 or 2 more nights of AFK, and we can actually start manually doing mining again if we want. Which means, what day does it come out to? Which means if we wanted to, as early as, what, Thursday? Yeah, as early as Thursday or Friday, we could start manually training mining again if we wanted to. The only problem is it's Carbonese. Like, the downside is Carbonese, the upside is it's post 200 Carbonese. Doesn't mean we will, but it does mean we can. We get access to be able to train it finally again. Not that we can't train it right now, but it's just better later. Because right now we're using a 197 rock. And at 223 we'll be using a 223 rock. We're also getting decently close to the Venture, which is the only reason I feel somewhat tempted to go for it. Is just to get the 231 Venture operational. And after that we can go do the Shenarium still. It's going to be worse XP by that point, but every little bit of material that we get from it I'll need for smithing. Even if I do this from 223 and then do Carbonese for like a few levels to like 226, and then keep doing Shenarium all the way, we still will not have enough Shenarium to go to how many smithing levels we need. I'm not sure why you need so much, but that Shenarium lasts you all the way from 226 to 247, so you gotta make it last 21 levels, which is a lot of levels. Hey, we got like all threes. 4 threes and a 6. It still feels weird using a boost pot for a chapter we're not in. Technically, we could be 5% boosting these. The problem is they have no downtime. And because of that, you have to waste the whole time of drinking a potion. And since, since we're not using a knowledge on it, it seems barely worth it. It's because there's no downtime where we can utilize it. There's a lot of other scaling methods, you know. There's enough downtime where you could do it for free. But any activity where you're actually wasting time to drink the potion, it barely even breaks even. If you're not using it for knowledge and you're just using it to drink it while you're not doing an active activity. Because you're missing out on the XP of one whole node every 2 minutes. Like, for example, if we drink a 5%, we're going to be missing out on 802 gather XP. Just for a 5% bonus, that's basically going to give us 802 gather XP. There's one weird thing with the 5% potions. If you're not using it for knowledge, and if there's no downtime in the activity you're doing, is they pretty much just break even. You still get 5% more knowledge, which is nice, though. So even if it breaks even on XP, you're still getting 5% more knowledge, at least. Last I recall, a boost supposed to your knowledge and your XP rate by 5%. But yeah, whenever you have to waste the time to chug it, it's barely any better because you're missing out on one whole resource node. So you have to calculate out for one resource node relative to what you're gathering, if the activity you're doing has no downtime. Obviously, there are definitely a lot, like mining and such, where there's enough downtime where you can do it for free. But an activity like this does not have any downtime at all. So it's a complete time waste when you drink one. So you have to calculate that out, unlike the other methods. Because some methods, you just plop a 5% on it and you're good to go. But a method like this, you actually have to subtract the one node from your 5% to figure out how much you're actually getting. And it's close to only like a 1% bonus. They are still getting 5% better knowledge, though. But XP-wise, it's only like a 1% buff for a 5% pot. It's actually one of the few things that 6% is actually kind of good for then. Because it's not as bad a value. I don't know, 6% are in a kind of weird category though. I'm not sure why they are so expensive. They are so expensive for only 1% more. It's weird because of how the potents work. Every 7% potion is cheaper than a 6%, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's a single exception to that. Oh, so they're just standing there still. I'm not sure what they're doing. But they've been standing there for a good, like, 10-20 minutes now. Have you seen the video of the queued actions Fen Samuel posted? No. Did he post on YouTube or Twitch? Like, is it on YouTube? Also, he has a YouTube channel? Oh, it's posted on Twitter. Oh, you mean I have to follow someone other than Andrew Gower now? Gosh. What's his Twitter handle? Or X handle, or whatever it's called? I can go check it right now and go get the link. We can go show it on stream real quick. Fen Samuel? Alright, let's go and get him then. Fen Samuel. Alright, let me go get it manually first and I'll go get the link directly. Fen Samuel, Fen Samuel, Fen Samuel. Fen Samuel. Fen Samuel. I forgot to do the hashtag thing. Fen Samuel, there he is. Fen Samuel, Fen Samuel. How do I get direct link? Don't tell Andrew Gower I showed you this. Oh, you heard him. Alright, there should be the right link if I know how copy pasting works. Alright, web browser. All the way over. Alright, let's see. Alright. Here he is. Oh, he's testing on brambles. Ooh. Yep. That's exactly what he thought he would do. Yep. Oh, how many is he going to queue? 8? Oh, that's so good. Yep, you could do, can you do up to 9 though? He only did 8 there. But, oh, that's so good. Yeah, this is exactly what we thought it would do. What's different about it? This is exactly what we thought it would do. I just wish you would test on Leatherworker. Oh! Blackhelm Craig, Chapter 6, look at that. Ooh. Blackhelm Crag, whatever that word is. C-R-A-G-E. We can see Chapter 6 is Blackhelm Crag, right over there. You guys can see it right there. Ooh. Was I using a gold saw? I know this is a you know, a thingy. But he's using a gold saw at, at level 50. It's a level 184 requirement thing. Obviously, he's in a beta build thing. But, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I thought it would do. The main thing is, will you be able to do it on, like, Leatherworker and stuff like that? But, yeah, this is exactly what we already kind of knew. I just wish we would know what the node limit is. We used it for up to 8, I believe, here. Technically, he's using on 9 resources, but the first one is dead by the time he clicks on them because he's clicking them so slow. And last I recall, you just shift-click them. And it'll just do all of them. But yeah, this was one of the main things we thought it would be good for. Like 8 iron, 8 bramble into 1 suave, you know, stuff like that. Because this was one of the main things I was going to use it on. The main one I'm really curious on is Leatherworker, though. And see what we can end up doing with Leatherworker with it. But this is one of the few things you would use it for the most. It'd be 8 bramble, 1 suave. It would be things like 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron into banking. And, you know, other stuff like that. But yeah, it looks good. See how exactly it works out later. Oh, how would I stop this? There we go. But, yeah, that's exactly what we thought it would do. It really just comes down to, does it do all the other extra things we think it might do? Like, can you use it on Leatherworker properly, or does it not work? Or is it just going to be, like, purely, gathering nodes? Yeah, you're always going to waste time with queuable actions. You will never not waste time if you're going to be doing queuable action only. Because I don't think you could do a queue onto a dead node. I really hope they eventually make the sense spell able to see dead nodes, though. And hopefully eventually queue up dead nodes as well. But, yeah, currently it doesn't look like you'll be able to queue a dead node. Nor can you see dead nodes with the sense spell currently. Which would also be very useful. But, yeah, so everything gathering-wise that we thought it would be used for, it will be. So with that system, you'll easily be able to do 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron bank. What he didn't show, though, is he didn't show if you could queue a walk. He only showed it on nodes. He didn't actually show us if you can queue up a walk or not. But we will be able to go do 8 bramble into 1 suave. We'll be able to go do 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron into bank. We don't know if we can queue up the walk, but we definitely, you know, can do at least that. The other big thing that we don't know is if we'll be able to use on carpentry and leatherworker. If it will, like, auto-pick whatever one's in our inventory, and we'll be able to queue up all 3. We don't currently know if it'll work for that. But I sure hope it does. But yeah, the ones we know for sure it'll work on is just all the skilling nodes then. So if you want AFK 6 fish, if you want to go do 8 bramble, 1 suave, if you want to go do 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron bank. We don't know if you can queue the walk, but you could definitely queue up these 3 sets of 8 iron. Which is a bit slower than doing 10, but, you know, it's way more AFK doing only 8. What else is it good for? Foraging, not so much, because there's too many different room switches. Cooking, it could be if it works similar to how, you know, Leatherworker would. Or, you know, assuming it even works for Leatherworker. But just based on what we know from the video, you'll be able to do it for 6 fish. You'll be able to do it for heavy foraging rooms if all of the foraging you want to do is in one room. You'll be able to go do it for woodcutter. Most notably 8 bramble, 1 suave, which is the example he also gave. You'll be able to do it for gatherer as well. Gatherer it's not as good for, but there are some rooms it's really good for, like, you know, what we're doing right now. If you want to just keep taking the other room over and over and over again, or even this room over and over and over again. It's a little bit worse than, you know, doing the full cycle. But you can just queue them all up. Because this is right next to a bank, so what you could do is queue up every resource in this room. Which is what? There is 3 bones and 2 trees in this room. So you can queue up all of them, queue up all of them, queue up all of them. Or sorry, 4 bones, 2 trees. But you can queue up all of them, then bank, queue up all of them, then bank, so on and so forth. Kind of thing. It's also right next to Bramble Suave if you want to throw a Bramble Suave in between. But that'd be slightly less AFK. Or, you know, Bramble Suave is more AFK, but, you know, going back and forth would be less AFK. Let's see. Compared to just doing Bramble Suave only. And what other things you would use it for? You would use it for the 8 sets of iron. You would not use it on the stone, though. Any hammer mages out there, it would be really inefficient to do it on stone. Since the most stone in any room is only 3 nodes. And that's basically it then. So yeah, it's mostly for, based on what we saw from that video, let's say hypothetically it doesn't work on, you know, carpentry, it doesn't work on leatherwork or stuff like that. So based on what we saw there, you'd mostly just use it for fisher, forager, woodcutter, gatherer, and mining. So it's not awful. But almost every use case that you would use for is worse than just doing it manually. But it adds more AFK time to anything that you're doing. And is particularly good when you're chaining 8 or more nodes together. Because the amount of downtime is probably almost a minute. Because you saw that video was like about a minute long. Actually, let me go check. What was the full downtime of it? I want to say 1 minute. It was roughly a minute downtime. Because the video itself was about a minute. Yeah. So it's almost a minute of downtime. Not quite, but pretty close. And that's for a 9 node. You can technically get more than 9, assuming you're allowed to do more than 9. I'm trying to think, what room has the most amount of resources out of anything? I know there's rooms with 9, of course, like that one. Like 8 bramble, 1 suave. Is there any forager one or anything else that has more than that? Like, does nothing come to mind off the top of my head? Like a room that has like 10 or more nodes. They also have to be compact enough that you can get to all of them before the next one respawns. Because there might be a room where you could do like an infinite node loop. But it would have to be close enough to a bank storage to be worthwhile as well, though. The closest one I'm aware of is the 9 over here. The 9 or the 8 Bramble, 1 Suave. And then you bank in the room, like, just north of it. That'd probably be the best overall one. Trying to think of anywhere else that you could do that really, really, really well. Because it has to be close to a bank is the problem. Because if you're doing AFK, it has to be close to the bank. It's why I mentioned only Iron will probably get used for it. Because Iron is the only one that's, like, absurdly close to a bank when it comes to an 8-room ore. Out of any 8-room ore, it is the closest to a bank by a mile. Like that drop method we were doing the other day or the other 2 days, the bank is like 5 tiles away from, or you know, our dropped iron that we were doing was only 5 rooms away from a storage rift. And if you're doing the AFK method, it would only be about 20 tiles away. Whereas before it was only 5 tiles away when you're doing it actively. So it is definitely slower compared to doing it AFK. Or, you know, AFK is slower, you know, doing cubable actions is slower than doing it manually. But, hey, 1 minute of downtime is a lot of downtime. For a skill that otherwise would have, like, no downtime at all, pretty much. Like, maybe 5 seconds. To go from something like 5 seconds to a whole minute is a lot of downtime. Oh, yeah, true. Oh, that's actually really good. The only problem is the fish move and it's going to be kind of slow. Yeah, I know exactly what room you're talking about. I actually need that kelp, oddly enough, too. But yeah, the 3 shell, 3 kelp, 6 fish room is a 12-node room that would have an infinite loop. The big downside with it, though, is the fish keep moving and you move slower when you're going through it. But yeah, you'd be able to infinite loop it, assuming it doesn't have a cap. We don't know if it has a cap. He showed it going up to 8 while using it for 9 resources, but we don't know if it actually goes to 9 or 10 or 12 or what number. All we know is it goes up to 8 based on the demo. But yeah, that'd be funny, though. That might be the play, then. Do like a 6 kelp, 6... Or do a 3 kelp, 3 shell, 4 fish combo. And by the time you queue the 4 fish, it's probably about time to go queue the kelp. Or, you know, by the time he catches, like, his 4 fish. Because it's going to take very inefficient pathing if you pre-queue it, though. That's going to be the only really big downside of it. And one great thing is it's in the same room with a storage rift. He didn't show it, but I wonder if you can queue a storage rift. Obviously, it wouldn't deposit your items because there's no right-click deposit all yet. But I wonder if you can actually queue that down the line. Because being able to queue a right-click deposit all is actually huge. For any room that has a storage rift directly in it. Which would include the kelp fish shell room. Oops, I went to the wrong one. Yeah, it's pretty huge. But I hope cubable actions are in the first week as well. If he's already showing a preview video for it, that's a pretty good sign. Also, he also teased the name for Chapter 6 as well. The Black Heart, Courage, whatever it's called. Unfortunately, he didn't tease any skills, though. It has potential to be the first chapter that doesn't directly have a combat, though. It's not confirmed that it doesn't, but it's the first one that doesn't need one. Because the combat rework would be in by then. The only reason why Chapter 5 still has one is it was developed, you know, around having it. But Chapter 6 is the first one that potentially might not have one. Like, you know, an equivalence of like Guard or Scout or something. It'd still have combat, just not in the way that we currently have a skill for it. Which also just reconfirms that they're not consolidating them as well. Because we saw in that preview that, you know, all the skills are still the skills. Plus they're still adding the one for Chapter 5. And we know for sure Chapter 5 is happening after the combat rework, not before. The only reason it's not receiving the change is they basically already made the Shield Breaker skill. So there's no point in deleting what they already did. But Chapter 6 would be the first one where it's not already, like, pre-developed. Prior to the combat overhaul. But yeah, that means we're definitely getting 2 chapters this year then, at minimum. Because Stonewall Hill will be in the, you know, before summer. And then Blackheart Carge, or whatever it's called, is probably before the end of the year. What is it called again? I cannot get that word. It is Blackheart, Black Helm. Black Helm Crage. C-R-A-G-E. Crage? What is a Crage? C-R-A-G-E. Crage. If I saw it in a sentence, I would know exactly what it means, but just seeing Blackheart Crage, I don't know what it means. In the context of a sentence, I would, though. Definitely sounds like some kind of indent or hole. And I gotta go check. Let's see, Google. What is a crage? Crage. Crage. Crage? Definition? A steep rock. Or cliff. Interesting. So we're going from a hill to a cliff. Going from Stonewall Hill to a Blackheart Cliff. I just realized that thing might actually have audio. Does anyone know if that clip has audio? Because I forgot. I actually have it muted. I keep forgetting I have Steam sounds muted. Because he might have been saying words that mean something. Like saying some things about queuable actions. This was just game audio only. What is this person doing? They just keep standing at like 2 random tiles. I can't tell if they're a broken bot or just like standing around or what. But they were standing here earlier and then they were standing over in the middle of nowhere earlier. Alright, now they're using a storage rift. Oh, just game music? Oh, okay. So we didn't miss anything then. Because I keep forgetting, the reason why my Steam is muted is so whenever we have the alarm going, it doesn't keep playing a noise every 2 minutes when we do a merchant run. I keep forgetting if we show like a video or something, it's going to be muted if I don't remember to unmute it. Because that counts under the Steam system sounds. Because the same thing I need to do to mute the clock is the same one that mutes like everything in that tab. Including videos. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Though based on what we saw, there's a good chance it's only going to be for gathering skills. Which is not ideal, but, I don't know, we'll see how it works. There's a few methods it could be good for. And he showed pretty much the most viable one as well. So they know what they're doing. They know what it's going to be used for. Because Bramble Suave is definitely the biggest example of something that cueable actions are absurdly good for. I would say, assuming it doesn't work on Leatherworker, it's probably the thing to be using it on. Is Bramble Suave. As it's a 9Q action that you can keep repeating pretty much infinitely. You just do it in the room south from us. And then if you get a full inventory, you just go up here real quick and put in the storage rift. It takes you like half an hour, I think, to get a full inventory. Because you're only getting one every 9. Like you're only getting 1 log every 9 things you do. So it takes forever to fill up your inventory. So you can AFK it for a very long time. Because queuing up 9 of them is like a 50-second AFK, give or take a little bit. Like probably almost a minute. And you just keep doing that over and over again. And when your inventory is full, you just bank. Which is only like 10 tiles away. You think you will eventually go for the monument at some point in 2025? Yes. That is one goal for next year. I'm not sure if we're going to set up a whole goal list because there's so many things that we don't even know that are goals. Like, for example, get like, you know, 3,000 kills on the first boss or something. Like, stuff like that. Like, things that aren't even in the game yet that we can't even set goals for. But yes, one of my goals for Brighter Shores next year is to get the monument completed. Probably. Asterisk. Asterisk, probably. But we'll see. The only thing that's keeping me away from doing it is it's purely cosmetic, and as a Cryo Knight, I don't really need Forager that much. Pretty much only Hammer Mages really need Forager. Or if you just really want 500 cooking for some reason. Or to help with 500 alchemy. As a 10% boost potions for alchemy is really helpful. But unless you're unless you're a Hammer Mage, or you just really want 500 Alchemy Rush. Or like the only 2 reasons why Monument are really good. Because they help both of those really well. Because they give you your good combat potions if you're a Hammer Mage for free. And they give you 10% extra XP into Alchemy if you're going for super high level for something. I just feel like when trading exists, you're not going to need Alchemy as bad. Like having it high is still good, but you're not going to need it like absurdly high. Because there'll be enough people you could trade with that, you know, would have some amount of the material you need. Plus, there's cheaper alternatives that you could do. Like, if you don't want to do 10%, you could do 7% and stuff like that. Like, it'll be a little bit worse, but it'll be so much cheaper. And a lot more supplied in the market compared to a 10% or something. Because I'm not really in a rush to get high alchemy. Before that, I'm not really in a rush to get high forager. I don't know, we'll see if we do the monument grind next year. I feel like there'll be enough new grinds that we probably won't. Like right now, when you think of like mega grinds to go for, that's definitely one of the more enticing ones. And that's one of the only few that exist. But there's gonna be so many new grinds to go for that I probably actually won't do a monument grind next year, realistically. Because there's gonna be enough new grinds to go for that would be higher priority than doing a cosmetic monument. Hello, Sonny! Thank you for the like, and I hope you have a wonderful 2025 as well. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good new year. And if you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the channel. Did I skip snake skills? Yes. I completely skipped snake skills. I think it's only made for, like, what, a 6%? What percent figure does a 61 snake scale make? Because I only grabbed one and just dropped it on the ground. I just did it for the first time bonus. I'd even bank it. I just dropped it right to the ground. The problem with fear pots is the ones you make from Mines of Matubin are so much better. Not only are they basically free and super absurdly easy to obtain, but they are also the potent ones, if I'm not mistaken. So you get even better XP rate while you're making them. So not only are they super free to go make, like 1 silver each, and that's if you don't already have them banked, even less if you do. But not only are they like 1 silver each and have a higher duration, but they're also the potent version, so you get them for a lot longer. I believe that's what the 9-minute potent is. I believe that uses the really absurdly cheap ones. The one that are basically like 1 silver per pot. But yeah, they are super, super broken. The 9-minute fears. It's like the first fear potion that isn't useless, basically. You can make less of it per hour, but the XP rate is really, really good. The cost per is nearly free. And, yeah, they're actually pretty usable at 9 minutes. It's like the first time threshold where it's, like, actually a good amount of time. Whereas 3 and 6 is not that long. And 9's not perfect, but for how cheap they are, especially once they're wieldable, 9 will be perfectly fine for anything you ever need to do. And once they're wieldable, yeah, we're going to be saving all of them to spam them like crazy. Because you only need, like, what? You would need, at 9 minutes, you would only need 7 per hour. 7 9-minute fear pots per hour lasts you for, you know, an entire hour. And you're going to be making hundreds, if not thousands of them until your next threshold. And you're only going to need 9 an hour. Or, sorry, 7 an hour. So it's going to work out really, really well. Because I think you can make almost like 150 an hour? Like 100, 150, I forget the number. It's even just a low ball and say it takes you like only 100 an hour. That means 1 single hour of alchemy saves you, and that's even counting buying all the supplies and everything if you're doing it that way. But 1 hour of from scratch making fear pots for 9-minute ones would last you, not only would it only cost like 100 silver or so, maybe slightly higher, like 120. Not only would it only be like slightly over 100 silver, but it would also last you for 10 hours. 10 hours of nothing ever attacking you. That's not bad. Technically over 10 hours. Yeah, that's pretty good. We're not quite there yet, but we'll get there. Obviously, I'm mostly waiting until they're wieldable, though. Once they're wieldable, that's going to be so, so good. Fear pots are going to be from, like, a niche thing you almost never barely use to, like, the entire meta for quite a few skills in the game. Just so you don't have to aggro skip or do anything weird. But they need to be wieldable, though, because right now their biggest downside is they take up a whole inventory space. Which for some activities is okay, but for a lot of activities is so detrimental that you can't even use them. There's so many guardians here. It makes sense, obviously. Anytime I come to Hope every time I come to Hope Forest, it feels like Guardian's the most common class in the game. That's because Hope Forest has the highest density of Guardians, of course, compared to like any other location. The only other exception is maybe the Bone Right rooms. But Hope Forest in general just has the highest concentration of them. I'm not sure where would be the most hammer mages. I guess technically chapter 1 due to them needing forge or more. I don't feel like there's really like a gathering place for hammer mages though. Like Cryo Knights is chapter 3. Guardians it's chapter 2. Hammer mages don't really have like a hub zone. Not in the same way that Cryo Knights and Guardians do. Like obviously yes if you go to the Stonemason room in chapter 3. But outside of that, they don't really have like a hub chapter. In the sense that there's just like one chapter that like defines their skill. Or what everything they need. I guess to some degree that could be considered chapter 3 as well, similar to how it is for Cryo Knight. It's just the reason why Cryo Knight's even better in chapter 3 is Mind Fighter very heavily favors Cryo Knight. Whereas even though they both gain benefit from mining into smithing or mining into stonemason, Cryo Knight gains more of a benefit from Mind Fighter than Hammer Mage does. Not only are the tentacles immune to yellow, but the two things that are weak to blue are the only two of any color that are both something that drops an alchemy drop. It's only blue. For green, there's only one. For yellow, there's only one. And for blue, there's two. And the very last enemy you fight at 500, or, you know, the really high level range is blue weak. So pretty much everything favors blue a little bit more. But chapter 2 is just like definitively the Guardian chapter, though. Even more so than chapter 3's the Cryonite chapter. Yeah, chapter 5's gathering skill could be really heavy into them. We don't currently know how they're going to split it, if there is class differences between it. Because so far, the biggest differences with foraging and gather is mostly your boost pot. Your damage boost pot. We don't quite know if there's going to be any kind of equivalence like that between the classes for chapter 5. Because Forager is double Hammer Mage. Or sorry, not double Hammer Mage, but it's... yeah, Forager is double Hammer Mage. Or I should say it the other way around. Hammer Mage is double Forager. Cryonite is one Forager, one Gatherer, but the better one is on Gatherer. So you care about Gatherer way more on a Cryonite rather than Forager. And obviously, for Guardian, it's double Gatherer. Is both the lower pot and their higher pot or for Gatherer. So Cryonite kind of gets the worst end of the stick there. Because it needs 2 to do all of them. But it only needs Gatherer to do the better one. Oh, that one low-level guy just gained a level. I was just looking at him. It's like, oh, level 164, and then he gained a level. 165 now. Someone's getting a requirement for a quest. Oh, you know what? He's probably getting 20 woodcutting for Spider Nest. Instead of doing Bramble Suave, he's just doing Suave only. Actually, you know one thing that we actually already know about the Chapter 5's Gathering skill? It actually helps Bone Right directly, which technically helps Guardians. Well, as well as everyone. But it actually feeds into Bone Right, oddly enough. Which I guess is mostly a Guardian thing. Because you can make cement out of the bones. So you gather it through Chapter 5's Forager. You then go and make it into cement using Bone Right. And then you can AFK it for Builder XP in Chapter 5. We already know this because the items are in the game. You can't use the final step, obviously, to AFK the cement right now, but you can AFK the bones from Chapter 5, which you buy from the shop, into cement. I think I have like 30 hours of AFK for the low-level range from it. Is it worth using? Probably not. But, oh no, I got it just in case. Worst comes to worst, it actually does profit. You actually don't lose money from buying it from the shop. Even if you buy it outright and do the AFK, it's one of those AFKs where you actually make money, even if you buy it from the shop, the material. Whereas most of them lose money. But for whatever reason, cement actually profits. Not much profit, but it does profit. It's not like smithing AFK where you always burn money unless you mine it. But you don't actually have to gather the Chapter 5 resource AFK in order to profit from it. It reminds me a lot of the potions for 200 plus AFK for alchemy. Where it is actually pretty dirt cheap to go and just buy it from the shop rather than gather it yourself. There's one issue that pretty much every gathering skill has. Forager, Gatherer, and the one in Chapter 5 all have this issue. Where it is actually better to just buy from the shop than it is to do the AFK related to them. Unless you're doing it almost purely for XP. As the things they are connected to, it doesn't really matter. Because in the case of Chapter 5, you already make profit off it. So you don't need to gather it. And for the other two, you already can end up doing it with what's it called? With alchemy for profit. Or not necessarily profit, but you know, more value than if you would have bought it from the shop. The only real exception to this, I guess, is the ribs. from Gatherer, I believe, at the moment. Because those are used for the weird dice thing that actually do lose you money if you don't gather it yourself. Kind of like how the mining one is to smithing and stonemason. But there's actually one connection with Gather into Bonerite that's like that. It's probably like the only one that's like really up there. But it's only just to save you silver. It doesn't really give you anything unique that you couldn't already have gotten. But in all fairness, that's the case for pretty much all of them, if not all of them. The main one that's like really, really unique is potion making, just because the shop doesn't sell a lot of those bigger potions, like the 7% and stuff like that. Which makes the AFKs for alchemy, particularly post 200, really absurdly strong compared to any average AFK. It probably has the strongest AFKs in the entire game, actually, alchemy. Most of them you can't fully utilize until trading comes out, though. Unless you wish to utilize every single individual potion you make. Which you could do, of course. You'd love to see more non-combat stuff from our classes. Specific skills. Like the cement from Bonerite would be interesting seeing. Yeah, I would like more unique things from the class to class. I wish they were a little bit more obvious, though. Because I'm pretty sure almost no one, by the time they go and pick their class, will notice something like... well, for one, you don't even know about the mine to Matubin stuff. Like your weapon crafting skill. Like, you don't even know about that ahead of time. Though I did know because of the metal armor and everything that we would be going mining, smithing. So, of course, we did want to go the mining smithing route, so we definitely wanted Cryonite for that. But a couple other reasons for Cryonite as well. But, like, a lot of the other ones you don't really know ahead of time. Like, something like that's a little bit obvious because of the armor. But, a lot of them aren't as obvious. Like, the fact that you are a Forge or if you're a Hammer Mage. Like, that's not particularly obvious before you make your class decision. That if you pick Hammer Mage, that you're committing yourself to Forger rather than Gatherer, basically. Like, that's not particularly evident. And it's the only problem with, like, the differences with the skills. Because a lot of them prior to picking your class, you just don't know about it. And, of course, now that everyone already picked their class, or most everyone, you're kind of locked into it. So if they ever do a new feature like that in Chapter 5 or 6 or something, you know, you're kind of locked into whatever that system is. Without having known ahead of time, like, what it's going to be. As well as always my biggest concern with Brighter Shores is the balance between the classes. That was my still only one concern, like, going into the game pretty much. And still is kind of a concern. Is going forward when every class gets increasingly more unique, how well will the balance be between them? Is there just going to be one class that's just, like, just definitively better than everything else? Or you're basically just trolling not using that class if they don't rebalance it properly? Because that's my only really big concern. Obviously, they're never going to get power creep too far from each other. But, there will always be at least one class, like, slightly better in any given meta. Like, right now, I'd probably say Guardians are the best. If you were to take into account every possible factor, I would say Guardians have the biggest advantage right now, if you are just skilling and not doing combat only. Combat only Cryonite would probably be the best. But if you're doing a mix of everything, Guardian's probably the best class at the moment. And then when special attacks come out, I'll probably say Hammer Mages. Because their main yellow weapons are likely to get some pretty good ones, given that they're slower hitting. But right now, I would say Guardian's the overall best. Like, Cryonite's probably the best if you're doing combat only. And Guardian's the best just overall, generally speaking. If you're accounting for every possible factor. Especially when trading comes out and everything. As Guardian gear sells for the most. And everyone needs Guardian gear. Including non-Guardians. Honestly, even more so non-Guardians. Because so few people are skipping Bonerite. Or, you know, pretty much everyone's skipping Bonerite. Everyone needs bone rate material. And all Guardian has to do is just kill something to get bone rate material, or, you know, bone rate items. They don't even need to train bone rate if they don't want to. They can and generally do, but they don't even need to. And they can still get bone rate equipment. Which is by far the hardest to source of any of the three. The one thing that will be ironic, though, is 3-star Guardian equipment will probably go for more than 4-star. There will be some exceptions to that. But the average 3-star Guardian item will probably go for more than a 4-star one. Just due to how much more population there is of Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight. Though maybe not by much. I do feel like it's like a 30% Guardian. If I had to guess the percents right now, I'd probably say it is, like 36% Cryo Knight, 34% Hammer Mage, and like 30% Guardian. I hope he posts the data at some point, because I would love to see what that is right about now. Not sure if he's ever going to publicly show it, though. But I really want to know, what is the current class distribution? There's two numbers I want to know. One is the total in the entire game. And the other one is, what was it in the last month once he does give us the data? Because whatever it is in the last month, pretty sure has a higher concentration of Guardian. Compared to launch, where a lot of people probably went Hammer Mage or Cryo Knight compared to Guardian. But within the last month, I'm willing to make a bet that Guardian was actually quite a bit more even. Probably not higher than the other two, but definitely more even than the other two. Compared to at launch week. Ooh, 8 more levels to 2,300. So close, yet so far. Oh, speaking of which, 5 more levels to the femur. And 3 more until we hit our bone rate level we need. And I need those for the femurs, but we can always dunk all the bones we have right now. Honestly, we should probably take a dunking break soon. I might actually when we hit 130. Start dunking all the bones we have before we go do more femur. Because I can't even do the femurs until I dunk them anyways. Or, you know, until I get 126 bone rate. So might as well. Then just so we don't fall too far behind again like we did. That was pretty much what last Saturday's stream was. Just catching us up on all the production that we've been slacking on. Still haven't done it for carpentry, but that's a later issue. That's a later issue we will ignore for as long as possible. There's just too many grinds we need to do at any given time. Even if they keep not adding any content like they have been in the last 2 weeks, there's just still too many things we need to go grind for. Though one nice thing when these do start updating again is we can start getting some direction on where we should be going. Like the day cubable actions come out, we'll probably be doing a lot of woodcutting. Because of any skill that we haven't already gotten up that we need to get up that would benefit from it, that we actually want to go get up in the near future. Woodcutting is probably the biggest beneficiary of it. Unless it works on leatherworker, in which case definitely leatherworker. My assumption is it doesn't, based on what they showed so far, but if it does, that'd be so good. Yep, no knowledge coming in. Gosh, I can't wait till bone rate's level 200. I'm not sure what I'm going to knowledge after that, to be honest. Obviously, eventually carpentry and maybe alchemy, which are probably our two biggest targets, so I kind of already answered that question, but... yeah, I guess that does answer our question then. What are we knowledging after it? It's, alchemy and carpentry. Oh, you know what that means, though? Oh, no. That means we need to go do the carpentry grind next. Unless we're going all the way on alchemy first. Oh, no. That's something we got to go figure out in a week or two. Should we do the woodcutting carpentry grind first or the alchemy grind first? One reason for putting off the alchemy grind is if we eventually feel like doing the forager grind. The alchemy grind does become easier. Particularly from level 185 to 200. But also just in general. I know, we'll see. But yeah, that might mean we do the woodcutting carpentry grind next. Oh gosh. Because after bone right, I would need to start knowledging either carpentry or alchemy. So by then we'd have to decide which one it's going to be. And then whatever one we choose, we got to commit all the way to 200 too. As well as its assisting skills. Which in the case of forager, I mean in the case of alchemy would be forager. If we want to go for it. As well as mind fighter, but we're already going to have that done by then. When we go do 200 bone right, we'll be doing it with 200 mind fighter. But, yeah, we'd either have to choose. And the secondary that we'd have to do is either forager for alchemy if we want to help it out. Or woodcutting for carpentry if we want to help it out. Which we would definitely do for that one. Forager one's a little bit more optional. But since we needed 200 anyways, we probably would. That'd be the time we'd finally start doing it. I'm leaning towards woodcutting carpentry, oddly enough. The main reason being is trading will exist by then. And given our production skills, we gain a lot more benefit from having woodcutting carpentry than we would from potion making, because we could just buy our potions from people by that point. It doesn't really matter too much if we don't have like the high tier potions. As anything low rarity, you know, on the lower end, we can just buy from the shop. And anything on the higher end, we could buy in the player market. Whereas woodcutting and carpentry would have more of an immediate need. As there are a lot of items that would require very specific material that we do not have particularly good access to at the moment. We have access to it, just like across an arm and a leg to go get them. Compared to if we do the 200 woodcutting carpentry. So I think that is the pivot then. So the full long-term master plan then is... At some point we gotta do 222 merchant and 200 leatherworker, or technically 210 leatherworker. That gives us all the money we need for all of the tools. So that we can do soon. Like at 135 gather, I need to already start doing it because I need it for my next tool. But we'll do it as we need tools or just whenever. So that's kind of on the back burner for whatever grind. But beyond that, we need to go finish our current 200, 200, 200 grind. Where we're getting 200 gather so I can get 200 bone right while assisting it with 200 mind fighter. Which all three of these being 200 should get bone right to 200. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Or at least very close to it, if not all the way. But it should be all the way. So that'll get that to 200. Also 200 in Gatherer and Mind Fighter. Then after that, I think it's the woodcutting carpentry grind. Where we do woodcutting to 200 to get carpentry to 200. Shifting between the two while processing whatever logs we get. Which means we're going to be doing a mix, not just like all woodcutting, then all carpentry. We'll be doing woodcutting carpentry all the way till 200. Particularly 170, but we will go all the way 200 at that point. And then, yeah, then I think we finally do the alchemy grind. Though by then, there'll probably be enough updates where we'll probably have a different focus. But at least that's the current plan. 222 merchant and 210 leatherworker whenever we can fit it in. Or whenever we need a tool upgrade to go afford it. 200 Gather, Mind Fighter, and Bone Right in order to get 200 Bone Right. And then we shift to Woodcutting Carpentry, it looks like. Which means we should be there in a couple weeks. Because that's actually a lot closer than it seems. Because we're not going to need to do that much merchant leatherworker to get all the money we need. In total, we need, what, 17 3 times, so we need about 50-ish. Like 50, 51, 52 gold around there. Depending on how we want to go about it, because we might need, like, the extra tool upgrade, or might be able to get something else. So I guess, like, 55 gold, because we won't have spear for everything. So if we can get, like, 50 gold more than what we have, which sounds like a lot, but it's not that much. It's pretty much anything we do in Chapter 4, or, you know, not the AFK thing, but anything that we do for money in Chapter 4 is, like, over a gold an hour, or exactly a gold an hour. So it's not too big a deal. Because that basically just means 50 hours of money making, technically a bit less. Which sounds like a lot, but it's not that bad. Because that gives us pretty much every max tool we're ever going to need. Oh, with the exception of Forager. But that's a issue for a different day. Or about that later. Because I only have one of the 3 tools upgraded for Forager. Forager's kind of weird, though. Not only does it require 3 tools like that, but all of them cover so little. It's kind of like that one woodcutting axe that only covers like 1 tree. Like, it's almost like that. Like this triple. Except it's not as bad as this triple. But it has a lot of the same issues. Though even more so for Forager, because some things don't even gain a benefit in Forager. Whereas at least every single thing in woodcutting does gain an XP bonus. Doesn't matter what it is, you will get an XP bonus for it with at least 1 tool. You might have to upgrade a billion tools, but I don't think there's a single woodcutting activity that does not get boosted. Whereas Forager has a good handful of activities that even if you upgrade all 3 tools, gives you 0% extra XP on. But woodcutting doesn't have that issue. Mining also doesn't have that issue. Or fishing. All the ones with like the really big tools. I think it's only Forager and Gatherer that have that issue. And of course Chapter 5's Gatherer when that comes in. All 3 of those skills have nodes that no tool that you have will actually give an XP boost to. Which is kind of unfortunate. Maybe Chapter 5 will be a little bit different and it'll change how that works. Because that's one really big flaw with Forager and Gatherer. Because even if you fully maxed every tool, you would still have nodes where you gain 0% bonus on. But every other gathering skill doesn't have that issue. It's unique only to the Forge and Gatherer-like ones. And we'll see if they do the same mistake in Chapter 5. I assume they will, just to keep it uniform. That's kind of unfortunate, because there's a really big downside with the skill. I guess that makes it more even to rush, if nothing else. Like, you're less penalized for rushing it. I would definitely say if you're going for any 500 rush next chapter, it'd probably be the easiest to do. That or Shield Breaker. But Worm Wrangler is probably going to be like similar to Forager. I assume it's going to be more like Forager than it will Gather. But I'll have to wait and see. I feel like its utilities will feel more like Gatherer, but its actual like cycles will hopefully be more like Forager. Because that'd be a nice in-between for the skill. We know a couple things it'll be used for, just not everything though. The biggest concern is how big of a tie-in does it have with Builder? Because we know it has some aspects that will be used for Builder, but we don't know what ratio of Worm Wrangler into Builder is going to be required. Because the higher the percent, the more required it is to go get 200 Builder or any level Builder. So it might be really required to rush Worm Wrangler. I definitely don't plan to rush it to 500 though. Maybe in Chapter 6 I will. Because Blackheart, what is that thing called? Blackheart, Crage. Blackheart Crage will probably be, we'll probably have a skill that we're going to grind like crazy. Do we know if it's going to be called Worm Wrangler? No. Someone just mentioned it one day and I keep calling it that because it's so funny. But no, the skill still does not have an official name. I would be very disappointed if it's not called Worm Wrangler though. It's definitely not. There's like a 95% chance it's not called Worm Wrangler. But I will forever call it Worm Wrangler. But no, it still has no official name. Yeah, we're almost there. 4.5 more levels to go. So close yet so far. Then we'll start deep frying our bones a little. As we should have at least 1,000 from this. Whatever the number is, it should be a big number. Hey, Black Santa. What are we doing on Black Santa? Ah, it's still pretty far behind. Wow, blue is just killing it today. It's like 10 over purple elf, which was our highest earlier. We were at 72 blue elf. But yeah, blue elf is going crazy. I just realized, I wonder what I'll do in Old School RuneScape for my AFK once we finally get the beaver pet. Assuming they haven't nerfed Winter Todd, I'll probably AFK Winter Todd now that hardcores can't die in there anymore. The only problem with that is it's slightly more click intensive than Redwood Trees by a lot. I'll need to find a new AFK whenever that happens. I'll just do Redwoods all the way to 200 mil. I don't think 20 hardcores have gotten 200 mil yet. I'm not even in top 20 though. Because I think the lowest one's at like 140 mil and we're at like 60 mil only. We're not even like halfway there. If someone's watching the whole series, oh gosh. You know how long that would take? Because it's not edited down or anything. I think the series is long enough right now. You would definitely only want to watch like sections of it. Because the series at this point is so long that if you were to watch the whole thing, you would never catch up. Because we keep streaming too much. It's mostly just there to archive it and everything. Or if someone wants to see like a specific grind or something specific. So I've been trying to do more themed based streams. So we can have like more of a singular focus. Kind of like Saturday where we had like the, the only dunking stream. Where we did like 7,000 bones and ore and everything. Like I have a slightly more thematic stream. So if people want to see it, they can. If they don't, they can just kind of skip it. Especially after the fact. Because that's the only problem with doing like a really wide amount of things in a given stream right now. Is it has like a less overall focus. Because there's just so many of them at this point. It's already day 56. wonder what it'd be like at like day 400 something. There will be some days I will eventually miss though. There's probably going to be 2 weeks where I need to go away for about a week next year. One to see family, one to see friends. So there is going to be at least like 14 days we don't stream. But so far we haven't missed a day yet. Some days have been very short, like Christmas Day, where I think the stream was like half an hour long, but we haven't missed a day yet. Though we will eventually, obviously. There we go. Nice, nice. 126. Still got so many more to go. I don't know. 4's not going to take that long. It's like about an hour or so. Not sure if we're going to get that woodcutting level. Worst comes to worst, if we don't get it from this, we should be able to get it from the one Suave we keep dropping while doing Femur for 5 levels. So we should be able to get it then. I don't think we're going to get enough while doing these trees, but we'll get like halfway, and then the rest will come from the Femur shard. Because every rotation of 8, we get 1 tree instead of 2. Well, that's more than 0. I just realized this is the area that gets shown during the loading screen. There's like a loading screen image for Chapter 2, and I'm pretty sure that crystal is like the main centerpiece of it. It's kind of interesting, and I assume deliberate. Like they put some of the best skilling methods right next to the crystal as well. Like Bone Spike Suave, Bramble Suave. Basically anything with Suave. You could even do combat Suavi. If you go do those rafts in the next room. And the funny part is, they're actually the 490 in this area as well. They're the final boss of the area. Or not the final boss, but you know. As far as your strongest enemy in the area. It's actually the ones you could do combat Suavi on. So they really want this area to be good. Around the crystal. And they did pretty good at it. Like pretty much every best skilling method in this entire area other than carpentry. Because obviously you can't do carpentry here. But every skill other than carpentry can be trained almost max efficiently in this area. Out of any bone, it is the quickest to bank for Gatherer. Out of any log, it is the quickest to bank for Suavi. You got Bramble for woodcutting. As well as Bramble Suavi if you want to go and bank it from over there. And just do like Suavi directly. And then you can also do combat Suavi. Where the highest enemy in the game, or in this area, is right there. These will become the 490s when fully maxed out, weak to green. Which you can also do Suavies while doing if you wanted to, for the XP. Like right before you're about to do a combat hit, just click a quick Suavi tree. You just drop the log. Or bank it if you want to over here. Does combat Suave reset your aggro? Well, you used it during the invincibility. You would do a tree, then do combat, then do a tree, then do combat, so on and so forth. Or use your invincibility to multi-tree. I'm not sure how close the trees are there. I'm not sure how viable Suavi thing is. Because I'm not sure where all the Suavies are located in that room. Because you have to do it in that room over there. Which is also good because that's where you come from when you go bank all your gear. Like, when you go sell all your stuff, that's the room you come in at. But I'm not sure what all the Suavi trees are in that room. So I'm not actually sure how viable it is. I know they are there. I forget how viable it is, though. Because I never really camped that room for a long period of time, as I never really need to. Because as a Cryo Knight, you don't have a green melee weapon. So I don't really have much of a need to kill that enemy. But you can definitely do Suavi combat to some degree. I'm just not sure how viable it is. I know there's a lot of hills in that area, so at most you could probably only get like 2 trees. Like 1 killed in 2 trees, 1 killed in 2 trees, and keep doing it that way. You could definitely do 1 kill 1 tree if nothing else. I'm pretty sure you could do 1 kill 2 tree as well. You would have to drop them though rather than bank. For semi AFK, could you just stand by 1 tree? You probably could. If you wanted to do a semi AFK, you could do 1 tree, AFK, get a free kill. Do 1 tree, go AFK, get a free kill. It wouldn't be particularly efficient, but you could do that. Though you can already do that with combat, just not necessarily with a resource node. But at that point, you might as well just hit the enemy. I think the biggest issue with the invincibility is when you don't want it. It's actually a pretty long duration. It's like a weird time. It's like 30 seconds, I think. After combat and you move, you have like invincibility. It's like 20 or 30 seconds. It's like too long to be consistent to just do nothing to make it activated. But it's also too short if you want to actually utilize the invincibility. Like, I know if you're tuning multiple items in that one goblin place in chapter 2, if you're not standing on the other side of the tower, the invincibility doesn't even last long enough to go tune a couple items. If you're only tuning like 1, it'll be fine. But if you want to tune up multiple, it doesn't even last long enough. If you're using the one from killing an enemy. Not the one from casting it, but the one from killing an enemy. Because the killing enemy one is different invincibility than the casting immunity. They're both pretty similar, though. But it's in, like, a really weird in-between time. It's why I really want aggro potions in this game. Just so you can just, like, super AFK combat in a room. You could already do that in, you know, Chronopolis. Why not everywhere? You still have to check every, like, 10 minutes to make sure your drops don't despawn. Even if you had, like, a 15-minute aggro potion. At, like, 300-something alchemy or whatever skill it gets attached to. Because there is a good chance we're going to get a second alchemy skill. Apothecary or whatever they end up calling it. Herblore, round 2. Herblore 2.0. But, there is a good chance we are eventually going to get a second one. Otherwise, they are going to mega blow alchemy. And the weird part is, they might have to add it in Chapter 6. Because otherwise, how are you going to make XP pots for Chapter 6? Because that's something that's still up in the air right now. Is how will Blackheart Crage have handle its potion situation? Is it just going to get combined with alchemy? Because if the answer is no, then the only other solution is probably another alchemy skill coming in that chapter. The only problem with that is at launch, it'd be the most annoying skill to train ever. But I guess you would have a shop to be able to train everything. But that means they would already have to know all the way up to like chapter 8 or 9 or 10. Alchemy with a different name and a slightly different icon. Mixology. Oh, yeah, Master Mixology minigame was actually pretty fun in old school RuneScape. They added it a couple months ago. I still need to go finish it. What item do I not have yet? I think it's the potion chugging thing I don't have. I think it was the only thing I was missing. Oh no, never mind. I did end up getting that. The thing I'm missing is the outfit. I didn't get the rest of the cosmetic outfit, I don't think. Because it was cosmetic. Oh, so hello, Kush. Welcome, welcome. I also didn't get potion storage because I didn't really like how it worked. I don't think I voted no for it in the poll, but I was never actually planning on getting it. And after seeing how it worked, I definitely didn't want to get it. I'm probably just never going to activate it. Yeah, hello, Kush. Hope you have a good New Year's. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, that reminds me too. I still haven't done the Christmas event in Old School RuneScape. I'm not sure when it's ending. I should probably go do that tonight. Actually, we can even stream it now if we want to. Maybe not now, but... I heard the event isn't that good, though. I think they did some kind of dog adoption thing. But the storyline wasn't nearly as good as like what they did for Halloween or even some of the older ones. It was a pretty, like, short, not really consequential one. But yeah, I still haven't done it. Get all those holiday items. I think you get party hats and everything, too. We already have a billion of them. These know what's called RuneScape. They're basically as cheap as paper. They're as cheap as the paper they're made from. New Year's of grinding merchant for the next 30 hours straight? Nice. Oh gosh. Are you pushing to 500 then? Can you achieve 500 within that time, or are you just trying to push higher? You got a 150 mil pink Santa hat? Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the conversion rate is. I think it's like 30 to 1. Does anyone know? What is old school RuneScape to RuneScape 3 conversion rate? Because their inflation has hit so much harder than old school's inflation. Not that old school hasn't had inflation, but gosh, his R3's hit way harder. I think it's like a 1:20 ratio or something. Or 1:30 ratio. Or like every 1 mil in old school is like 20 or 30 in RuneScape 3. You should hit 460? Nice, you're almost there. Oh, the bond ratio is 1:10? Okay, so it's about a 1:10 ratio then. Yeah, I do it based on the actual ratio, not based on, like, illegal selling. I more so meant, like, the bond difference. Yeah, 1:10's not that bad then. But yeah, I mentioned it a while back. If we ever get into RuneScape 3, I will do an Iron Man for it eventually. Some people have been asking about it. It's just not particularly high priority. Just because if I'm going to be doing RuneScape 3, I want to go get max in it. I want to max an Iron Man. Which even with RuneScape 3's quick rates will still take forever. Like, that's not like a weekend grind. That's like a several month commitment. It is something I plan to eventually do, though. Just not sure if it will be next year or not. It's a game I've been always meaning to try. Because I haven't played quote-unquote RuneScape 3 or, you know, RuneScape OG RuneScape since 2011. So it's been 13 years already. Next year it'll be 14 years. Obviously I played old school since then. Obviously we're playing this. But, yeah, I haven't played the OG RuneScape since 2011. Pretty much the same time Andrew Gower left, oddly enough. I pretty much also left around that time. So I never even got to see Evolution of Combat. I've heard a lot of bad things about it, but I've never actually tried it myself. But I've heard some good things about it too. Though mostly negative. Let's see. Put down there, put down there. You accidentally took an 18-hour nap? How do you accidentally take an 18-hour nap? What? How do you sleep that long? I can understand like a 10-hour or 12-hour. How do you sleep for 18 hours? Must have like mega crashed. Even when I crash for New Year's, I'm not gonna like crash that long. Or sure, I hope I don't. I think the longest I've slept in the last year is probably like 13 hours in a row. Because normally whenever I go to sleep, after like 6 or 7 hours, my body's like, okay, time to wake up. Even if I want more sleep, it's like, nope, time to get up now. But I think the longest sleep I've had this last year was about 13 hour. And oddly enough is when I was like super sick as well. A couple months ago. I think it was like 13, 14 hour, but it was mostly because I was sick and like in bed the whole time. So my body was in like complete rest mode. Oh, I just ran out of water. I might need to go pick up a water. I ran out of Liquid Death. Because I actually picked those up the other day. The raspberry one. It's pretty good. The raspberry iced tea Liquid Death thing. I never tried Liquid Death until the other week, and yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, let me go get a water and a thingy real quick. After this set. We'll be back in one single minute. Imagine not an AFK we could do like right here. Actually, technically could. Couldn't we do a lop? I could lop the tree. It's not worth it though. That would be funny though. I don't think I have the knowledge for it. Hey, there's one really funny thing that you can do while woodcutting. If you're ever in a woodcutting loop, but you need to go away for a few minutes, post 200, you can just lop whatever tree you're on and gain at least some amount of XP. It might not be the best XP you can get at your level range, but you can literally just stop cutting and just lop the tree. And come back a few minutes later with more XP than what you had. Yeah, I'll be back in 1 second. Just need to go get some hydration. That should last us for the rest of the stream. Alright, I'll be right back in a minute. Not gonna bother going to an AFK. Actually, that's not true. You know what? We'll go to the combat AFK. How about that? I'm gonna walk in this room and hope we don't die. Up. Auto-equip. Hope Forest. There we go. Oh, we are equipped, right? Alright, there we go. Good luck. Oh no! Wait, we died. Oh, was it a high level one? I thought it was low level. I guess it got leveled up recently. Oh no. Wait, what level was it? Oh, that's funny. Wait, whoops. Oh, I should have just AFK'd. Oh no. Wait. Let's see. What level was it? Oh no! It was level 58. Oh yeah, it probably killed us. Well, obviously it killed us, but you know what I mean. Oh, whoops. That's funny. Well, while we're here. That's funny. Mistakes have been made. I was expecting to be like a level 40 something or a 30 something. I didn't realize it was 8 levels on us. Alright, anyways, back to we go. Luckily it's not that far to go get back. Also, while we're here, let me go check this Suave combat thing we were talking about earlier. I'm gonna go check the room real quick. Alright, so where are all the Suave trees in here? Alright, you could do one Suave over here. One Suave over there. Just skip that one guy. Oh no, they're all new single Suave. So best you could do is one Suave, one combat. That's unfortunate. But yeah, one Suave, one combat's the best you could do. Because they're all in a different elevation. Which isn't ideal. Okay, we have all the hydration we need for the rest of the night at this point. That can will last me definitely the rest of the night, and the water will probably last me half the rest of the night, but definitely the rest of the stream. You know what made me thirsty? I ended up getting Taco Bell. Since it's Taco Tuesday. As I mentioned earlier, but they have a new item there, and honestly it's not bad. I haven't seen any advertisement for it. I was just there and saw it. I was like, okay, might as well. But they have chicken nuggets, and you would think, oh, just chicken nuggets. That is like, you know, nothing. Every fast food place has that. But you know what they taste like? They taste like the chicken tenders at KFC. They're basically that, but just nugget form. So they weren't that bad. They also had like a hot ranch sauce kind of thing to go with it, which wasn't bad either. It's pretty pricey for what it was, but I just wanted to try it just to see what it was like. I was mostly just there for the tacos. They also got their nacho fries back. You'll look away, you'll do fine for 20 minutes and you look away for 1 minute and go to the infirmary. I do feel like that happens a lot. Like during combat when you're actually paying attention. There's just like a random fight when you're not paying attention where you just will get absolutely obliterated. It's always the exact moment you're not paying attention though. It's like the game knows. It's like tracking your eyes. Second you're looking away for too long, it's like, oh, time to kill him. Imagine if games eventually have that functionality. There wasn't PlayStation doing some kind of eye tracking thing. Like, the game's literally gonna kill you when you aren't paying attention to it. Imagine how predatory free-to-play games will be in the future. Unless you give it your full attention, it'll be like, nope. You get less RNG on your drops or something. Like, it cuts your drop rate in half if you're not fully paying attention to the game. But there's no way that's gonna go over well. But I'm pretty sure it was PlayStation that was implementing it, right? I know it was kind of in the prototype stages. Is it Xbox or PlayStation? I don't remember. I think it was PlayStation. But they were starting to implement, like, eye tracking functionality. Which will definitely be used for every predatory thing you could possibly ever think of. And not to actually make games better. And you know, the way that they're going to disguise it too, if the game ever gets that mechanic, is they'll basically count it as like an extra bonus rather than as like a negative. Like, you're not going to get 50% less loot, you're going to get 20% more loot. Which is just 20% less said different. Because that's how it's going to be structured if a mechanic ever exists like that in a game. Like a free-to-play game that has proper eye tracking. But if you're giving, like, the game your full attention and sight and everything, it'll be like, oh, we'll boost your effective rate by, like, 20%. But it's effectively just reducing it by 20% if you're not. But yeah, we're not that far away. Give it a couple years, we'll be there. Games that literally penalize you or technically, quote-unquote, reward you for having your full attention. But in reality, it's just a penalty for not having your full attention. Alright, one more hour until we reach our main goal. And then at that point, I think I might just dunk all the bones and call it there then. Because we're going to be bottlenecked soon anyways off the sickle grind. Which I think is what the first grind will start in the new year. Is the money grind. Unless we're getting a patch tomorrow. I really hope we do. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do we get patched tomorrow or no patch tomorrow? My vote is there won't be one tomorrow, but will be one by this weekend for sure. I don't think I'll do it on January 1st. So what date is... Yeah, probably January 2nd. Oh, excuse me. I don't think I'll do one on the 1st. I would love for there to be one, though. Because the 1st is tomorrow. And if there is one tomorrow, we are starting a little bit late. But if there is an update, we will go over it comprehensively once we do start. But I bet it's on like the 3rd. Because that falls on a Friday. January 3rd, I think, is my bet for next update. Actually, since we're doing it like this, you know what I should go do? I should go, as soon as we gain a gatherer level, go do every last bone we have. Because the only bones we have are the ones we just collected. So we can offset our knowledge so we get a bit better XP rate. Then come back and finish the 130 then. Because that'll get us a lot better to 126 then. Because we can invest the knowledge into even more XP. Just because it's so close to the level right now anyways. I think that's going to be the play then. Get to 127 gather. Dunk all the bones we currently have. Then get to 130 gather. And I'll worry about the other bones later. Because that's not going to be that much. It could be like a few hundred, whatever it is. Oh, where am I going? Bank, bank, bank. Hidden behind a little rock over there. Actually, pretty big rock. Hello, Nightmare. Welcome back. Hope your soon-to-be New Year's been going well. There we go, 127. I'll wait till we finish one more inventory, though, just to get a full cycle in. Also because I need that knowledge point anyways. Oh, we can currently get worms for fishing. I forgot you could even get that from Gatherer. You've just been chilling? Nice. Yeah, that's pretty much most of mine. But I do have a bunch of people I need to call and text once New Year's gets closer, though. As well as remembering everyone's time zone. For everyone outside the States. Alright, where am I going? I'm doing bone rate. There we go. Let me go deposit everything, including the potion, oddly enough. Alright, now we're going to go dunk every last bone we have. Which is every last bone we just got. And then we come back to go get 130. And then we'll probably end it there. But we still got a good, like, 2 hours then. Because going from 127 to 130 is about an hour? A little under an hour, I believe. And then, however long it takes to dunk these bones. I think we said it was like 720 an hour. So we'll see how many bones are here. Because we could do about 720 bones an hour, roughly. You should probably know after dunking how many in a row we did earlier. But, yeah, it should be 720 an hour. So whatever number it is, we should pretty much immediately know about where we're at. Alright, let's see the damage. How many bones do we have in here? We need this stack to say 0. And it currently says... Oh gosh, it's an hour and a half. Wow, I got a lot more bones than I thought we did. Wow. Let's go. Hour and a half of dunking. Oh gosh. That's the only problem with doing all this gather. Yeah, so the stream should be about 2.5 to 3 hours longer then. Or, you know, until we finish. Because I will get both our goals done. The bone right level to process femur shards, and the gathering level to go get them, which is 130 and 126. Oh wow, that mining XP bonus from earlier actually still hit on those. I did not feel like we got that many bones. Really? Wow. We've barely even been going today. We got that many in that time? I never did keep track of what the bones per hour are while doing bone spikes. But yeah, we got almost 1,400 in that time. That's a lot. Oh, sorry, 1,250 or so. That's still a lot, though. It's like 300 something an hour. Bone spikes. Which actually isn't a lot when you put into... Wait. Is that considered a lot, then? It's actually not too many. How much of the stream were we doing that for? I might be doing the math later. Because we were getting around 500 iron per hour. And the quickest bone seems to only be around 400-ish? Maybe slightly lower than 400? This seems kind of low. Hey, Mad Hatter's joining us as well. Gotta go dunk all the bones he also got. I think he was trying for the lost and found, so he's probably almost there. Probably getting pretty close to 40 bone rate. Or at least 30 something. And technically you only need 38. You can plus 2 boost it. You don't need the full 40. Though generally you want to plus 2 boost everything at once in one potion, just so you don't need multiple. Which basically means that quest has an hour time limit. It doesn't actually have an hour time limit. But if you want to 4 times dip 1 potion to save money... it has an hour time limit. You could easily do it within an hour, though. I think even if you take your time, if you have all the level requirement, the quest takes like half an hour. So doing it in an hour is not that bad. Bone level 35, nice. 3 more to go. Gonna eat and come back, nice. You already ate earlier, so I'm good to go. Yeah, apparently we're going to be going for about 2.5 more hours then. Because doing these bones is going to take about an hour and a half, and getting the last foraging level I want, the last 3, is also going to be about an hour, roughly. And then we'll probably call it for New Year's. Oh! I'm going to have a decent amount of fun tonight. A lot of people I need to catch up with. I'm not sure why. I always save New Year's Eve for my catch-up day. Like, anyone who I haven't talked to in, like, the last year, I always use this day for. Just contact all the people. Just have like a reason to contact people. So hello, New Creamy. Happy New Year. Welcome, welcome. But you were here earlier, right? Oh no, never mind. That was the other one. Wait, was that you? I forget. I'm so bad with names. Oh yeah, you were here earlier. But Happy New Year still. But yeah, that's something I tend to do around New Year's every single year as well. Anyone who I feel like I haven't contacted in a year or know for sure I haven't contacted in a year, it's a good excuse to go contact everyone. It just feels weird doing it on a random day. If I do it on like Christmas, or I mean not Christmas, on New Year's, I mean, it's like, you know, you actually have a reason to. Not just like message them out of the blue for no reason. There's definitely some friends who I'm friends with that I definitely don't keep up with too much compared to some. But, you know, we're still like friends. I feel like that's somewhat a guy thing. Where you won't talk to someone for like a year or a few years and then you just have a conversation as if it's been like a day. Yeah, that tends to happen a lot for me at least. And New Year's is one of the better days to do it on. Went to watch fireworks? Nice. Yeah, there's quite a few that are going to be playing by me at midnight. On my time, that's like 6 hours from now. Some of them are probably going to start early, though. I'm not sure all the shows that are going on in my area. Though I'll be able to hear it pretty easily, though. Because there are multiple areas near me that do it. Because they do one on the beach. They do one at Broadway at the beach thing. They do it at the, like, convention center thing. Like, pretty much everything near me. There's gonna be like 5 different fireworks show. Not at the same time, obviously. But they kind of stagger it just so they don't get in each other's way. Plus all the local people who are going to be launching fireworks. Illegally and legally. That's something that's near my area that it feels so weird. There's year-long fireworks shops near me. Where just year-long they just sell firework-like supplies. Like, it makes sense for like New Year's and, you know, 4th of July and a couple things like that. But they literally sell it year-round. There's another place near me that's like, it sells Christmas stuff year-round too. Like, stores like those, I don't quite understand how they stay in business. Like a year-long fireworks shop or a year-long Christmas shop. You know one thing that's scary? On our way to 200 Gatherer, we're probably gonna have to dunk 15,000 to 20,000 more bones. Oh no. But hey, we're already like 10-ish thousand in, so it's not that bad. By the time we finish this last 1,000 here. Like every bone up to this level. But yeah, we still have about 15,000 more to dunk in the future. Even after this 1,000. Just for 200 bone rate. Yeah, bone rate's definitely the hardest skill to train in the game. Most people just do it with knowledge. I did want to offset it a little bit. And between stonemason, smithing, and this does have the best knowledge rate per hour. Not by much. But this is better than the other two. For one, it doesn't require gas for anything. But it's also closer to the bank than the other two, even if it didn't. Or even if it did. Or if the other ones didn't. Well, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope your New Year's Eve has been going well. Yep, happy New Year's Eve. It's been a super busy day, I figured so. Yeah, mine's been going pretty well. End up going out with some family for Taco Tuesday. To good old Taco Bell. End up trying their nugget things as well. They're basically like the chicken tenders from KFC. They're pretty good. They had like a ranch fire sauce kind of thing with it too. And obviously some tacos and everything. Obviously. That was the whole reason I went there. But I saw the other promotional thing. I was like, I might as well try it. It's kind of weird because I haven't seen a single ad for it. But so it really caught me off guard when I saw Taco Bell selling nuggets. I figured why not. Gosh, fast food is getting so expensive though. I pretty much went all for their value menu. Like every other item I got that wasn't their nuggets. Because I just get the soft tacos. And even those went up a little bit. They're like $1.50 each. There was a point that were as low as $1 and $1.29, $1.39. Already up to $1.50. Any New Year's Eve plans? Mostly just catching up with a bunch of people. A lot of calling people, a lot of calling family, a lot of texting people. Texting people I haven't in a year, texting people that I do that I just want to say Happy New Year's to, all that good stuff. Calling a few family members. Because I don't really need to go anywhere to see fireworks. There's so many around me. If I simply just walk out my door, they will be in like every direction. You're also allowed to, as a local citizen here, actually do fireworks as well. I think you need like a little permit thingy, but a lot of people just do it illegally regardless. So there'll be no lack of fireworks displays around. Getting levels is enough fireworks? Well, technically there's no fireworks in this game. They have no animation for when you get a level. I wonder if they're ever going to make it look fancier. They probably will make an animation or something for it in the future. They just haven't yet. I don't think RuneScape Classic had it, did it? Does anyone remember? Did RuneScape Classic still have the fireworks, or was that a RuneScape 2 thing when it first got implemented? Because I don't think RuneScape Classic had fireworks when you begin a level. But hopefully it'll implement something in this game for when it does happen. Because the only thing you see over someone's head is their number moves up by 1. There's no fanfare or anything. They also need a different firework for whenever you get 50, 100, 200, and 500. Or whatever animation he does for it. It might not be fireworks, but we definitely need some kind of level up animation. What do you need color for 50, 100, 200, 500 just for the milestone ones? But something that'll be added eventually down the line. Obviously it wasn't high priority on things the game needed. But it would be cool and satisfying to have. Blue screen, the nearest 5 players. Actually, that's kind of funny. Because in Palia, which is like a cozy MMO that came out the other year, you can actually spam fireworks. Like, it's an actual thing that you can do to, like, mark an area, but also just to celebrate things. And if you spam enough fireworks, you will actually crash every single person around you. Because it's still in early access and it's still a bit buggy in that regard. If you spam enough fireworks quick enough, you'd have to waste a lot of money on them, though. But if you spammed enough quick enough, you would actually crash people around you. Not everyone, but some amount of people. Which is the closest thing to blue screening them. It's happened to me multiple times. Not because I did it, but because someone near me did it. Especially if you're playing on Nintendo Switch and not PC. Because the Nintendo Switch version is not as stable. So now we get to 200 mining keep. I feel the need to keep mining more. We have been doing it as our AFK recently. But it's actually only our 3rd highest skill. I do still want to go catch up my... The whole reason we're doing mining smithing is so we can catch it up with our combat again. It's something that was for a while and then fell behind, but then went the other way around. But now we need to go catch it up again. Welcome back, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Only 1,000 more bones to go. Oh, so wait, are both these vats the same distance away? I never paid much attention to that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh. I never noticed that. Because that's not the case for the smithing ones. And stonemason only has 1. But, yeah, that's interesting. Both vats are actually equal distance away. This is the only double, dunking thing that is actually same distance for regardless which one you take. Or is it? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3 both ways. Because that's not the case for both the smithing ones. Both the smithing ones, there's one that is definitively closer than the other. Making the other one kind of pointless. But, and for stonemason, there's only 1 total, so there's not a second option to use. But yeah, both vats are actually the same distance from this storage. So you can kind of use whichever one is of preference because they're actually both the same efficiency. I always use this one. Why, I don't know, but I prefer this one. I have no reason as to why, but I do prefer this one. Oh, actually, I just realized, no, it's not. Because you can't corner or cut the thing. Never mind, this one is better. Maybe that's why. Because, yeah, you can't double diagonal there. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Yeah, never mind. They're still the same. Because you go boom, boom, boom. You don't need a double diagonal. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, never mind. They're still the same. It's just the path they takes a little weird. Because if he moves over there, he should go boom, boom, then boom. If he clicks on it directly. Which we can even see if we click on it ourselves. But the 3 tiles you should drag us through is here, here, and here for clicking on this. Oh, or it could go down and do a double diagonal. That also works. It also does the same thing. That's interesting. It prioritized moving vertically, then went full diagonal. Interesting. Alright, now I'm stuck having to use this for the full inventory, unfortunately. I never bothered looking at it from the back. I'm just now realizing that the chain doesn't actually move. The chain there is a lie. The cog moves, but the chain doesn't. I wonder if they're ever going to fix that animation. My immersion is broken. I don't know, do they need to move? Because currently they're not. Let me go double check what his contraction is. What is this even doing? It's holding onto there. Yeah, wouldn't it need to? Yeah, these chains should be moving to some degree. I'm pretty sure. These extra slack should be making that go down. But currently they don't move. Hey, look at them. They stay completely stationary. The cog moves. But the chains associated to them that they're attached to, that the cog should be moving when doing that, are staying stationary. But then again, it's attached to the string, so maybe you don't need... But what's the point of the chain then? I'm trying to figure out what the point of this chain is on this thing. Because it's not moving when we do this. It looks like movement of one is supposed to affect the other. Because it looks like this chain is supposed to be moving this thing up here. But the chain itself is not moving to justify the other thing moving. Oh no, the inaccuracies. That's bothering me so much now that I see it though. It's such a small visual detail. But, yeah, they gotta fix that, because that's what's supposed to be happening here. It works on this one, probably not, though. Because this thing being spun is supposed to make this chain move, to make this thing spin, to make that thing spin, to dunk it into the thing. So this gets cranked to spin this chain, to make that cog spin, to make that thing spin, to make that dunk down. But the chain isn't moving. Which means the top one also shouldn't be moving, but is moving. It's moving by magic. I mean, that's the main thing that's throwing me off here and driving me crazy right now. Because, yeah, the chain not moving should mean that the upper cog is not moving, which means this whole contraction shouldn't move at all. Okay, we need some chain movement. Gotta go buff the visual there at some point. I'll probably fix that at some point. That's a pretty small thing, but it's driving me crazy right now that I see it. The whole small thing will drive me crazy anytime I need to dunk something now. I'll just remember in the back of my head that the chain is not moving. Because I'm pretty sure that's what's supposed to be happening here. Is spinning this moves this chain, moving this chain spins that cog, moving that cog dunks it into the thing. And that's the whole process. But the chain itself is not moving. Everything else is. But the chain isn't. And I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be. It's either a visual bug or a visual oversight. Luckily, it's a purely visual problem, though. It's not like it affects the XP rate or anything. Honestly, I almost want to go send a support ticket for that. After 56 days of playing this game, that might be the one thing where I'm like, I just can't stand for this. I have to go send a support ticket in. Out of everything over the 56 days of playing these straight, I think that might be the thing that draws a line for me to go send a support ticket in. And be like, hey, this chain doesn't properly move when you dunk the bones. Please fix this. It is driving me insane. At least after 200 gather, we don't have to do it much after that, ever. Because we won't really have to touch another bone. Honestly, by the time it's fixed, we probably don't even need to dunk another bone for like a year. We just gotta live with it for like 15,000 more bones over the course of the next month. Or the next couple weeks. Alright, catch you later, Isabel. Have a good New Year's. Yeah, family call. Yeah, I have a lot of family I need to go contact later. Actually, as soon as I click the end stream button, I probably need to go call my grandma as well before she gets to bed. Because she gets to bed pretty early. She might even be asleep by the time I end stream. Because how much longer are we going? We're going for about, like, what, 2-ish more hours? 2.5. It should still be up by then. It'd be 9 o'clock. And we're crossing New Horizon, don't forget. Oh yeah, poke me on Discord later as well. Because I still forget how to set up the thingy. If you didn't already. You may have already. If you haven't already. Because I completely forget how to do that. Pretty sure it's pretty straightforward, but I haven't logged in like 2 years. I just realized something funny too. My Animal Crossing New Horizon file is still on my previous Switch. I never transferred it over. Hopefully I can still use it without any problems. Because it's not my primary Switch anymore. I switched over to the OLED one. But I never transferred the file over to the OLED. Well, we'll find out what happens. Yeah, we're almost halfway there. We got 721 dunked and we have 900 something to go. Like 921. The things we do for bone rate XP. Or at least we're gonna have way more than enough than 126. Or aren't you gonna overkill it a little? Honestly, I might even put this knowledge into Gatherer. I should really put into Bone Right though. Because we have plenty enough tier 3 spikes at this point. This might actually be the Gatherer pivot, just so we don't have to go back to Gatherer as much. I might do it, even though bone spikes are so good. The XP rate that we'd be getting for them at this level range is kind of bad. Get over to the femur and keep putting into Gather while we're doing femur as well. Just because we don't need as many femurs, because then we get to the real ones. Everything after the sheep tier 4 is good, or after goat horn tier 4. That's the last bad one. Every single option from ram horn onwards is really, really good. Is there tier 4s that can go to 199? The last bad one is tier 4 goat horn. The tier 4 ram is good, but then the golden age is at 166 for the bone spike tier 4. Because that makes all of the 199 weapons we'll ever need. So yeah, I think we knowledge past this then. Knowledge to femur, and then as we do femur, whenever we do femur, we also knowledge through femur. And then we can start sickling the dock leaf. And the dock leaves make the 7% potion. So it costs us 4.5 silver each, but that's fine. And that's expensive, but it's not that bad. Because I think a normal potion there is already like 2 point something. So we're paying like an extra 2.3 to get alchemy XP and 2 extra percent compared to a 5%, which isn't that bad. I only plan to get the hairy dock leaf and not bother with the sage. I'll do like one inventory just for the first time bonus and to see how bad it is, because I know it's horrific. It's like the worst thing to collect in the entire game. But dock leaf actually isn't that bad. The process for dock leaf is actually really similar to the berry we did earlier. The only downside is there's no tree. There's actually nothing you can do in the downtime. It's the only really big issue with dock leaf. Is there is literally zero material you can go gather in the downtime. Because you can't fight those because they're up a cliff. And you can't get up them. The road to nowhere much has nothing. The portal room has nothing. I guess the best you could do is try to get like one single oak tree in. But in my woodcutting level, there's basically nothing anyways. So hopefully they have a quick respawn rate or an 8 spawn or something. I really hope they're not awful. But there's a chance they're going to be awful. Because there's no other resource nearby. Which could be problematic. Honestly, I should actually double check before I even commit to the dock leaf grind. Maybe we just get 23 and 23. The only problem is, what on earth are we supposed to do for XP for not doing dock leaf? Because it basically still have to be doing femur. Which doesn't seem that worth it. Because I'd have to do the 130th femur all the way to like 148. At that point, we might as well just knowledge through it. I don't know, we'll see. I'm still tempted to go collect it. It really comes down to, well, how much downtime is there between each cycle? If the answer is like 10 seconds, we might not do them. You know, if the answer is lower, then it's like, okay, yeah, we might. But yeah, I think I'm putting all this knowledge on the Gatherer. The goal is still to get to 130 Gatherer. And that'll just make it go a little bit quicker. Because our bone right's actually going to be in a pretty comfortable position, and that will get us closer to the actual good stuff we need. Because we're going to be in a little bit of a dead area for Gatherer soon. Especially if I do the sickle skip. Which, we might, I'm not sure. If we do sickle skip, that means we can go a little bit heavier onto our wood cutting and handsaw earlier. Because we don't need sickle again for a very long time if we sickle skip. If we just grab one inventory of sage and one inventory of dock leaf. The problem is with that is we'd have to do a 130 method all the way till like the end. Actually, I guess we could still do sage and just drop them then. Like do the femur as we normally would. Do the dock leaf, only bank one, drop the rest. Do the sage, only bank one, drop the rest, or you know, drop a set of them. I mean, bank a set of them, but then drop the rest. Because the XP there is still good. Like better than if we do drop femur shard. But I'm just gonna just do them and drop them, I guess. It's not ideal, but it's just not realistic to bank them. Dock leaf, yes, but if they have too big of a respawn time, this is my biggest concern with them. Because if you take all 8 and have to wait like 10 seconds, that's a problem. Though I guess that only affects every 3rd cycle. Actually, I hope there's 8 there and not 6. Actually, let me go check. You can check that on the wiki, I think, how many nodes there are. Let me go check. Because if there's only 6 nodes, that's actually really bad. If there's 8, that isn't as bad then. Let me go double check. Oh yeah, there's the video thingy we went over earlier. What I'm looking for though is dock leaf. Dock leaf spawn. Dock leaf skill node. Skill node. Okay, good. There is 8. Okay, saved. Okay, they are worth doing. I will upgrade the sickle. Alright, we just got hard saved by that. Yeah, I'm gonna do dock leaf from 135 to 148 then. Oh, they're done. Alright, let me go put this into our other XP then. Teleport over to Hopeport. We're gonna double put this in the Gatherer. Also, while we're over here, is there any cooking bounties we can go clean up? I ideally want to get rid of the 10 and the 7. The only reason I took them is because they're good XP. But they burn a lot of money. This is like 12,000 XP between them, but we gotta make 17 items. Something we can't even cycle in one inventory to go buy. Oh, whoops. Let me go the other way first. Because the whole reason we came here was for one of these things. Ah, that guy's name is the Bone Zone! Nice. That's really funny given that we're actually bone zoning today. But his name is actually the Bone Zone. That's a perfect name for a guardian, honestly. Yeah, there we go. Gosh, this place is so crowded. Is today cooking day or something? It's not even at the time of the reset with the board. Okay, this room is like nearly empty. Ah, we didn't get any good ones. Yeah, none of this is worth it. I saw the little Lucy one's not as bad because I think we're already going to be over there. Not quite. Kind of. Yeah, it's pretty skippable. I'm just going to ignore them then. Alright, let's go back. Back we go. Oi. Gotta get the perfect tentacle road practice in for when we go do Carbonice. We're getting pretty flawless at it. Hey, Lazy Sloth's over here. He's been going heavy on the mining grind. We saw him doing Carbonice yesterday. And now he's already up to Andesite. Which means he moved up like 2 ores already since then. He's been on that power mine grind. He moved up ore and a rock within that time. For when we were last doing the 100 mine fighter grind 2 days ago. So since Sunday, he's gained 2 whole rocks. Which is probably like almost 30 mining levels then, if not more. Happy New Year's, Tate! Welcome, welcome. Hope you have a wonderful 2025 and celebrations tonight. Yeah, currently we're doing the last of our bones from the gather grind we did today. Doing them should get us pretty much to 130 gather. Whatever the difference is, we'll go train manually. That should be the last thing we need to get done today. This day was a pretty heavy bone zone day. This is the main thing we're trying to push right now. But it does mean, starting tomorrow, if there's not a specific update, we need to start making money again. So I gotta do some merchant leatherworker. Probably more heavy into merchant rather than leatherworker, but both. Also, hello Rico! Happy New Year's Eve! Hope the holiday's been going well. You're still training guard? You just hit 180? Nice! You're almost there. You're nearly there. We're slowly moving up the mines of Matubin. There's only 5 people with 200 all in this chapter. Well, assumably 200 all. Oh, you want to go all the way to 500? Nice. Yeah, I do plan to do that for Watch Person eventually for the Dragon Cape. I'm kind of just waiting on the combat rework and special attacks before I really commit all the way, though. But I've still been AFKing it off stream recently. Just so we can slowly get it up. Like, you may have noticed our Watch Person level is probably like 3 higher than yesterday. Like 2 or 3 higher. I think it's like 2 higher. Almost 3. It's about to hit it. But, yeah, that's all from AFK raid dens. Or, you know, active AFK. Rather than the passive activity. But, yeah, it's going to slowly keep ticking up by like a 1 or 2 every single day now. That we're finally fortified enough to go take them on. We're already up to a 2% penalty, by the way. We, like, just got access to doing them properly, and we're already at a 2% penalty. Curious how that penalty system will work after they do the rework to combat. He's either going to get a lot better or a lot worse, and we don't really know which. There's just so many unknowns when it comes to combat. Hopefully it gets everything implemented soon, just so we know what the state of combat's going to be. Because I don't know if I should be power grinding combat right now, or ignoring it completely, or an in-between. Should I be trying to get one to 500? Should I be getting all of them to 200? It just is a lot we just don't know about it at the moment. Because there's one of 3 options that is good to be doing right now. And we don't know which one is the best. It is either get all combats to 200, or get 1 combat to 500, or ignore combat until the rework happens. And right now we currently don't know which one of those 3 is better to do, or best to do. But hey, whenever special attacks come out, we will be ready. We are going to be so ready. That's pretty much what every single one of my grinds are for right now. Is to make sure we are completely ready by the time combat comes out. Or, you know, the special attack weapons come out. We're going to make a 199 of literally every special attack weapon. Because by then we'll have the woodcutting and carpentry components as well. Yeah, for one combat at 500, even if it's not the best thing to be doing right now, it's still good just because of how much money you make. Getting combat to 500 is a lot of money. You also get to wear really cool armor everywhere you go. Because I can only wear up to tier 5. We don't have access to our tier 6 Cryonite armor yet. We probably won't until we get like at least a good another 120, 150 more watch person levels. Start to get some of those perfect ones rolling in. Even then, it's not going to be all of them, but we'll start getting some perfects. Because then we get the really cool looking armor. What level is tier 5? Roughly around 200. Like slightly above 200. Some of them slightly below, most of them slightly above. It's different for everything, and it's hard to check right now. Like, it's really easy to check like a weapon because you just go into skill tree and be like, oh yeah, tier 5 rapier starts at 193. And like tier 5 mace is at like, you know, 213, but you can't check that with armor right now. Like tier 5 bow goes all the way till gosh, it's like really deep, like 328. You don't get tier 5 bow until 328. So by the time you're starting to get perfects, you're almost finally getting the bow. Yeah, they're all over the place as far as where they are. And the first perfect for Cryonite, at least for a weapon, is at 341. So if you're fighting something that's like a 341 or higher as a Cryonite and you get a rapier drop, it should drop as a perfect one. Assuming is that at least that level range. As long as it's level 341. So if you're fighting like a 350 enemy, pretty much every rapier you get will be a perfect one. Not perfect as in its stats and everything, but you know, perfect as in the tier 6. Where do you even find a tier armor info? It's basically, it's based on the visual. There's no way to just check it on an armor piece. Like, I can't click on this and be like, oh, this is a tier 5 mace. Nowhere's here says it's a tier 5 mace. But it is a tier 5 mace. The game doesn't really denote it particularly well. Like, the only way to identify that's 218 mace is a tier 5. Is basically to go under this tab right here. Go to where the tier 5 mace is. And be like, is this level smaller than that number? And if it is, then yeah, tier 5. But we can see right there, superior flanked mace. Which means this right here, even though it doesn't say it's a superior flanked mace or a tier 5 mace, that's what it is. Nowhere's here does it say it's superior flanked mace. But it is a tier 5 superior flanked mace thing. Who started naming these tiers? Oh no, just gave all of them weird names. Like tier 5 is called superior for melee at least, or for Cryonite. I'm sure it's called superior for all of them. I know all of them are called perfect at the end, I'm pretty sure though. Not sure if it's called the same convention for each, is it? I think it is, let me see. Are these also called perfect and then superior? Yeah, it is, okay. Yeah, it's technically a superior weapon. I keep calling it tier 5 because it's the 5th tier. But technically a tier 5 is called superior, tier 6 is called perfect. It just makes more sense calling them like tier 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth. It is really easy to tell what number they are. Compared to if you say something's like a, oh no, if you say something's like a superior weapon. Or not even superior, if you say it's like a strong weapon. I feel like that's less evident that that's a tier 4. Compared to if you say it's a tier 4. Yeah, the first superior or tier 4, or, yeah, wait, what? Yeah, the first tier 5 you end up getting for Cryonite is all the way at 193. It's really low. It's the rapier that you end up getting. Yeah, basic is tier 1. Let's see. Moderate is tier 2. Where's the next one? Where'd it go? Fine is tier 3. Strong is tier 4. Then superior is tier 5. And then, of course, perfect is tier 6. But I always just call them by their tier number rather than their name. Yeah, it's a different level for everything. And there's currently no way to check it for armor because Armor Maker doesn't exist. So it's really hard to tell for armor. Armor does still have one, but there's no, like, thing you can check at the moment until Armor Maker comes out. This is a wiki has a thing for it. I highly doubt it, though. But once Armor Maker comes out, it'll also be easy to check armor then. Right now, you can only really check weapons and shields. But once Armor Maker comes out, you'll be able to easily tell any of them by just looking at the in-game thingy. I just wish the gear itself would denote it better. Because nothing on this says it's, you know, tier 5. Even though it is. But it doesn't say the word of superior, nor does it say tier 5 or anything to say that it is. It does when you craft it and everything, but it doesn't when you have the final product and everything. But that's something they'll probably change in the future, just to make it a little bit more evident. Are all the armor at the exact same? That might change down the line once they figure out what the level ranges are. I think the only reason the armor, if they are static is probably because they don't know what levels they want to make them yet. So that'll probably change when Armor Maker comes out. Because they probably don't know what level range they want to make everything quite yet. Until it's like fully implemented. It's the same reason why all the hides say 0 to 500. It's not because they're actually 0 to 500, obviously. But because they haven't figured out what number they want to do for it yet. There we go, level 126. We can now do the Femur Shard if we had 130 gather. As you say, where's my level up menu? There it is. Oh yeah, Femur Shard, nice. And we get that shield immediately too. It's gonna be the main shield we're gonna be crafting for shield upgrades, by the way. Femur Shard's gonna be in the main material I make them out of. That way all of our reject ones sell for better. And they're the second easiest one to bank anyway, so it works out perfectly. You wouldn't want to do that if you're buying it from the bone shop, but if you're getting them from actually gathering them, they're the second easiest bone, and the easiest bone to do if you're banking them from gathering them. As the other two are further distance. Bone Spike is your best for weapon, and Femur Shard is your best for shield. Even though Femur Shard is the most expensive of the four. But gathering it is actually the easiest, not counting Bone Spike. Bone Spike's kind of unfair to compare any of them to. It's just so much better. The only big issue with Bone Spike is you can't make a shield out of it. It's weapon only. Which makes sense. It's like a spike. Though you can have spiked armor. Or spiked shield. That'd actually be pretty fun. Like a spiky recoil shield. Yeah, no problem, Tate. Glad I could help. But yeah, I've been still having so much fun with this game. And I can't wait till they actually start doing updates again so we can have even more fun. Because that is something I have been missing a bit over the last 2 weeks. It feels weird just waking up and knowing for sure, like, oh, there's not going to be an update today. It's fun to just waking up any morning and being like, oh, is today the update day? Is today the game day the game changes forever? Because they're just going to drastically overhaul something. We're already getting part of the combat rework probably in the next week. As well as we got a teaser for Cubal Actions that we showed earlier. There was like a 1-minute teaser for it. Works pretty much exactly how you think it would for Gathering. They didn't show it in any other context, so it might only work on Gathering. They also didn't queue all movement, so we don't know. Is January 2nd the update? Did he confirm that? It is the most likely first date that it could occur. Because the first, he's probably not going to do one. Because everyone's sleeping in on January 1st. But, yeah, January 2nd he might, or 3rd, or somewhere around there. I'm not sure if he's given an official date, though. Just that he would start updating again in January. Obviously, it'd be very early January. But I don't recall any date where he said, hey, I'm definitely going to do an update on this date. But yeah, it could happen on the 2nd, could be the 3rd. Could be the 4th. Probably not the 1st, though. Oh gosh, we're doing so good on Blue Elf. We're never going to get past it on Santa. We are at 73 Blue Elf right now. Our next highest is 67 Black Santa is so far behind. It is 6 behind at this point. And in 3rd place is 64 Red Santa. At least Blue Elf is pretty cool though. It matches Cryo Knight really well. January 2nd will be the long-awaited death penalty update. I do feel like this game will eventually have a harsher death penalty. Especially for things like raids and bosses and stuff. I'm not sure if he's ever bothered gonna updating it for normal enemies, though. Because I don't think it's too broken the way that it currently works for normal enemies. Though they definitely have to change it by the time they add bossing and raids and such. I think the only reason why death is so non-punishing right now is because he made it so punishing the first time he made an MMO. Like, the first time he made an MMO, you would lose everything on death, and there was no way to store anything. So you'd lose literally everything you've ever earned on your entire account on death. Which is perfectly fair and balanced. Compared to now where you lose absolutely nothing. So I think his concern was over-tuning it, but then made it like way under-tuned. Where you lose literally nothing and sometimes even beneficial to die. Because the first time around, you basically lost every single item on your account per death. Until he eventually added like the 3 save option and eventually banking coins and eventually banking items. You got the pink Santa RNG? Nice. Or you mean the fuchsia Santa? I'm not sure why. I did so bad on blue Santa. I'm only at 50 blue Santa. I think it's actually my Tide lowest hat now that I'm looking at it. No. The orange pudding did the worst. Only 41 somehow. The only 41 orange pudding. But of the Santas, we did really bad on blue, only getting 50. Of course, it's not over. Also, I said on average, by the end of the event, we'd have about 73 on average of every hat. Which, you know, is around like a 65 to like an 80-ish per category. But we finally got our first 73 rolling in. But yeah, when we were doing the math earlier, I didn't really account for the fact that we probably wouldn't be playing that much on Christmas. And a few other days that we would be, you know, a little bit more preoccupied. We're still going to get pretty close. He still hasn't given us an end date, though. I hope after his first update or two, he gives us an end date, being like, hey, in a week from now, we'll be ending the Christmas event. I hope he just doesn't do it randomly one day. Like, I hope the first patch of the year doesn't just randomly just get rid of the Christmas event. I hope there's, like, some amount of, like, hey, we're going to run this for, like, a few more days, another week, whatever, and then we're going to close it off. Like, I wouldn't really mind too much because we already got everything we needed from it, but, you know, it's nice to have some amount of announcement ahead of time. It'd be kind of unfortunate if he just ends the Christmas event on, like, January 2nd or 3rd. With, like, no real announcement that's happening. Like, it won't affect us, but it would affect some people for sure. Who haven't finished a grind. Or haven't finished a grind on their alts, or whatever they want to do with it. If they want to get, like, a certain number of a hat. You will still be able to one-to-one trade them after, though. After the event ends, you can still one-to-one trade hats. But it has to be with people who already have hats. You can't trade a hat to someone who doesn't have a hat. But based on what they said earlier, even after the event, you should still be able to swap a Christmas hat with someone. You just can't give it to someone who doesn't have one. But you can still one-to-one trade them with someone who does. You can't tear yourself away from the race to level alts yet? Yeah. I still been. I'm not sure how many people in the top 20 have been. I feel like only a few. Because I'm pretty sure people like Unbi and wrong category. I'm pretty sure people like Unbi and Peticio and Yips and Irksum and Meadow. I'm pretty sure they're not running any alts at all. They're just running their one main account. I could be wrong with that. But I'm pretty sure they're not bothering at all with any alts at the moment. Given that they're kind of just power grinding the top. I'm not sure who the highest person is who is actually, you know, doing their other two profiles to some degree. I forget if Miles ES was. I'm not sure who the highest rank is. I know we are at 18, but there's probably someone within all this who is. I think Chino was? Miles ES might have been? Not sure else who might have been. Okay, so far I've AFK'd them all the way to Chapter 4, got them trading unlocked AFK, got them, well not AFK, but you know, all the requirements that were above 20. We ended up getting them, which actually for that is nothing in Chapter 4, but you know, prior. We're doing Lost and Found AFK right now, which they should have by next month, early next month. And then we AFK them to 500 in their production. And then from there I'll probably just get them a 500 AFK combat. Or 500 alchemy AFK. That's a lot of potions. Actually, that's probably the play. Get them to 1 to 500 stonemason, 1 to 500 bone right, and then afterwards AFK both of them to 500 alchemy. Because that's a lot of good potions. That's a lot of good potions that they can make along the way. We also don't care if their XP rate is necessarily worse. So I can actually have them camp the +4 boost for a while and skip like 8% hope port. And just do the +4 boost even at the reduced amount. All the way until like Chronopolis 8% AFK or something. That's probably going to be the play, honestly. They're going to do, even with the reduction, because I think the reduction only applies once. You don't get like extra reduction each time. I think you just get halved, but you don't get like 1/4 or 1/8 or something. I'm pretty sure it's just a half regardless at that point. So I'd probably camp them all the way from 200 +4 boost potion all the way till 287, just because of how valuable this potion is. And I need like 1 billion of them. And I would have 2 alts just running it, like 2 of them literally 24/7. But maybe not. Oh, you know, they run like 12-hour time. That's the only problem with that AFK, though. You can only run it for 12 hours. You can't run it for 24-hour. Which means you have to check on it at least twice a day. But it's probably worth it for the profit you get. Because that's their pivot after 500 production. You get 200 alchemy and then camp that forever. The only problem with that is AFKing from 20 to 200 is going to take forever. I might actually have to manually train them some. Which I haven't really done post 20 on any of them yet, in that regard. Even when trading comes out, I might actually have to manually train them up a little bit to 200 stonemason and 200 bone rate. Though maybe not, because if they have to do what I'm doing right now again, probably not worth it. I'll just let them AFK and make it take a little bit longer. Because the weird thing with AFKing all the way from 20 is one thing that's really weird to consider is going from level 20 to 200 is the same speed as going from 200 to 380. Which is very strange when you think about it. But that actually is the case. Like when it comes to normal training, that's not the case. But when we're talking about AFK training, every level is about the same speed, roughly. Even pre-200. So getting them to 200 is basically like 180 post-200 levels, comparatively. Since the speed of it is any different. Oh yeah, I just realized something. Maybe I do need to get a Steam Deck. Because I mentioned I'm probably going away. I mentioned a little bit earlier to stream, but I'm probably going away for 2 weeks. Or 1 week, 2 different times next year. To see family and friends. And, I just realized I might actually need a Steam Deck by then. Because if I don't have a Steam Deck by then, my other laptop can't really travel. And, I would have no way to play. If it's not out by mobile by, like, this summer. Oh, maybe we are going to have to go and cave in and go get the Steam Deck then. Because, yeah, I'm just now realizing that I actually won't be able to play it during those 2 weeks if I didn't do that. Well, that's enough to go get it, I guess. I think we just convinced ourselves. Be a little early beginning of year gift for ourselves, I guess. As well as all the generous people who've been giving money here and there. Technically helping it as well. Which has been greatly, greatly appreciated. Has been buying food, water, and everything else. But yeah, I think I'm finally caving in and getting a Steam Deck. I just hope they send it to the right house, though. Let me see, how much is it? I don't even have anywhere near as much funds. You know what? I might have to wait till. I have an investment thing that rolls over next month, near the end of the month. And I might do it around then. Because my PayPal, I don't even think has enough money to pay for it right now. So after that rolls over, I can see where all the funds are and everything and reallocate it. And then, yeah, we can put it into a Steam Deck. Let's see, whatever the difference is. Because I don't think I have enough in my bank account right now to pay for it outright. Let's see. Get all that, get all that. I gotta double check. How much is a Steam Deck? Obviously, if we get like the best model. Because I'm not gonna bother getting anything but the OLED with max memory. Where's the Steam Deck? We're gonna get one. We might as well go all out. Steam Deck. How much is your most expensive one? Let's see. Steam Deck top played games. It's funny. 2 of the top 4 are in my library already. Yeah, Stardew Valley and Slay the Spire, both amazing games. A bunch of other ones there. A bunch of other ones there. Anyways, what am I doing? Yeah, $649 for the 1 terabyte OLED. Plus whatever shipping cost might be. I assume it has separate shipping. Yeah, I might finally cave in. Estimated delivery date, only 3 to 5 business days? Really? I thought it would take way longer than that. Is it really that quick? I think we're going to finally cave in and get one. I'll check my account later. Honestly, with some of the funds I got from Christmas, I might actually be able to pay for it. Because some people actually did send checks. Mostly family members. There's no one in my family like sending money in case it gets raided. Because there's already been many times where my family, as well as myself, when sending something through mail, you know, end up getting stolen. So, like, my whole family's paranoid about it now. So if they're sending anyone money that isn't a gift card, they send it through, you know, a check. Yours only took 3 days? Yeah, I'm kind of convinced now. I think I might. I think I finally might. But it's not too bad cost-wise. $650. Is that counting shipping, though? Like, $650 not counting shipping. That's like $700 then. Still not, like, awful. It's really pricey, but I don't know. We'll get our money's worth out of it. Even if we just play Brighter Shores and Slay the Spire 2 on it this year, I'm pretty sure I'll be playing it enough to get my money's worth. Even that's the only thing I use it for. Because those are probably the biggest 2 things I'm aware of they'll be using it for. Obviously, Brighter Shores, Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out later. And probably use it for various indie games if there's anything else that comes out around that time. Because currently I use my Nintendo Switch a lot of times for indie games. But, yeah, I'll start just using the Steam Deck then. I just realized something annoying, though. I don't think Steam has an autofill for my address. So I'm gonna have to manually type all of it in. Then I'll go check an autofill from, like, Amazon or something and just put them in, copy paste it one at a time. That's how it picks up the autofill. Because I just realized I never actually ordered anything from Steam that got ordered to my house yet. Because generally you just buy digital games, obviously. It'd be the first physical object I ever buy from them. Oh, you know what else I could do that I've been putting off for forever? Back when I used to flip Dota 2 items, even though a lot of the items have gone down in price because I've just been letting them sit there doing nothing. I made thousands off it in the past, but I still have like a couple hundred or several $100s worth of stock. Or not stock, but you know, like various junk items that I've been not bothering to sell that I probably should at some point. Like if I sold almost all of that, it's almost like a Steam Deck right there. Just in selling the junk Dota 2 stuff I don't need anymore. I think some of them still worth like 20, 30 bucks. Some of them probably worth like literal cents though. I'm sure how much I could scrape together from it. It's probably too much effort to bother with though. Because I did that around the time I was doing flea marketing during college. I was doing full-time college with extra classes while still doing full-time flea marketing while still flipping stuff online. Like the Dota 2 items and such. It was actually the point in my life when I was probably making the most money, oddly enough. Even though I was burning the most money because I was going through the first 2 years of college. I stopped after that because I would have had to go into debt to go any further than a bachelor degree? Associate's degree. Whatever the 2-year one is called. I think it's associate's degree. If I would have went any further, I would have had to have gone into debt. But, yeah, it was the point in my life I was probably burning the most amount of money, but also making the most amount of money, oddly enough. I've actually only ever made less money since college. Because I tend to only make as much money as I need. And I need a lot of money, obviously, for college. And then for a lot of other things. Because, you know, when you're in college, you have to pay for, like, everything on top of college. But then, you know, after college, it's like, okay, well, I don't have this gigantic expense anymore, so I don't actually need to make as much money. Because I never got into debt when doing college. Because if you do, then it's kind of the other way around. Where it's like after college is when you feel like that money pressure. But I felt it like during, since I was just paying with cash. And not with like anything else. Just like pure cash for everything. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're going for our teleport thingy. That's one thing that's kind of unfortunate with me. Like, I don't feel the need to make, like, an absurdly high amount of money. Because I tend to only make as much as I feel like I need. To, like, sustain myself, you know, buy food, shelter, you know, just support everything else. Like, I don't tend to go for that much excess. It's only when I have a lot of expenses do I feel the need I need to make more money. Because obviously there's, like, a money pressure to do so. Alright, there we go. Alright. Nice. Still need 2 more levels for that later. We're almost at our femurs, but let's go back to the grind. Dunk the rest of our bones. I think we only have 1 more set left. What I mean by that is, like, you know, 1 more double knowledge point thing. I actually did watch the international. I actually sold one of those items for, gosh, I think I sold it like way too low. I can't remember what I got for it. But I did watch the international 2016. And I had one item that probably these days would go for like a couple hundred. At the time, I think I only got like 30, 50 worth from it. Because I just sold it out immediately. Because I had no need to like hold it and just hoard it. But yeah, I had one from the international 2016. I think I got like 30 keys for it or something. Which I think they're like 250 each, so that would have been like 30 bucks. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're worth hundreds right now. But I need the immediate money more than... Because I was back when I was still in college. So the immediate money was way more valuable than the money later. But yeah, I think I only got like 30 bucks for it. Not sure how much it would be worth now. Hello, Lost Skill, and Happy New Year. Yeah, I played Dota 2 for only about 2 years, I think. And I put about 2,000 hours into it. Oh no, I didn't really care for it as much as Dota 1. I mostly just played it a little bit and just kind of flipped items while I was in college. But then after college, I like stopped playing completely. Because I was mostly doing it for the money at one point. And then it wasn't really like fun to play anymore. I'd rather just go back to Dota 1. Which is actually what I did at the time as well. Because it was pretty much just playing for money, not really for the fun of it. Whereas whenever I played Dota 1, it was obviously purely for fun. People still play Dota 1 to this day, by the way. Though its player base is only in like the hundreds or low thousands rather than, you know, Dota 2, which is in like hundreds of thousands any given time. There's like less than 1% the player base, but there's still actually an active community that plays Dota 1. Even though at this point it's like 20-something years old. It still gets updated, though. Obviously not the same updates that Dota 2 has, but it still gets updated to this day. Your cousin has about around 2K worth of inventory flipping? Yeah, that's why I did some during college. I think the most I had at one time was 5,000 before I sold quite a bit of it off. Because I was doing it while I was doing flea marketing at the time. So I was already online looking for items and stuff, so it's like, yeah, I might as well also do Dota 2 flipping on the side. Get double the value. Have a real inventory and a digital inventory of items. Oh no, that was always really stressful though. It's too much monitoring to really bother with. And when it comes to IRL products, it's just really annoying storing everything as well. Because one nice thing about Dota 2 flipping is you didn't need to worry about storage space. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I spent on Dota 2. I want to say $300 to $500. But I've made probably like 4,000 or 5,000. It's just hard to track what exactly is profit or not. It's one thing that's always annoying with stuff like that, even flea marketing. Is when it comes to like flea marketing as well, because you have to account for your table, which is anywhere from like 5 to 20 bucks per table. Normally you would need 2 of them, so like double that. Then you also have, you know, transportation costs that you get there and back. Food costs, you know, during the day if you even want to count that as a cost. But, you know, normally if you go to a place like that, you pick up food from one of the local area things there, which is normally more than if you just made something at home. There's just like a lot of smaller costs that start adding up. So you might be leaving with 300, but, you know, your product that you've sold might have been worth 100, so that's already minus 100. Your table's now minus 20, that's minus 120. Counting food, gas, everything else, you're minus 150 on your 300. you sold $300 worth of stuff, but only made like 150 by the end of it, which is still pretty good for a day. But you know, like you start taking away everything else, and it's like, okay, what am I left with? Plus that's pre-tax money, so you didn't get taxed on that as well. So even that 150, you don't even get to keep the full 150 because that's 150 pre-tax, not 150 post-tax. So you still have to pay your tax rate on whatever it is. It's just it's just annoying. I did do it for a while though. It was definitely worthwhile. Some days you only made like 50 bucks. Other days you'd go away and make it like 400 or 500 doing flea marketing. You generally wouldn't make negative. Unless it starts raining or something. It's like the only days where it really starts making negative. Like pretty much if it starts raining like the first hour you get there or something. Because normally I buy tables by the day rather than by the month. So if it rains on that day, you're kind of just out of luck. Because most of the flea market I did took place outside, not inside. And the main reason I did it per day is because I was at college at the time. So I didn't always know exactly what my schedule was. Because I was still doing full-time college. Because I wouldn't know if I would need to like super study on a given day or have a bunch of stuff I would need to do for a project or something else. Yeah, we're almost done with our bones. And then we can finish off whatever's left for Gatherer. That'll probably be the last thing we do then. Finish every last bone that's in there right now, and then go get 130 Gatherer. And that should be every goal we wanted to get done. Yeah, 300 more left. Gosh, we already did that many. 1,360. Gosh, that is crazy. Those are only tier 3s too. That's not even the good tier yet. Tier 4 is when we really get to start getting nice stuff though. That gives us all the 199s we need. Which is pretty much the end goal for our bone rate in the foreseeable future. I don't plan to get it above 200 anytime soon. At least not on this account. Because once trading comes out, we won't really need it. I just want to have up to tier 4 because if we ever need a smaller craft, it's just way easier to do it off of that. And anything above that, I'll just trade for. There's definitely some Guardians out there going for like 300 or something. Actually, what is the highest one right now? Or at least based on visible. What is the highest bone rate that's currently visible? We got Enigma, we got Poor, we got Red Bean. I think Red Bean's been doing all of them. We have the guy that's actually in our room right now. Honestly, that's probably going to be the way to do it. Is you just go to a room. Like when trading comes out, you're literally just going to go into this room or the room to the east. And be like, hey, can I order, you know, whatever level, whatever. Like let's say I need like a 240 bone rate weapon, any kind. And just come in here, order it, pay them like a gold, few gold, and we'll be good to go. Obviously, it'll take them a little bit of time. And you just come back, claim your order, and do the trade. Also, it'd probably be way quicker if you could do a certain level range, too. Like, if people are producing a bunch of stuff, you could do a level range. Like, hey, I need something from, like, a 220 to a 240. Somewhere's in that level range, if anyone's making it. You could probably get it for slightly cheaper because people would have a lot of excess if you don't need, like, an exact level. The problem is when you need, like, a really exact level, like a 238 or 262 or, you know, anything like that. If you have like a level range that you need, it'd be a lot easier. Also, level 0s, 19s, and 199s are probably going to be like the biggest 3 that will be traded. Just because they're the most accessible. 0 and 19 anyone can make. And 199 is before the major rarity cutoff. Like, still a big number, and then you can adjust it with 0s, 19s, or whatever you can currently craft. And just like downscale from there for pre-200. And if for post-200, you can just combine it with, you know, whatever your main skill is. Like, we had 300 smithing, you know, we could do a 300 smithing, 199, a 199, and then boom. Get an item that way. If we need to be higher, we just go get the other component. Like, we'll make the 199 bone rate. We'll make, like, the 300 smithing or whatever we're at. And then we'll go to the stonemason place and go get, like, the 227 or whatever we need. Or, you know, whatever number we need at the time. To get to the level that we need to make our item. That's generally how it's going to go once it comes out. It's actually going to be a pretty cool mechanic. I'm actually curious to see how trading works overall. There's a lot of little small community things you'll be able to do with it. I like the fact that if we were just like mash training a skill and someone just comes in, we could just make some extra money. Like someone could walk through this door right now being like, hey, I need like a level 121 bone rate weapon. And it'll be like, oh, I got that. Though technically I don't have the carpentry component right now, but you know, we would down the line. We'd be on that in a heartbeat. That'd be like a free gold, or half a gold, or however much that would be, I'm not sure. That's pre-200, so it's before the big rarity cutoff. Should be that much. I feel like those would be half a gold instead of a full gold. It's post-200 that they're going to be at least a gold, if not multiple gold. Well, most things pre-200 shouldn't go for more than a gold, most likely. The only exception maybe being a 199. Might go for 1 gold. Also, as soon as we get these knowledge bars all the way to max, we'll go back to Gatherer. As soon as we double bar again. And then we'll go finish Gatherer to 130. Which we're pretty much already there. With the double knowledge, we'll be at, you know, 128.5. And then since we're going to be dumping knowledge probably into it directly. We should only need 2 more after that. Oh yeah, did we just gain a level? I didn't realize that. Thanks. Let's see. I didn't even realize I gained 2,300. The room itself is reminding me of my milestones. Thank you. But yeah, we just got 2,300. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Oh, so this is the guy who was doing bones the other day with us. This is kind of funny. It makes sense. But that was the same guy we were doing bones with the other day. Like 2 or 3 days ago, whenever it was. The blue one, the Cryo Knight there. The one that starts with M. I'm not sure how you say that name. Mycologist? I can't quite see his name. Mycologist. Is that a thing? What is that the study of? Is that an actual word? What is a mycologist? As in microbes? Oh, there's too many names for too many things. The study of mushrooms? Interesting. I assume the species of mushrooms is like a M word then. Well, you know, not mushroom, but you know, it has like a fancy term. Like micro something something, or whatever the thing is. That would make sense then. What's called mycologist then? Because the mushroom thing is probably called like a mic something something. So the study of it's the mycologist. I'm not sure why mitochondria sounds right. That's a cell thing. Trying to think of like every word I could think of that starts with MYC. And there are not that many. It's one of those like super technical terms for a mushroom. Not this, not his name, but I mean like the other word I'm trying to think of. Get a mushroom picking skill? Honestly, I would love to see that. I know Sword and Shield Pokemon game was generally pretty bad overall. But one area that was actually amazing looking was the mushroom area. I really like the concept of glowing mushrooms in a forest. Like the kind of aesthetic that you can end up doing with it. It's a really cool aesthetic. But yeah, I would love for a mushroom picking skill. Like a gathering skill that's really heavily mushroom based. With a bunch of glowy mushrooms. Yeah, we'll keep dunking bones until we reach double knowledge. And then we'll dump the knowledge into gather while going back to gather until we get 130 then. And that'll probably be our last milestone for tonight. Ugh. Until tomorrow, where we go on that money grind. Because we gotta go get money. Doesn't matter what we're doing, we gotta go get money. We either need to go get sicko money, or wood cutting money, or something money. But whatever we do tomorrow, it has to make this number become bigger from the current 5 that's at right now. Luckily, I pre-bought in the AFK potions for like the next week. So we should be good on those for a while. But now we need to go make all of our money. We need like 50 more gold. So we can go get a sickle upgrade as well as a double axe upgrade. Axe and saw. Those are like the 3 high priority ones right now. They're at level 10, but I need them to be 25. And the best way to go do that is to go to Merchant Leatherworker. So tomorrow's probably going to be pretty heavy on Merchant, unless we get an update tomorrow. But if there's no update tomorrow, it's probably going to be pretty heavy Merchant Leatherworker. Because we just need to get our money printer working again. Gotta go dust the dust off and get it rolling again. Because we gotta go and scrap together 50 gold somehow. It doesn't matter how, but that's the easiest way to go do it. Merchant Leatherworker. Plus we'll get to closer to 200 base level for Chronopolis that way too. We're getting there, not quite there yet though. I do want to start saving more of my hide, though. I almost want to start doing a 50-50. The only problem with that is that cuts our profit in half. I can currently make about 1.4 gold an hour, but if I do that, it's only going to be about 700 silver an hour. Or, you know, 0.7 gold. But I do want to start saving a lot of them for the eventual armor maker. Even if it takes a little bit longer. Because we're going to have to go to 210 regardless, and even beyond. So might as well save some of it. There's so many other ways you can make money. You don't have to sell all of it. And the main reason I want to start saving at that range is around where tier 4 is. Tier 4 is very, very important. Especially tier 4, tier 5. Because tier 4 will be needed for the 199s. And tier 4 and tier 5 are going to be needed to actually start training the skill post 200. Because pre 200, you can just knowledge spam it if you really want to. But post 200, you're going to have to do quite a bit of training of it directly. He's boosting every time before he puts the things in. Interesting. So I assume he's drinking a potion and then doing a triple dip. I'm not sure if that's worth it. Mostly because you have to account for the downtime of you drinking the potion. Which means you're only effectively getting like 2 or 3% out of your 5%. Unless you already have 7%. Which you might. These 7% are pretty easy to get once you get the 131 alchemy. The problem is the 131 alchemy, but once you have it, they're pretty easy. Because that would actually be a pretty good use for them. Dunking bones of your highest tier at a given time. But drink like a 7% pop before you triple dunk. And it should last for the full duration of the triple dunk. There's some great glowing ones in the Tango Fruit room. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that room actually looks pretty cool. It's the one with the Dryad as well. Alright, we're almost there. 100 left. Oh, wait, is that even going to be enough to reach a knowledge bar? I'm not even sure. Well, we'll go until we run out of bones or until we hit 200% knowledge, whichever one happens first. Either way, we'll go head over to the gatherer location. Just gotta go grab the 5% forest pots, which I think I'm running low on. I think I only have like 20 left. We don't need that many though. We're only gonna need like 3 more to stream. Yeah, after we finish 200 Gather, 200 Bone Right, 200 Mind Fighter. Yeah, I think we are going for the Woodcutting Carpentry just to finish out the trifecta. Or the... What is it called with a 5? A 5-fecta? But, yeah, the triangle of skills of Bone Right, Blacksmith, Stonemason... Well, technically the whole thing. Which is Gatherer, Woodcutter, Carpenter, Bone Right, Miner, Blacksmith, Stonemason. The 7... whatever. The 7 skills of crafting weapons. Then we'll have the full set completed. Technically, I don't need Mind Fighter for that, but I plan to train my Bone Right with Mind Fighter. Because we're eventually going to hit a little bit of the XP wall. We technically don't need 200 Mind Fighter, though. That's more so for the XP pots and everything for, and the heal pots and everything for alchemy. It's more so to train alchemy than it is to train what we're actually doing. So we could actually skip the Mind Fighter grind. And just wait for the combat rework, special attacks, and everything. Honestly, by the time we need to do the grind anyways, it's probably going to be around that time. But if special attacks haven't come out, yeah, I think we switch over to Woodcutting and Carpentry for sure. Before we even bother with Mind Fighter. Because worst comes to worst, I can get 200 Bone Right with Merchant. Or with Leatherworker. Or with AFK Raid Dens. I don't have to get it with Mind Fighter. I was going to do it with Mind Fighter, but I don't have to do it with Mind Fighter. We could do it with anything. We're so close, he's so far. No, actually we're not far at all. Still gotta go finish the gather and grind though, but it shouldn't take that long. Hey, Green Santa. Yeah, poor Blue Santa. Only got 50. Unfortunate. Oh. Forgot last bone. I'm still in episode 4 gear right now. Alright, 2 more inventories to go. Looks like that should be almost just enough knowledge. So we're going to overshoot it slightly, but if I just do a 24-24 and then go head over there, we should be good to go. So I'll have one more full inventory to go do after this, and then we'll go head back to Gatherer. Just got to grab the potions real quick. And then we'll do Gather until 1:30, and that will be every goal completed. Because we needed 126 bone rate, which we already got, in order to go do the femur shard. And we need 130 gather, so we can also go do the femur shard. And then we'll do like 1 inventory of femur shard. And obviously get more later. But the problem is we hit a wall at 135. Because if I don't have sickle, I kind of want the sickle before then. So I could do Dockley from 130 all the way till 148 pretty much. Also getting another sickle upgrade along the way. Because I do think I'm going to bank them. They're like 4.5 silver each. I'll do 1 inventory of Glade just for the one-time bonus and everything. Or Sage, I mean. But Harry Dockleaf, I think I'm actually going to bank. Especially if there's a lot of downtime between the 8 spawn. Even more of a reason to bank. There's like a 10-second downtime between every 8 you take. Because that way you can kind of skip one of the downtimes by banking. Obviously banking takes longer than waiting. But you're wasting less time banking in that situation. Oh, is this going to get us to 199%? That's funny. Oh no, that's fine though. Actually kind of work out perfectly, because then I could just drink the potion when I'm there without wasting any percent. So I guess that kind of works out actually. Oh no, these bones aren't going to get me to 128 though, but that's fine. We're still going to be plucking some more, so whatever we pluck from the ground for those 1.5 levels, we'll be able to go and get us to 128. There we go, perfect. That is every last bone except those 4, but we were going to have some more anyways from the gathering. So we're at our perfect amount of knowledge, 199. Let's go get our potion and back to the gathering. We only got a level and a half to go though. Alright, there we go. Put away all that. Leave that there for now. Alright, let's go get some more. Let's go get our potion. Oh, we're teleported at the same time. Oh no, not quite. You got like 1 tick before me. Also, we have fused with Cyrus. Oh, there we go. We fused back again. We are 1. Hey, Kiv is here. Alright, let's go buy, or not buy, but grab our 10 thingies, and let's go do it. Head over to the north part. Let's go get an aggro skip in the really annoying room. We've gotten it a couple times so far. This one's a really annoying room to do it on, though. Just because there's like a billion ledges, so it can catch up to you really easily. Oh, or we could just run. Run, 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 run. Run, run, run. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright, that was pretty painless. See if the next room is any better. Perfect. Oh, that is so free. Don't even need to do any fancy tricks. Alright, back to the gatherer grind. Alright, we just need a level and a half now. And after we get this level and a half, I guess we'll go dunk one set just to get to 128, because it will drive me crazy if I leave it at 127. All we have to do is like dunk one inventory and we'll get there. I just didn't have it at the time because we only had 4 left. Oh, he's using a golden saw. Ooh. I think we established earlier that was around like 184 or something. It seems like he's doing Suave only. I personally don't feel like it's ever worth doing Suave only. I guess maybe post 200. It might be required. But pre 200, I don't think there's ever a point where you have to do Suave only. Compared to doing Bone Spike Suave. Or Femur Shard Suave. Or Bramble Suave. Or Combat Suave. There's like so many free instances where you just get Suave log. For just doing a different skill. Or even the same skill in the case of woodcutting, where you're doing 8 Bramble, 1 Suave. Because that's all woodcutting still, it's just 8 of them is not Suave, but 1 of them are. One thing we probably won't get during this grind, though we probably will once we get to Femur. We're not going to get level 63 woodcutting, which we need for U trees. It's tier 3 U, so, or no, it's only tier 2 U, so we don't really care about it too much. But, I don't know, I still want to make a couple of them for the first time bonus and just have a few banked. Gosh, I keep forgetting how quiet this place is. It throws me off every time because I'm like waiting to hear the music. And I thought it's just like off for a second. It's like, oh yeah, it stays off the whole time. Hey, they're actually wearing the maid outfit thing. I've seen too many people wearing it recently. I'm not sure if there's a way you could rewear it after the quest these days, though. I know there was earlier. I'm not sure if there still is, though. Because it's not in my item section right over here. So I'm not sure where I can go to try to wield it. Because it's in one of my key item tabs, but the quest for it is already completed. It's just a way to view past quests I'm not aware of. I don't think there is, though. You see past side quests, but you can't see past main storyline quests. I don't think you can. I'm not seeing anything that opens it. All we have is a leaf in the golden cog. Which means we're going to have to call the Dryad at some point next chapter. And obviously the golden cog was like the whole thing we need to even get there. Let me guess, we're going to use our builder skill to go do something with that golden cog. I really hope completing out the quest gives you shield breaker and builder XP. Because the one for chapter 4, when we did it yesterday, ended up giving us, you know, the main combat, which was watch person, but also give us detective XP. But hopefully for Chapter 5, that'll be Shield Breaker plus Builder. Just to get a kickstart on Builder. Because that means we're pretty much guaranteed to have level 20 Builder after finishing Chapter 5 quests. As well as at least 20 combat. But the 20 Builder is the more important one, so if we need to knowledge it or do something weird with it, we can. Without having to go out of our way that much. We'll still have to go out of our way for Armor Maker, most likely. But for Builder, it should be a pretty free level 20 from just completing the quest, hopefully. If it's set up the same way that Chapter 4 was. I can't remember how many other chapters were set up like that. I can't remember if you get woodcutting XP for doing Chapter 2 or not. But I'm pretty sure you get mining XP for Mines of Matubin. I know for sure you get Detective XP for doing Chronopolis. And hopefully you get Builder XP for doing Chapter 5. As well as Shieldbreaker, obviously. They always give you combat XP. That goes without saying that it will give the main one. But hopefully the secondary XP will be Builder and not Armor Maker. They both would be good, but I feel like Builder is the more likely one. Alright, 2 more knowledge points and I think we're done. That should be enough by that point. You know, between our training and the knowledge. That should be level 130. Then we'll go down to like 1 inventory of bones, and that'll be perfect because we'll be right next to the AFK activity. Come on, woodcutting, move quicker. Poor woodcutting. We've been neglecting it so much. Also because I'm so fearful of carpentry. It's not that bad. Get ready for the 12-hour carpentry stream in a few weeks. No. Actually, kind of probably, actually. More so a matter of when and if. It's the only way I'll get it done, though. I gotta commit like a whole day to just doing only it and nothing else. And that will give us just like so much progress on it. It won't finish 200 carpentry, obviously, but the amount of progress we would get from doing it for like 11 hours straight or so is very high. Not 200 high, but bigger number than now high. That's for sure. It's been 6 hours. I know, because the old school RuneScape just got logged out. I always love how whenever we do like 11 or 12 hours, obviously we do it a little bit shorter today because of New Year's. But whenever we do like an 11-ish hour stream, it's always so easy to tell like the halfway mark of our stream. Because the old school RuneScape gets 6 hour logged. You can tell exactly when the stream's gone for 6 hours without even looking at the stream timer. Hey, Greybeard is back as well. That or he never left. I wasn't even paying attention. I think he was doing some bone right earlier. But he has returned. With his majestic 200 plus cape. Well, you know, 200 cape. You know, his level was 200 plus. Alright, one more level to go. Well, after that one. We'll take a 90-second now. Come on. You're almost there. Stop teasing the bar. You can push over now. Because I like how you could tell if it's going to happen or not. Because this XP bar gets updated after this one. So you actually know if you pay attention to this one exactly when it happens. Yep, we got it. And then boom, we got it. You basically gained the level twice in a sense. Once that you can see immediately, and the other one you can see a little bit delayed. Alright, one level to go. As soon as we get 200% knowledge, it should be enough. As dumping knowledge into gather 2 more times should push it over. Oh, I already hear some fireworks. Oh wow, they're starting early. It's only 8 p.m. right now. There's already a fireworks show starting at 8. That is early. Yeah, I said it earlier. They have it running like almost the entire night. Like almost every hour, some place is probably doing fireworks. And they're already starting at 8. I'm pretty sure it's not coming in through the mic, but I definitely hear fireworks going off. Sounds like half a mile away or so. Yep, someone's already starting their show. The first of many. Gosh, that's loud. Can you guys hear it at all in the mic? All I can hear right now is just like a billion pops going off. And now it stopped. Oh, it went back up. There's so much silence going on because there's no music in this area that the fireworks are actually louder than it to me. The fireworks are louder than the ambience in this room. And they stopped. There we go, quiet. I can hear myself think again. I went back. Gosh, how long did it go to go? There's definitely an actual place and not like a person doing it. Because a random person would not be going this long with them. It also makes sense because it started exactly at 8. So they probably had it scheduled. Hey, a little tree. Hey, if he ends the event tomorrow, that'll be like our last tree. Oh no. No, I think we get one more tree after that, actually. Whatever our next, well, it might be our last tree, depending on what our hat is. But yeah, we're probably only going to be able to earn like one more hat. Well, I guess I'll get some AFK when we go to the other thing later, though. It's not like I'm doing the mining AFK all night. Or, you know, I'm still going to be playing some later tonight. I just won't be streaming it. I'll be doing it in between everything else. I'm still going to be playing it a little bit here and there. But as soon as we get the 130 gather, we'll call it there then. Oh, also we got to dunk like one inventory of bone. It's still going to drive me crazy if I don't do that before the stream ends. Plus, it's where we need to be anyways, because that's where our mining AFK is. So we'll be able to double dip it. Yeah, the only problem with grinds now. Grinds are starting to get like longer and longer. Especially once we have 200 all. You know how long the average grind's going to start to take? Hopefully by then they have bossing or something in the game. So when we need a break from grinding post 200 skills, we can just kill a boss a couple hundred times or something. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel after the post 200 wall. Obviously we'll still be playing a ton. But every goal we ever have will be such a long grind. Just because there's no quick skill to do anymore. There's some that will be quicker than others still, like Merchant and such. But there won't be any like super quick one pre-200. Oh, I thought I clicked on it. Whoops. I was waiting for the audio cue and it never came. It was hard to hear it because the fireworks are still going. Did we go for 7 minutes straight? It definitely has to be one of the bigger places to be able to afford that many fireworks. Because it's pretty much been non-stop for 7 minutes, soon to be 8. That is not cheap. Not sure how expensive it is, but it's not cheap. It's definitely at least several thousand dollars worth. Oh, is it done? It lasted for 8 minutes. I think they're finally done. I hear a bunch of cheering. Yeah, they're definitely done. Oh, no, they're gone. Even they thought it was done. That sounds like big finale. Alright, now they're done. Yeah, that was a solid 9 minutes. I can hear myself think now. Nice and quiet. Yeah, we're almost there. By the time we hit the knowledge point, I think that'll be it then. We'll knowledge up gatherer. We'll go dunk one bone right. And then, yeah. That'd be Happy New Year's then. I was never not really doing much on stream to celebrate it, but got a lot of things I gotta do after. I still wanted to get Brighter Shores in today. Or daily dose of Brighter Shores. Still went for a while too. We still went for like 6.5 hours. Tomorrow's gonna be pretty similar in that we only go for 6. We'll be starting later, but going for like a normal-ish amount of time probably. You know, not a normal-ish amount of total time, but you know. Like the time at night, which should be pretty normal-ish. Like at least till like 10. I'll probably still be tired though. We're gonna be so tired going into tomorrow. I'm hoping to sleep in to kind of repair it. But it might not be repaired after one day. Because I'm probably going to bed at like 5 a.m. today. Or, you know, tomorrow. Did I forget a bone again? I hate when I do that. Happens pretty often. Not sure which bone it is, but we always forget one. It's always that one. That eludes us. No, I did too early. Alright, that's one thing that queuable actions will be really nice for, though, I do have to say. Is make sure you don't misclick one early. It's gonna be really hard to click everything from one view, though. Like, how do you, from, like, that downwards view, click every resource in the room very quickly? Because you'd ideally want to click them within, like, 1 second. But they are all the way around the room at different camera angles, and this thing's in the way. Might accidentally queue up moving to the crystal or something else. It's gonna be a little clunky. At least for a room like that. A room like this shouldn't be too bad. You click there, there, there. And then there. Oh, it hasn't respawned yet, though. Oh, that's another problem. They haven't actually respawned yet. The furthest one hasn't even respawned. Now it did. That's another problem. Oh. Yeah, that means in this room, too, if I go use the sensor bar, the other one hasn't even respawned then. Let me go check. The one all the way to the right hasn't respawned. Yep, hasn't respawned. Oh, that could be a problem. Yeah, how would you use that then in this situation? You basically couldn't. Because they haven't respawned yet. The other one still hasn't. The other one over there still has not respawned. And you can't currently queue it to a dead resource, I'm pretty sure. I started adding that functionality with the patch. Hey, green elf, nice. Still our lowest elf, but still the coolest elf. And our highest is 73 blue elf as far as any hat. Our highest and lowest are in the same category, I just realized. Oh, no, pudding's still lower, never mind. Our highest is an elf, it's a blue elf. Wow, pudding's been doing really bad on RNG. That's like really behind. Like our distance between our highest and lowest is a 32 gap. That is pretty big. I was gonna say, just to speed this up a little bit, I'll like drink the potion, but I forgot. Because there's no downtime in this cycle. Drinking a potion saves like 1% extra XP or something. Like 1 or 2%. Even though we're drinking a 5% potion. Because of the downtime of drinking it. It's only worth it when we do it for knowledge. After this cycle, I think we're good to go dunk the bones then. I can just bring the potion with me when we go dunking. Which will also give us our bone rate level at the same time. Alright, grab these few, turn in everything, and then we get to go dunk our bones, and then one set should be enough. Alright, there we go. Store everything in here. Head back to the bone dunker. And then we do that till we get a level, and then boom. There should be everything falling into place exactly at the exact same time. Should work out perfectly. Let's go do it. Set in motion the final step. The 130 gather with the 128 bone rate. Hey, better players here. Was the same guy from earlier still here, dunking bones as well? Actually, both of them are. They haven't ever left. They've been here the whole time. I should just have to dunk 3 sets, and that should be good to go. Not 3 inventories, but 3 dunks. And that should be both 128 bone rate and 130 gatherer. There we go, 128 bone rate. What's funny is our AFK activity is pretty much like right over there as well. Though I'm not used to doing Tentacle Road the other way around. That should get us to 100%, which should hopefully get us 130 gather. Imagine it'd be short somehow. Looks like it's close enough, especially with the 5%. Yeah, there we go. Drink that. Oh no! It wasn't enough. You know, I'll just do the 5, why not? Alright, now that's enough. Hello, Chan! You're hoping next update adds new content to the game instead of quality of life or bug fix? Rumor is, or not even rumor, but he's probably going to be doing combat rework a little bit at the start of the year. And then queuable actions were also teased today. So a video on queuable actions also was shown. So cueable actions and some part of the combat rework. Probably not the full thing, but some part of it are both occurring soon. Might not be like the very first thing to do, but it looks like it's pretty ready. It's getting there. All right, there we go. Speaking of ready, we'll do those other bones later. All right, that's everything we need. We got to our femur shard like we wanted. We got to 126 bone rate, even smashing it with 2 extra levels. And yeah, we got everything we wanted to get done. All right, let's get to the AFK activity. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful New Year's. We will be back tomorrow, though we will be starting quite a bit later tomorrow, as I am sleeping in till I have no clue when. Very late. So, yeah, we will be, we will still be streaming tomorrow, but it'll probably be like a couple hours later than normal. Kind of like how today was. But, because we are definitely sleeping in tomorrow. But I hope you all have a wonderful, happy new year, wonderful 2025. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching. And we will be doing, as I mentioned, actually 2 things real quick. We will be, as we mentioned in the little pinned comment, we will be doing Brighter Shores for the entirety of 2025 as well. We'll try to still keep doing it every single day, as we have been. And hopefully we'll have a ton of updates and other new content to go along. He already teased Chapter 5 today. He teased Chapter 6. He teased Cueable Actions. And, yeah, so we already got a lot of things already around the corner. So, then, of course, we got trading, PvP, bossing. They mentioned raids eventually. Probably not this year, but they'll probably get around to eventually. Also, on the poll, the wrap up on the poll, because for whatever reason, I don't think the playback actually saves the polls we ever do. But with 37 votes, which 2025 Brighter Shores feature are you looking forward to the most? In first place, at 51%, we have bosses, special attacks, and combat rework. Then the first part of the combat rework will probably be the first week of next month. So we're already going to be seeing it probably in the next few days, hopefully. Not the full thing, but, you know, part of it. Obviously, the full thing will take a while, but part of the combat rework is probably happening within the next week. Trading and economy is at 19%. New chapter, skills, and quests is at 24% at the second highest. And at the absolute lowest is the other and things not announced yet, which of course was mostly just there as like an extra option there. But anyways, guys, have a wonderful new year. Catch you guys later and see you all in 2025. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.